echoes of pain. Vi sörger, cold and empty, lifeless remains. Vi sörger, fields of the fallen and blood washed in rain. This cannot be all that will be. So you have torn this world apart. You came for our suffering. So we'll bleed, cut us deep, find the death that you claro de una vez que no soy un santo, pero estaré hasta que no estés. Si quieres me largo. Si vuelas yo vuelo también sobre el asfalto. Más vale mala que buena en conocer, por eso aquí te guardo. Un egoísta, te busco la noche, si no estás pues parto la pista en busca de otra para llenar el cuarto. Un egoísta, te busco la noche, si no estás pues parto la pista en busca de otra para llenar el cuarto. Yo quiero tenerte por mí. Yo quiero tenerte por mí. Ay. Yo quiero tenerte por mí. Yo quiero tenerte por mí. Si me ves solito no ataca, como si me saca. Sé que mi cara me delata, yo te visualizo con la tata. Quiero tenerte por mí. Yo quiero tenerte por mí. Ay. Yo quiero tenerte por mí. Yo quiero tenerte por mí. Pero lo mismo, sé que tú tienes mi egoísmo, también sé que va a mi ritmo. Tú eres una diabla, se te nota cuando me hablas, que te pica si otra me habla. Si me ves solito no me ataca, como somos saca. Sé que mi cara me delata, yo te visualizo con la tata. Yo quiero tenerte por mí. Yo quiero tenerte por mí. Ay. Yo quiero tenerte por mí. Yo quiero tenerte por mí.
Oh my. I've been all night waiting for you to come home. I've been all night waiting for you to come home. Oh my, come on, let's do this dance tonight. I gotta have you, boy, you're playing with my heart. We look around, but we don't see nobody else. Nobody.
Give me your loving, give me your loving, give me your loving,
Oh my.
give me your loving, give me your loving, give me your loving.
I couldn't find nobody else like you. Been let down each time that I've tried to find another, but I always come back to you. We're a perfect match made in the fire. You know you can't fulfill my desires. Many try, but I only got you in my eyes. In my eyes. Oh my, come on, let's do this dance tonight. I gotta have you, boy, you're playing with my Oh my.
Give me your loving, give me your loving, give me your loving, your loving.
High in the mountains, blowing on the wind, deep in the valleys, drifting down river. You can breathe it in the air. You can taste it in the water, out in the fields, spinning in the cotton, up on the railroad track, in on the rusty rails. You can breathe it in the air. You can taste it in the water. All it takes is just one drink, then you'll know you're in too deep. All it takes is just a kiss, then you'll know the love don't sleep. Deep in the bloodstream, on a cellular level, every single part of you knows that. All it takes is just one drink, then you'll know you're in too deep. All it takes is just a kiss, then you'll know the love don't sleep. High in the mountains, blowing on the wind, deep in the valleys, drifting down river, out in the fields, spinning in the cotton, up on the railroad, trekking on the rusty rail. All it takes is just one drink, then you'll know you're in too deep. All it takes is just a kiss, then you'll know the love don't sleep. Then you'll know the love don't sleep.
We were born from night before the even was a dawn. So pure, so bright, falling from the skies above into our darkened fate. The time has come, walking through this world, we bear the secret of our lives. The light we share, caught in destiny, we shine, for we are meant to be the star guardians. Gone in a flash before our time, up in
push it away. In dance chase and whispers before they all just fade. So how can I leave it all behind when I refuse to watch it fall to dust? I will find a this porcelain mirage may start to break. Each piece a reminder, every single little mistake. So how can I leave it all behind when I refuse to watch it fall to dust? Tell me why it won't ever be the same. I'll burn it all, no matter who's to blame. I'll find a way. I'll find a way. And every time I close my eyes, a little less of you remains. I know you're slipping further from me now. Am I too far away? Tell me why I won't ever feel the same. I'll try everything until you're back again. I'll find a way back to Don't try to make yourself remember, darling. Don't look for me, I'm just a story you've been told. So let's pretend a little longer, 'cause when we're gone, everything goes on. You were staring at the window, and I said, I wanna take you to the sea. And when I'm better, we'll do everything. I gotta stop making promises I can't keep. But if I was gone tomorrow, won't the waves crash on? Is it selfish that I'm happy as we pass the setting sun? Someday I'll be overcast, but you won't have to cry, 'cause we'll do the grieving while I'm by your side. I said, don't try to make yourself remember, darling. Don't look for me, I'm just a story you've been told. So let's pretend a little longer, 'cause when we're gone, everything goes I felt you on my shoulder and you weren't suffering anymore. You said I'm sorry that you worry, but don't apologize. I told you to forget me, but you stayed by my side when I said, don't try and make yourself remember. Darling, don't look for me, I'm just a story you've been told. So let's pretend a little longer, and when we're gone, everything goes on.
Let's stay up all night long and go on to the disco. It's Saturday night. Let's stay up all night long and go on to the disco. It's Saturday night. Let's stay up all night long and go on to the disco. It's Saturday night. It's Saturday night. Let's stay up all night long and go on to the disco. It's Saturday night. It's Saturday night. Let's stay up all night long and go on to the disco. It's Saturday night. It's Saturday night. Let's stay up all night long and go on to the disco.
roots, my heart is pumping. You got me dancing on the streets in the hot wire. You got me dreaming of desire, you blow my mind. It's easy come, it's easy go. You got me pumped up like balloons on a string. You got me running wild, you got me wearing a smile. My heart is beating like an old steam train.
Every story needs a weaver, just as every tactician craves the glory. Within the garden of greatness, they will find their place to shine and their chance to conquer the tactician's crown. Welcome to the Teamfight Tactics Inkborn Fables Tactician's Crown. From July 12th to 14th, the set's best 32 will use their genius to weave their own story, contending for glory and a piece of the prize pool. 4 regions, Americas, EMEA, CN, and APAC, each with 8 slots to send their representatives to compete among the best. And now, let us step through the umbral and admire the path to the crown. Once the gathering begins, tacticians' performance will be evaluated by points. The first place earns 8 points, while the last earns 1 point. During the first 2 days, our contenders will face each other in 4 different lobbies. Each day, they will play 6 games, changing lobbies every 2 games. It may feel like walking on porcelain because every misstep could shatter their chances. As day 2 comes to a close, only the top 8 get to keep their brushes and advance. And on day 3, greatness will demand more than just skill. The tacticians who surpass the 20-point barrier will face their ultimate test. Only one will win the last game to settle the myth, become a legend, and conquer the Teamfight Tactics Tactician's Crown. Witness the final masterpiece. The Inkborn Fables Tactician's Crown starts July 12th.
Don't waste my time. You'll never be mine. I'm moving on. I gotta be strong. Keep me from falling. And I know, Since that one time I accidentally saw you in the nude. That's why I'm trying not to be rude. Please believe me, I'm not this is happening. Wish I could just get you off my mood, but you just pop back into my head every time. Say what you doing, what you doing, what you doing, what you doing to me. Everybody knows that I can hide it, can't deny it. It's so obvious, yeah, it's plain to see. But you seem like you don't know what's going on. Just in case, apologize if I'm coming on this wrong. Yeah, what you doing to me? What you doing to me? My heart beats faster every time I see you. The way you move, the way you talk, and the way you eat your food. How is it possible that you're so down? At this point, I do everything for you. Wish I could just get you off my mind, but you just pop back into my head every time. Say what you doing, what you doing, what you doing, what you doing to me. Everybody knows that I can hide it, can't deny it. It's so obvious, yeah, it's plain to see. But you seem like you don't know what's going on. Just in case, apologize if I'm coming on this wrong. And what you doing to me? What you doing to me? What you doing to me? Say what you doing, what you doing, what you doing, what you doing to me.
The best contenders from around the globe have drawn their path to the Garden of Greatness, where the Tactician's crown awaits. After 3 days, a legend will rise, writing the last chapter of the Inkborn
哎，
Fables.
升起来了，再抬了一下，盖把能不能带走？带走了，直接敲到，哎，点到了，点到了，
点到了，就进来了，很夸张，很夸张，魔王人洗。
Camus is running out of space. You can see the exasperation on his face. RC can't quite believe it.
A display of mastery and creativity like no other. The last flourish of the meta. The board, a canvas for the final masterpiece.
He has a lot of gold to roll and try to catch maybe one Wukong. Let's see if he rolls down. There it is. He has the Wukong.
lại thì vẫn mang mạch chủ mẹ đã ngay lập tức hạ gục được con xin ra một chiến thắng thuộc về Taito.
Hits into the backline, but it's not good enough.
Finally targeted down in the lead sin, but it might be too little too late as it jumps to really allow. 这边秒掉，又温叠起来，
Grab your brushes and join us for the crowning of a new legend at the Teamfight Tactics Inkborn Fables Tactician's Crown.
Hello everybody and welcome back to the Inkborn Fables Tactician's Crown. We are in day number 2 of our competition, which means that we are one step closer to determining our next global champion for Teamfight Tactics. My name is Nekra and I'm so excited to be your desk host this weekend, joined once again by our wonderful Gangly, Makes, and Kulpe-san. How are you guys doing this morning?
I mean, day one couldn't have asked for anything better, right? We had a ton of really fun games. We got to see a lot of creative lines too, and yeah, I mean, North America, the Americas are eating well right now, but it was a good day for me.
All right. We'll get to all of our favorites, I'm sure, in today's pre-show, but I feel like
there is some unlocked potential still on the table.
Yeah, for sure. I really love the changes with the cameras. All players now have cameras and we can see the expression, and that has given so much life to the broadcast. It's totally amazing, and one of them will wear this. One of them will have the Tactician crown and will be crowned once again as the champion.
It's going to be so much action ahead of us as well. But just in case you missed anything from day number 1, we've got a video to catch you up to speed. Hello everyone and welcome to the Inkborn Fables Tactician's Crown. We are here in beautiful Alicante, Spain to celebrate the end of this set. And of course, crown a new global championship for Teamfight Tactics.
Roll for Kane. 6 Canes, just 3 more to go. He gets the wrong way. Does not hit any of the Canes. That's going to do it for Asta, but still a top 4 coming out from him, being able to just play that story.
Kane tried to do its best into the front line, but it can't get to the back. And so, Campus, head in hands, hoping that this Kindred is going to be enough. It's going to be able to hopefully take down one more, but it cannot. And so Campus is going to go out in 4th place in this lobby, but
hard enough, but
front line's
I
not
don't
dying.
think that's in the cards here. Look at this massive wall
Everything's
that's marching
alive.
down, and it is going to take Camus out.
Are moving into the back line. Only one unit remaining. Pakigam, the king of New York, once again finds his way on top and takes game number 5 of the day.
Look at that face.
It's in the cards. Nalos eating the first one, and that
backline
is
falls.
Absolutely annihilated anything Tidal had put up here, and North America's dish soup claiming this lobby.
Hi, Pengu. Hello, Pengu. That was so great. I want all the Pengu cameos. I think that is something that I hope we get a chance to see today. But, you know, there were a lot of clips in that video, but I'm really curious to know what your favorite moment from day number 1 was.
I mean, if it wasn't obvious from the clip itself, it has to be Pakigam winning on stream. We got to be on the desk for it. It's obviously one of my favorite players going to the event, so it's exciting to be able to see him win.
Well, I would have said Kade winning that round because he came second, but unfortunately that did only happen in my dreams. But my favorite moment is not a specific moment, but rather that at least one EMEA player made their way back into the top 8.
Yeah, I totally love this show because we can relate to him. There was a moment when he got a very good early game and he was already laughing, but it was a very subtle laugh.
Right.
And then he kept improving, and in the end he was just celebrating.
It was so great to see all of those reactions. And I love being able to talk to Dish Soap yesterday. We got so much insight on just how he approached his game plan from that day number 1. And he's coming into this second day in a very strong position. Let's actually take a look at those overall standings, though, because we had 6 games play out yesterday, which means we get a chance to take a look at those point totals and see where everyone is right now.
Well, we actually did have a chat with our admins and asked them about the expected cutoff threshold. It's going to be 60 to 62. We did some mathings, and I am happy to report that even Michael, who's on that 30-second slot right now, still has a chance. The chance needs to be a little bit magical, though, because he needs an average of 1
to
make it through.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to have to be a little bit of a miracle run, but, you know,
Could still happen.
Stranger things have happened. I mean, maybe not actually stranger things.
I don't
Would probably be the
think
strangest thing.
have happened.
As we're looking at the middle of the pack in these standings, one of the things that stands out to me here is this is like the big spread where we get to see all of the regional representation that takes place at this event, right? You have a lot of the CN players on the bottom half. It doesn't mean that they're not performing well, though, right? All of the regions having 8 representatives here means that they're going to have a wide spread. EMEA, who maybe did not start off the day having as strong the performance they wanted, you know, are right on the bubble. And so we talked about how there are 16 returning players at this global championship. It's a dead even spread. 8 newcomers, 8 returning players making up our top 16.
for sure. And now we want to see the standings of the top 8. And this is important because, as Mate was saying, these guys only need to maintain the placement that they're having. They need to perform well, but they are not asked to go to that first place as an important. And the theme here is the CN region. It's very important. Since Xunhe on Dragonlance, CN has not won a championship, and now is the chance to come back to the Garden of Greatness. So very important to see. And of course, this show representing America together with Fox in the top 4.
I love that. The Garden of Greatness.
I want to go there. I'd love to go there.
We are in the Garden of Greatness.
Yeah, take a look around. I think this counts for sure. But of course, our players are really hoping that they will be able to make that final lobby, and that means they have to play out 6 more games today to finish out that group stage to see who can actually make up those top 8 spots.
Yeah, I mean, the format of the event, pretty interesting, right? Because you have this group stage where all the players have to perform. You can't let any points slip off the table. But things start to change a little bit, right? If you can make it to that group stage, what was once the golden stat, the AVP, your performance across the entirety of the day, it shifts. Because we open up the checkmate format where once you get 20 points, you have to find that first place finish. And only then can you actually find yourself the winner of the Tactician's Crown.
Right, and that's where currently AVP maintains to be important. And there are 2 players that are sitting with the highest AVP right now, and that is our points leaders. We've got Dish Soap and Ningli, who both have 38 points right now, leading the day.
Yeah, totally. And now we see in there the possibility of compromising and understanding of everything. I want to talk about risk management because both of them are the best performing, but they do differently. In case of Disho, when he rolls at 8, for example, there's no risk because even if he doesn't hit, he gets a good composition and he's able to keep going, keep tracking on it. On case of Lingley, no, he's looking for the spot, the risky spot, and then after he goes to level 9, he will be able to find additional possibilities. So actually, very different styles of play, but both in the top in performance.
Well, and one stat that we always kind of bang on is that win rate that's going to matter, specifically going into that day 3. And a player that historically had an extremely good win rate is, of course, going to be EMEA's greatest, Double 61. Historically, one of the players that have just been stomping through competitions with very high win rate, not necessarily what we've been seeing yesterday.
No, I mean, Casey Double, I feel like you have to give him, a nod to his resume, right? This is a player that historically, very high win rate, maybe was not kind of manifesting yesterday, but we got 6 more games to play. But you look at what this guy has done, right? I mean, set 3 global champion in the Galaxies set. Since then, he's been to the global stage 2 more times. His 4th appearance at a TFT championship. He got top 8 at the Vegas Open. He's the only player from EMEA to have 2 regional finals wins. This is a player who you cannot discount how good he is and what he's done in the history of the scene.
Yeah, I mean, it's just fantastic to see players like this return to the global stage and still be able to put up these big performances. Top 8 right now is super special.
Honestly, you already mentioned it, TVO, one of the events in TFT that we had due to some global circumstances that actually had a live audience, played on stage in front of people, and our EMEA representatives, they are live in front of people.
Yeah.
So I'm expecting great things.
Yeah, for sure. I wonder if we will make a difference totally. You were saying something about that, Gangly, before, about Solo Hesan, for example. He didn't have a great performance, but it's different to be on camera, on stream, versus being on camera on actual competition and have the pressure. So actually how or the way they will handle this will make a huge difference.
One of the things we talked about yesterday is that players can find edge in the field in a variety of different ways. The 3 I kind of break it down in are the first, raw skill, how good you are at the game. The second is, can you find a knowledge edge, a meta edge against the field that gives you, some sort of line that could be unlocked. The third, though, is performance. Your ability to show up on the day and not play worse than your standard. This is what I attribute Malala's success last set to. He's not a player that's known for his raw skill, but what he did do is every time he made it to the finals, he did not perform any worse than he could have. And sometimes just playing at your expected level is enough to win a global championship.
I mean, for someone like Casey Double 61, absolutely, because he's already been such an incredible player throughout the consistency of his career that I feel like, yeah, he can just show up and perform.
You're so right. I think TVO is kind of a great example of that, right? I think oftentimes we look at TVO, you think of the format, there's a lot of variance. What it did do, more so than anything else though, is it kind of showed us who the stars of the world are. Casey Double, if nothing else, is a star in TFT. And I'm kind of glazing up with Mia right now. This is kind of makeup, for how day one is going.
I was going to go there, but you're taking it. Go on.
Casey Double, he's a known quantity. He's a star. He's in the top 8 right now. You got to give the man his flowers. I do genuinely believe, though, there's a world where playing in Madrid, being energized by that crowd, he showed us he can do it before. Playing under the lights does not affect him negatively, where a lot of players do crumble under the pressure. So for that reason, I expect Casey Double to kind of be enabled by the conditions in which he's playing right now.
Well, he's got 6 more games to play, but we have him on the line right now to give us a quick interview before he kicks off his competition for day number 2. Double, how are you? Can you hear us okay?
Hello guys, yeah, here, fine and you?
We are so good, and we are so excited to have you here. I'm wondering how you are feeling about your play from day number 1, especially finding yourself in the top 8 at the end of those games.
I'm feeling good. I think the games were pretty hard, but I managed to get some top 4s. And yeah, as you said, I'm in the top 8, so I hope to continue like this, and I hope I can make it to the final lobby.
Was there anything about your preparation for the EMEA finals that you felt like helped you out for this Tactician's crown? Maybe like playing a little less Valorant?
Yeah, maybe. This time I watched a lot of stats. That's a thing that I was not doing in the past. I watched a lot of stats. So yeah, I think that might be the only thing I give the attention this set. So yeah.
Stats have been super important and something that we've also looked at to see how strong some compositions can be. And I'm wondering if you could give us some insight into how Lilia has been doing. We've noticed it has underperformed relative to the strength that we see in this comp. So what are your thoughts there on Lilia as a composition for this tournament?
I think Lilia is one of the best focus comp in the game. I mean, you don't need fortune to play it like Kai'Sa, Trickshot maybe, but I think it's hard to set up. I mean, the comp has a lot of legendaries. If you want to hike up, there is a lot of forecast, and you have to have a lot of items. So yeah, I think it's one of the most high comp you can cap in the game, but it's really hard to play, and it's really hard to have a good game.
That makes sense. Maybe why we aren't seeing Lilias often hit the peaks that we expect them to see. But for you, I mean, we can see that amazing audience behind you. You are playing at La Arena Esports right now. And so what has it been like to play in front of a live audience again that are cheering you on?
Yeah, I mean, it's an insane feeling. I always say that playing in real life in front of the crowd is insane. Even there is not like 10,000 people. I mean, it's insane anyway. So yeah, I mean, it's good. It's a good feeling.
That's awesome to hear. I know, Double, that everybody is looking at you as one of the favorites for the competition. You have a chance to get a second set champion title. What would it mean to you to be able to be the first player to achieve that?
Yeah, I mean, I always say that I know that one day someone will be double world champion. I know that this day will come, and I hope that I will be the first one. I mean, I was the first one to win the first world championship, and I hope that I will be the first one to win it 2 times. So yeah, I hope that it will go well.
Well, you've got it in the name as well with just double.
Yep.
So I think you could definitely get that second championship. Well, we don't want to keep you too long so that you can get ready for your next day of competition. But before we let you go, Casey Double, are there any other things that you'd like to say to all the fans out there cheering for you?
Yes, of course. I mean, thanks to all the KC fans, thanks to all the French community. I know that they support us a lot. So yeah, thank you guys, and I hope that we make it today.
Thank you so much for your time and best of luck today.
Thank you very much.
That's so awesome. I mean, you can see the crowd there cheering for him. I feel like that absolutely has to be giving him a bit of an edge for the competition right now. But let's let this sink in for just a second. KC61 has the potential to get a second set title. And I think if that happens, he is the undisputed GOAT of TFT. But what about even just him making a final lobby? I feel like he has to also be able to reach that status with that.
I know I was glazing up double a lot before. I do feel like I want to bring us back to reality for a second, though, because the GOAT status, the GOAT title is not a title you can throw around freely. It has to be earned, you know, over a long period of time. It has to be earned with the highest of highs and consistency. Double had his first global championship back in set 3. It was a long time ago. You know, another win would do it, but I think he's got to really earn it.
I mean, just last year, TVO, end of the year, he showed that he can still keep up with international competition, and he's back here, not alone, but with Canvas and with Jungler on the same team. Do not underestimate the GOAT of EMEA.
Hey, there's been a lot of support for KC61 as a player and a lot of expectations. But how about some of those players that are in this top 8 that are defying those odds? I think the very first player that we have to take a look at here is Asta. This is one of the biggest underdogs in our competition because prior to entering into this Tactician's crown, he had the lowest average placement rate out of all of 32 of our competitors. Yet, still, is in the top 8 right now.
Yeah, for sure. Asta is from the subregion of Vietnam. He's from APAP now, and obviously he's outperforming what everyone was expecting of him. If we look at past performance from the region, YBY was the best with a 3rd in a championship, but Vietnam has always performed. So it's actually not a surprise for the region to perform, but it's a surprise that he has. And what I like about him is the playstyle. He's not looking to scrap points. He's not looking to gain maybe a little edge. He's looking to win it. He's actually risking with a lot of the comps that he's playing and looking for the high roll spot. So I think his play is amazing and he has a good chance.
And with one of the highest first or 8th rates in the field, Asta is that player that if he makes into the top 8, he goes from underdog to one of the favorites in the checkmate format. So it's something you have to keep in mind.
Well, somebody that has certainly proven to be an underdog that you should root for is Kade, right? My pick for Dark Horse, I'm just saying, has been popping off all of day one. It has been looking really, really good on those lines. Barely missed out on the Global Championship twice. Then got there in Monsters Attack, took an unfortunate dead last place, is here to prove himself, and he's done that.
Yeah, he's for me, the perfect AP player. He has played 2 games of Janna, 2 games of Lilia also, and he played an Umbra game that was amazing. He played Exalted, so he had a good win streak in the beginning. He got a lot of economy, and then ended up the game with a beautiful ball. No one is playing Umbra, and this guy played it and actually performed with it with a top 4, and he said that if he got to level 9, he could even get a top 1.
Well, that is 2 amazing players we've got to keep our eyes on. But Gangly, is there a player that you'd like to talk about?
Oh, there most certainly is a player I want to talk about. If you don't already know, you certainly know now. It's Mismatched Socks hailing from the Americas. Socks is a player that, you know what, it's been 3 years since we saw him on the global stage, 2 years since he won a tournament, and everything changed in set 11. He was the forefather for many North Americans in TFT, built many concepts that then became the standard. And set 11 has done something so special where it's reminded us, if only for a moment, of the Socks that once was. And it's so beautiful to see him once again in the top 8.
I think what's so impressive about this top 8 as well is that Socks, in that final day of the America's Golden Spatula, was heavily leaning into the duelist line, maybe in some creative ways, but when it came down to the competition in day number 1, he actually ended up playing quite a variety of compositions, much like Kade.
And that's the Socks that we saw of old. It's so beautiful to see him back to that flex player that we once saw.
Really is.
Yeah.
All right. I know, again, an America's desk, but we need to kind of keep going and get to our meta.
We really do, right? And so I think that's where we got to kind of take a look at some of those compositions that ended up getting opened up by some of these more unique opportunities that were given to us.
Yeah, for me, Lisao is the Eastern Socks, if you will, Gangly.
Okay.
This is a guy that plays melee amazingly. He played he eventually Reaper comp, then he played melee twice again with the Kane. He played duelist also with good position. I want to highlight that he was the only player that get to the finals in the JOC and the TOC. So normal TFT and the mobile TFT of China. So this guy can play any meta, he can play in any spot.
Well, another player that's really exciting has to be Tartman. 11th overall. We haven't seen him at all yet in day one. We're going to change that very soon for all those Tartman enjoyers, just saying. But he's one of those new generation of players from EMEA that have been finding those creative ways, looking really good.
I remember speaking to him at TVO, and he told me that I'm going to be one of the top 10
he
in EMEA.
Is so cool.
It's really cool, and he's actually doing it. One of the things we got to see out of him yesterday, we didn't see it on broadcast, was he was playing the Vertical Story Weaver, which has been performing so well. In its 9 games that were shown yesterday, 6 of them were top 4s, 3 of them were wins, largely coming off the back, and I love when we saw Tartman play it, it was largely off the back of the Unified Resistance and Best Friends on the Kale. So you play the 7 Story Weaver, and then your primary goal is, how do I make this Kale as strong as possible? So by selecting augments that empower not just your units, but the Kale as well, it's led Tartman to victory.
Yeah, and Story Weavers has been such a great response to a lot of these melee comps that we've seen, particularly that Kayn Reaper's composition. However, Kayn can still find a way to work, and that's why we've got this tactical breakdown presented by HyperX, and Jupe is going to talk us through how that positioning can get the job done.
Love to. Come here. We want to look at how do you do the wrap. Gangly calls it the wrap. I call it the hug. So we need to hug, we need to el abrazo, we need to make the el abrazo. So now what we'll see is how the Kayn composition actually works. So in the beginning, what you're looking for is, you need to access the backline. So here, for example, there's 3 carries, only 1 and 2 have the possibility of making a menace to the Kayn, but it's actually normal, this is typical. So you break the first line and then you go to the back, and finally the Kayn will have access here to delete the totals. This is the normal phase because normally you only have like a significant tank in the middle ground, but now we will see a little more difference of what would happen. So now here, positioning is more important. So now we see Michael against Lisao, and in this case, Michael decides to position heavily on the left and have a main carry on the right. So now, when the fight starts, it's more difficult for him because he's in the same side with all his carries as where Lisao has the Kayn. So Lisao only needs to eliminate 1 or 2 of the tanks, and this will be enough for him. So very bad news for him, and now we see the expression here. Michael is actually not happy because he knows he needed to face this. He knows that it was his option, and he positions for someone else. Michael knows how to position against this comp, but it wasn't a good performance for him in this case, and this actually was the breakout for him mentally. Now we see again Flancy against Bishop, and now the same possibility. So here what's more important is that you have a big a Mumu that is very, very strong. So no matter if you break the right half of the composition, it will be easy for the Kayn to stay in the front line. So actually the Janna is very safe here. So it's not that difficult for her to keep doing damage and keep improving on that. So mainly that's what you want to do. You want to make sure that the Kayn stays with the tanks and doesn't asset the backline. Don't do the abrazo. You don't want him to hug on the other side. So now what I want to do is I really want to do this IRL el abrazo. So I will need a carry. So please, Gangly, can you be my carry? Okay. Sniper yes. Gangly.
Yes.
Come here and
I'm coming.
Mr. Chu, Kayn Chu will be the you will be the melee carry. So stay there. So now Kobuko is the tank. So you have Kobuko here. No, you stay here. So you spin. I need you to spin. Okay, you spin and you hit the Kobuko. Boom, boom, boom. Kobuko. No, don't hit the Kobuko. Okay, Kobuko falls down, and now you can do the abrazo while Gangly is attacking. Now you do the abrazo and go directly to Gangly, so Gangly falls off. So that's a little the idea. Thank you. That's great, Clement. Thank you so much. So that will be the abrazo. Thank you, Gangly.
Yes, I did about as well as the rest of the Ashes did.
And that's how you play Kayn.
Wow, thank you so much, Jupe, for that tactical breakdown and for giving us that great interpretive dance for how we can actually see the abrazo happen. Yeah, me too, honestly. And I'm really looking forward to seeing what we get a chance to see next, because while we have a lot of these situational comps like the Heavenly Reapers, like this Story Weaver, we actually got a chance to see something really cool yesterday. That was with all those artifacts.
Oh yeah, I mean the artifacts, one of the cool things that it opens up all these lines that are kind of gated by specific conditions. And the thing that's really cool to see is the recognition of players. We talked before about the knowledge, the skill, the performance. That's one of those knowledge things. If you can recognize the conditions in which a line can be played, that gives you an edge. And we've seen even throughout all of day one, the specific conditional lines are the lines that are going to be performing better than the traditional forecasts.
Maybe we'll get a chance to see more of those artifacts today. today, and hopefully this isn't actually messing up your pick'ems too much. If you didn't get in on that hype earlier, though, there will be an opening at the end of today to go do your pick'ems for the final lobby. Our pick'ems powered by AWS. If you get those predictions right, then you get a chance to win some great in-game cosmetics. But take a look out for the opening of that at the end of today. We still have so much action ahead of us. 6 games to close out our group stage for the Inkborn Fables Tactician's crown. So let's go ahead and get ready to show that first game of the day. But we can only show one on broadcast. So make sure you also check out our alternative lobbies that will be covering our 3 other lobbies today. We've got some amazing casters that are going to be showcasing all of those for you so you don't miss out on any of the action. But with that said, that is going to do it for our pre-show. Any final thoughts before we get this show started?
I'm ready to get started.
After that showcase there, I don't think I'm ready for anything else that's coming. So
we peaked. We peaked.
That's right.
We're ready. Only one word for me. Whoa!
Whoa! I think our casters over there are ready as well. So let's go ahead and get game number 7 started for our group stage of the Inkborn Fables Tactician's crown. How are you guys doing over there? You feeling
Wombo.
good?
We are ready. We're excited. I am
Wombo.
invigorated, energized, flourishing from watching Hoope's display. You know, Clement here helping
You're missing
out
one
with that.
adjective, stun locked.
Stun
I
locked,
might
yes,
not recover
yeah.
in time for the game start, to be
We're
honest.
not ready, actually. We're not prepared anymore, but I'm just looking forward to getting into these games, right? Day 2, everything's on the line. Top 8 move on and get a chance to become the champion. And so now it's pedal to the metal. You got to try and make up if you've fallen behind.
And we have so much more to work with in terms of the narratives, in terms of who overperformed, who underperformed, the comebacks that need to happen for some players. Looking back at set 8, I think the biggest comeback we've seen till now in the champ stage was Tech Summers, making it from 23 points in day 1 all the way into that top 8 lobby off of the Laser Core Warwicks. Maybe Wet Jungler will do the same today.
We have a huge spread of points in our first lobby coming in as well, from 16 points to Lucas all the way up to, I think, 38 coming in. So very, very large spread. Anything is mathematically possible, but I also want to point out an important thing is usually it does come down to tiebreakers. So getting those wins are really important because they count as double compared to top 4s.
Yeah, and you know, needing to get the first place, that's not going to be a stranger on the final day either. Checkmate format, you're going to have to lock that in. But I wanted to talk a little bit about the comps we saw yesterday as well, right? We saw a huge variety, but there were a few things, Clement, that I think you said you might have seen missing that you wanted to maybe see pop up today.
Yeah, the 2 big comps we haven't seen that are currently dominating the ladder right now is going to be that build different composition. We checked, no one actually selected that augment, and the second one would be the hero augment Ethereal Blades. It's been very consistent, nerfed, now played with Sages, but still a good option if it does show up.
I'd go as far as say hero augments in general. We haven't seen too much Gary, we haven't seen too much Lucky Paws. There have been some plays throughout the day 1, but overall I think they're still missing, and I think they're very fun for casters, for viewers at home to get to see these, you know, fantasy units really evolve in something they can't usually.
They're always a blast to watch, but now we've got our lobby up on screen and we're going to be ready to jump on in. You had mentioned Wet Jungler. He's on the exact point total that Tech Summers was, and maybe he has a chance to start that comeback here in the very first game.
Don't do it to him.
Champion Conference, Radiant Item, and Trainers Sentinels as the options to kick things off.
I love Champion Conference. If you are confident in your skill, you should go on that one because you know how to set up the tailoring. You can get the champions that you want. It is a big memory and skill test.
If you're confident in the heart of the cards, like some of our TCN players, you might be stepping on Trainers Sentinels instead. Tianlong saying, you know what? I'm a little bit sleepy still. Let's wake up, guys. Let's bring in some spice.
Oh, and immediately Wet Jungler's Trainer Sentinel here. Porcelain, Duelist, Fortune. Not a ton of synergy between these, but a couple of options for kind of the verticals, at least in the Duelists.
A big thing I want to mention is that you can actually get Wandering Trainer augments that have the same +1s as your trainer. And as we currently see, there are 3 players with Fortune. So that means there's a potential for 5 Fortune players on stage 2 coming in.
We did see it actually in EMEA finals. Arzu, a player we'll be seeing later today, is someone that had that exact setup. Sentinels into trainers, 5 different emblems, 5 different +1s onto one. Crazy game.
Some of the most successful verticals that we had yesterday were Ink Shadow and Storyweaver. And I'm seeing Lucas with Storyweaver, and then we have both Canvas and Double having that Ink Shadow as well as Bintum. So potential to see those lines pop up.
Bintum has a crazy combination for what could be
yeah.
a Kai'Sa trick shot game, especially Bruiser, Ink Shadow, and Dragonlord. All traits that are active on the Kai'Sa comp regularly.
and my eyes are drawn to Ning Lee. He played 2 sniper games yesterday, and both of them were first places. Got 6 snipers both times, a line he's very familiar with.
All right, we're starting to see some of the tattoos as well. We saw the first one was Toxin, and we'll have to see as those tattoos show up for these Ink Shadow players who kind of picks up the ones that you're looking for. You know, Protection into Toxin, Bombardment, you know, a couple of these very, very powerful ones. And we're going to have our first augment selection popping up here.
Oh, it's gold. Here we go.
There's going to be a lot of potential outs here for players to get some crazy spots.
We see one option already for Bintum. He already has a really good setup. Does he want an even better one? Surely.
Does he want to risk it?
Trainer.
Bintum's a player that played 6 different comps yesterday, so I think he likes the spice. He likes the creativity generally.
Yeah, Double had the option for Lucky Ricochet. Doesn't actually go for that. Instead, I think that was a keeper's take, so I'm going to maybe play around his Duelist instead.
I have to point your eyes to Aha because I think he has the most high roll here. He got the Faded Augment, and he's also playing with Dryad. So he could potentially fit the 7 Faded, 6 Dryad comp on level 9.
And we talked about Faded being a comp that you are not going to be seeing played in a normal lobby, but the moment you have these +1s activated, the moment you have that stability in stage 3 for the 5 or 7 Faded early, it's a whole different story.
Bintum took it, so I want to see what he ended up getting with that Wandering Trainer. It's going to be massive to see, but looking on the other side here, that Faded plus Dryad, that's such an insane combination. And we didn't see an insane amount of Faded yesterday, but we actually saw some success out of this composition when the players had the spots.
Bintum, in my opinion, I think the player that had the hardest games yesterday in terms of still performing very well, finishing the top 8. So the fact that he comes into this Game 7 and says, you know what, I'm going to take these massive risks and try and have the agency to play around these different emblems is just fantastic.
Yeah, it looks like it was Mythic and Fortune were the pickup, so I don't think that's exactly what he was looking for on that. A bit of a miss.
Considering there's 3 Fortune players potentially already in this lobby.
It does give him a lot of different options, though. He can really flex either which way. I'm not sure where he's going to go, but it allows him to play with what the game gives him.
For now, Wet Jungler, Double, both can be playing around Fortune in stage 2. Going to be interesting to see the lose streaks. Who is playing for the heavy Fortune loss streak to try and really lead into this +1. Looks like Wet Jungler for now, bottom of the standings, might be that player.
Yeah, and I'm curious about Wet Jungler, if he ends up trying to lean around that Porcelain, maybe playing around the Janna reroll, the Janna Lux reroll, or if he tries to play around the Duelist, because Double we saw take Keepers and is very likely forcing his way into that Duelist line.
For me, Wet Jungler likely going to be aiming for that highest cap board, which is going to be Bruiser Kaisa, because he already has that what doesn't kill you. So he's getting gold and getting extra items every turn now.
I do wonder, though, there is not any other, Sage, Arcanist, or Porcelain +1 in all of these Sentinels, so maybe it's just one of the highest performing comps when it's uncontested. Lux Janna in general as a reroll, but just I think throughout all the comps yesterday, if you look at the stats. So Wet Jungler's a player who needs to make up a lot of points, as you mentioned. Could just go for, Fortune into win outs every single game to try and get there.
All right, has already started his lose streak right here. He's trying to make sure that the lobby is not going to stop him. Fortunately for him, Bintum, who is known for breaking streaks.
No,
he hit a Janna too. He hit a Janna too. I know you're having PTSD, but it's okay.
Yeah,
okay.
Bintum has to play win streak here.
Bintum did it to 2 EMEA players as well. Starting day 1, I would consider Bintum a friend of mine. No longer.
Okay. The units just didn't pop.
Same thing.
Wait, how are you guys so excited to see EMEA getting grief? Is there a problem on this cast already?
It's not about EMEA. I always enjoy people getting grief.
I'm
it's
with
really
Clement on this one. It's perfect every
that.
time. But Wet Jungler will be able to defend this streak pretty easily, I think. I think Tianlong is the only person we have to look out for when Wet Jungler is looking for that fight, because he's also committing to the full loss.
Man, what a start to this day. We couldn't have asked for a spicier lobby to start things off, and such a lobby with great quality as well. 4 returning veterans coming back from many World Championship appearances for Double and Bintum, 4 each. For Lucas and Aihao, 3 each. But all 4 players, I think, players who are looking to prove something coming back here, looking to perform higher than they did at the very least compared to their last appearance.
I mean, Wet Jungler's peak being 2nd place in Runeterra Reforged, just falling below title. Wet Jungler is someone that, coming in, I really wanted to see make another deep run and try and challenge for that title of champion.
True, and now we're moving into the last two fights. We have to pay close attention to Tianlong and Wet Jungler, who is actually going to preserve their lose streak. A very important thing to see here is, do they know the rock, paper, scissors, shoe between fortune compositions? If you try to corner your Kabuko, someone can actually outplay you by going to the other side on the solo Teemo.
Wait up, Tianlong, I don't see any fortune emblem on your Sentinel.
He's doing it for the lobby.
Yeah.
Salute.
Tianlong, fully just going to be able to sell this entire board. That means Wet Jungler may need to try and bench fortune, but you actually can't bench it because if there's just nothing on the board.
Well, this is game plan all along. He picks Sentinels.
No!
He picks Sentinels and make sure to grief the fortune streaks for anyone who picked up fortune.
And Wet Jungler actually did the correct positioning to grief the other fortune player, but he didn't consider Tianlong coming in from the ropes.
I can't do it. It's just one too many times to have to see this exact scenario play out in just 7 rounds, really.
To be fair, it wasn't personal. There was also another fortune player, so it wasn't directed at EMEA.
Well, the other player is also EMEA. So
it
kind of was. I love that you're trying to.
I wanted to make.
He was trying so hard. He was trying so hard.
Me, Clement,
but good news for Wet Jungler. Ari's Kiss, while still trying to play into the fortune line, he could potentially try and dig a little bit deeper with 10 extra HP. Silver linings.
I'm not sure it makes up for the lack of momentum there on the fortune streak, but I'll accept it.
Oh, Lucas with a huge start right there with 5 Storyweaver already in. He could stop Bintum here. Bintum is the one, holding on to his win streak. This is going to be massive for him. He already has an upgraded unit that might not go on his final board, so he absolutely needs the streak to work out.
Nahao here could have considered kind of a tempo slam, but with the loss, I think maybe not going to be the consideration, not defending a win streak right now. But as you mentioned, it is a very strong start. The 4 Dryad is usually a trade spec. You can't reach this early on. You're relying on an Ornn, really, which doesn't happen until much later.
Is he going to slam that? There is a possibility to slam the Bloodthirster.
If he was on a win streak, I think he would have, because it would be, I think, very impactful on this NAR2. But in this case, with the loss, maybe not going to consider. Going to try and play more for the BIS items for later in the game.
Yeah, and I mean, just the Ginsu Morello, Janna 2, Bintum, level 5, just going to be able to easily keep this streak. He still has 20 gold as well with the win streak going through. And like you said, he's got the flexibility of all these different emblems, so we'll see what comp he ends up on.
Knowing Bintum, I think what he's going to go for, the high roll for him, is going to be Stand United. He has 5 different emblems, and they're all going to give him a bunch of stats.
See, Wet Jungler, I just push the luck. What's the roll? 3, okay. It's a little bit awkward for pushing luck one more time, but I think Wet Jungler should still be able to with how much HP he's currently holding on to.
Is it just me, but when you're playing Fortune, you get these crazy shops that make you want to win streak, and you can't? Is that just me every time I play Fortune? Okay, I got it.
Could just be the EMEA luck right here. The 3 loss streak, I think, gives him a lot of chances to go for more, but it's going to really depend on his second roll. If that roll is too high, then it could make him very difficult to get off that bus.
Items are looking really good for a potential Kaisa game, as you mentioned. You have What Doesn't Kill You as well. You have the Last Whisper Slammable. You have the Stone Play for the Galio. Except for that broken streak, everything's looking really good for Wet Jungler for the game. He needs to play considering his point total.
Yeah, and he does have 4 fortune already, so all he needs is a Zoe to get that 5 fortune, and he could go for those very deep, even stage 4 streaks. A lot of times when you start 7 streaking on stage 3, you can still hit that 50.
And we look here at Canbiz, able to 4 streak, not able to get the full 5 streak, but he's got 5 Ink Shadow pumping up in. He's got Sniper as well as Ink Shadow. We've seen that Ink Shadow plus Ash combination before. I think this is another spot that could potentially be very strong for Canbiz.
I was talking about this on the analyst desk. He has the perfect 2 starting tattoos here in the protection and also on the Toxin. Great combination between tankiness, utility, and with the 4 Sniper in on, I think, a level 7, he's able to win streak the entire stage 3.
Might be looking at a contest, though, facing another Sniper plus 1 player off of the Sentinel. Curious to see which player decides to maybe reroll Senna, which player decides to just go level 4 or level 8 rather and play for 4 cost. Canbiz is a player who played no reroll whatsoever yesterday, only 4 cost comps with 4 Reapers, a Lily, and a Kaisa, so no Snipers yet as well.
Prismatics to add on to this.
Want more spice? You got it.
Looking around, I see Fortune Crown for Wet Jungler if he wants to go crazy on this one.
I don't think he's
would
really
the other
pick,
2 augments, and he's sitting on it.
Be reasonable. It should be new recruit. Wait a minute.
He took it.
He took it.
He took it. That's a Fortune Crown for Wet Jungler.
A playful smirk on his face, so maybe expected.
Honestly, I'm excited about it though. I want to just see like how deep this can go. He got the extra HP from Ari's Kiss. The fact that his streak was broken definitely hurts this a little bit, but 5 Fortune, as you said, you can get some pretty deep rolls.
Bintum, Bruiser +1, already having a Bruiser on the Sentinel.
Oh, this
Curious
is
to see where Bintum is going to be taking this, if he might be going for a vertical Bruiser instead of just a more generic Kaisa trick shot.
And I do want to point out that the Exalted is actually very good for the Bruiser line. In APAC, we've actually mainly seen Kane Bruiser kind of pop off in Stage 4. You also have Soraka that works really well with losing HP, and also Tom Kench. So it's a great setup, and Bintum also really likes to lean into those Exalted.
Even as a tempo Exalted setup, until you get to the real 5-cost carry, Soraka is a very, usual stepping stone when it comes to the AP items.
Looking around the rest of the lobby, we are seeing a lot of just Jeweled Lotus pickups. I also want to just point out Tianlong, also on the full loss streak, 7 streaking, but he put Fortune in late after Stage 2 while still already on a loss streak. So probably just going to be a very small cash out, but that's also something that Wet Jungler has to watch out for if he rotates back into Tianlong's pool.
And there's a couple good loss streaks here that you could look for. If you get the 15, that's 2 item components. Really worthwhile, especially with the Ari Kiss. And if you get the 20, I believe there's a chance for the Artifact, which you could high roll into something very good.
Curious to see if Tianlong takes this into Lilia with a Mythic +1, with the Jeweled Lotus 3 especially, just one of the best augments in general for Lilia. In this meta, particularly because you need that burst up against those Reaper comps that are so explosive in the damage they deal.
Rotates into Bintum here. It's going to be a massive hit. Bintum level 7 on 3-3, still carrying 30 gold. His board is insanely strong. I mean, of any player to play with this many emblems, Bintum, based on the 6 unique comps yesterday, the very unique paths he took to get to different places, kind of the perfect player to be carrying 6 different emblems.
And if we just saw his board, he's the only one to push to level 7, get that 6 Bruiser in early, and continue his win streak. What he loves to do. Wow, there are so many spats.
Tianlong grabs one.
I think Ahao has to be salivating at this one because he's playing the composition that uses the spats the most in the Dryad and the Fortune.
Tianlong can potentially go into 2 Mythic emblems, and this could be a 10 Mythic game if you reach level 10, of course. Maybe a little bit unlikely.
Yeah, all the spatches taken before Ahao is able to get a chance to get out there and grab one. As you said, definitely the person who can slam them the easiest, but we'll have to see who else can find a way to utilize that. Storyweaver is another one that we can see Lucas finding the vertical very easily with that extra Storyweaver spat.
He cashed out?
Cashed out.
Aw, he picked Fortune Crest and cashed out here?
Surprising.
Yeah, I thought he was
Kaisa
going to
already
go for the
has a
big
triple
one.
item Kaisa, maybe deciding, hey, I don't want to lose more HP. I have the chance to still play 5 Fortune with a stronger setup and maybe even, have much smaller losses potentially or just wins outright.
I mean, is he just looking for 7 Fortune towards like
Could be, yeah.
Stage 4? Just look for that Annie and at
Maybe
that
save
point,
HP and then have a much bigger cash out later on.
I will say that this is probably the most reasonable line, but I really wanted to see a streamer pop off game, so I was a little bit disappointed.
You wanted the YouTuber and got instead a professional player doing really good TFT things? Yeah.
Because he still is going to lose streak here. Of course, he is rotating into Bintum, unfortunately. So, he might have wanted to see the other role.
Potentially saw his player pool and understood that he was going to be taking way too much damage these last 2 rounds.
Yeah, and Tianlong just going to cash that at 16, as you expected. Gets the TG and a little bit of gold. It's a lot of health to pay for that, but it's still a very good roll and going to still be able to try and turn things around and start finding the win streak from here. Definitely looks like a Mythic setup.
And this is what Panda was talking about. You can actually hit 10 Mythic on level 9 here, and that is a massive win-out condition as well.
The hard part is, of course, making it to that level without dying in the process when you are really relying on this massive win-out.
Can he get 2 Aries? Is that possible?
Just a little more health. Come on, just a little bit more. Silver last. get Tiny Titans. Try and find a way out. We are going to see the Galio is going to be very tanky right here. Good rolls on the TG. It's going to buy a lot of space.
I want to actually point that out. That's a great call because the only way you can get a silver augment is if it starts with gold and then prismatic. So that was actually a very genius call out.
Look at the HP totals. A massive gap already opening up between, who would have thought, the 3 Fortune players, the 3 open forwarders, Lucas, Wet Jungler, and Tianlong, and then 75 for the 5th place position in Ning Li. And some players like Bintum doing the dish soap. Still have not lost. The perfect player for the start of this day one. And Bintum yesterday, I mentioned it, looked like he had very hard games and still produced very good results. He was always 7th or 8th coming to stage 4. Today's the opposite. He's already looking like he's smurfing the lobby, so I wonder what, peak Bintum will reach throughout this day.
I mean, level 7, 70 gold on the Wolves here. I mean, Bintum massively ahead of the lobby. His econ is insane.
Perfect item.
The lobby is definitely going to be shuddering.
Yeah, this is definitely a dish soap type of game. I'll just leave it at that.
Yeah.
He plays Bruiser, gets the Exalted, Drek gets to the TG, and also the mana generation item he wants to look for as he's going to roll into the Mythic as well.
We got 2 spats on the bench here for Tianlong. You were saying looking for the Mythic to try and get that online, but also potential of just going for a Tactician's Crown.
Yeah, he has only 31 HP here, so I think there's a high possibility he just slams it and tries to stabilize.
No Lilia whatsoever is a little bit worrying. Down to 3 gold. Lots of gold on the bench still, but unfortunately, the roll down not maybe fast enough. Still has to make all of these items, decide where he's going, and as you mentioned, little HP to work with.
Yeah, it kind of feels like Tactician's Crown and just try and stabilize a little bit harder. Makes the most sense. Try and grab onto a couple extra placements.
Another player who's playing with very high HP is going to be Aha. We saw him at, I believe, 100 HP before going into this stage here. And, he hasn't rolled down, so he's waiting for everyone to kind of filter out the pool for him. Only person going into that line. He should have a very high cap.
And looks like the divide between the snipers has come into fruition. Ningli going to be re-rolling Deshen into Senna, and Canvas sticking to the Ash line. Still an Ash 1, but he's very healthy still at this point in time.
We got golds. We have another emblem offered for Bintum if he didn't have enough of them yet, so he could go towards that Ink Shadow. Get around to see anything else that we have standing out for you guys.
So we have Lucky Ricochet that could stabilize Wet Jungler right away. He's going for even more cash outs. And I was looking at Tianlong's board as well because he's very, very low HP at the moment. Doesn't really find a big hit. He really wanted something like Stand United, is going to settle for Cybernetic Uplink.
Magic Wand for Ahau as well to work with the fully AP comp with the Syndra potentially coming online soon. And Bintum had the choice for Ascension will be the pickup, so really going to hope to stall out fights with a massive Bruiser front line and allow the chance to get scaling from all over the place. From the Rage Blade, from the Ascension as well.
Bintum had a very pretty trait web if we got a chance to see it. There's a lot going on there, even as Exalted online, but on the other side here, Ningli, one of our points leaders coming into the day, also has a Tactician's Crown slammed onto this board and a Wukong to go alongside his Heavenly Emblem that he's got on his Sentinel.
So it does seem that he's aiming more for the just the pure 6 sniper line. I don't believe he's popped his reinforcements just yet. Is going to hold on and wait for that Ash.
Hasn't really a pair. Thinking about it, but sells it off in the end. It looks like it's not going to be the reroll in the end. It was just still item holding. Kane 2 being offered, so as you mentioned, reinforcements still up.
There's Ash.
Ready to go. Ash is found. Is Canvas in trouble because of this? Wet Jungler finds a Kaiser 2, a big stability point considering he still has that Fortune online.
Yeah, 30 already on that cash out, and it's about to pop, so going to be a big cash out for Wet Jungler, and
Handshakes
still starting to save
all
lives.
around for Canvas and Ningli. Both have found the Ash 2. No reason for more battles between EMEA against everyone else.
I think this is the strongest board that we have seen so far. If Bintum runs into him, this should be able to break his win streak. But Ningli is going to get a taste of it first.
Yeah, Ningli going to run into the other snipers, but I think Canvas, as you said, just the better version right now. Plus the Ash having all this itemization ready to go. So much damage coming out of the 6 snipers, and not as big of a loss as I thought it could have been for Ningli there. Only 3 units. It definitely felt like it could have been a lot worse.
Especially considering the last augment where reinforcements, you're kind of just catching up, you're kind of just trying to stay alive. It is just, oh, let me top 4, let me top 5. There's a big point lead for Ningli coming into this game, so that makes sense. His playstyle will be much safer, but he has a way lower cap overall compared to Canvas.
Yeah, I want to call it quickly. Wet Jungler actually won that fight, so it will reduce the cash out just a little bit, not actually being able to full loss streak on that cash out, so we'll see how big it ends up being.
Syndra stolen from Wet Jungler, not there for Ahau. Ahau looks a little confused, a little dizzy coming to the character. Like, wait, where's my Syndra? I thought no one wanted this unit. This unit sucks.
Actually, it is one of the better win-out conditions if you go to Stage 6, Stage 7, and this is also a very slow lobby in general. So I think Ahau's on a great line, and he's also in need of those points right here.
Yeah, slow lobby, scaling lobby, everyone just getting these most insane boards imaginable. Definitely going to have some boards that feel like they shouldn't have lost losing in this circumstance, and actually not losing from the Fortune because this is 7 Fortune online.
I'm excited for the way Jungler has played this game. I think he's really not leaned all into the YouTuber persona. I think he's really min-maxed every round he had to coming into this game plan. He's had the bigger picture in mind all throughout. Double, a player we haven't talked about too much, has a lot of very strong augments for this duelist setup. The Keepers, the Unified, has a Freaky Friday, which you saw pop off yesterday in so many games. Still missing a few key upgrades.
And we'll see if the Kiana is enough to deal with Canbiz, because Canbiz having the 5 Ink Shadow 6 snipers. We see if the Lee Sin gets to the Ashe, but it is just a Lee Sin 1. Is doing a decent amount of damage. It does feel like it's doing enough, even though the Kiana goes down. And the Duelist still able to take out Canbiz, even though that sniper ward is so good.
I have to say, this has to be hand-picked augments coming in from Double 61. Both defensive ones, united resistances here. And we're going to look at the cash out from Wet Jungler. The 50 cash out.
Ooh, that's a lot of gold. Does he consider going into more of a legendary suit setup? Double duplicator as well. Could this be the game that we see a 3-star 5 cost for anyone who went a little bit wild in their pick'ems and put 1 3-star 5 cost?
I mean, it definitely feels like it could be the case, right? 7 Fortune is certainly a condition to get there, but it seems like Wet Jungler might be playing a bit more conservative, a little bit less for the YouTuber.
22 HP though. Has to play safe from now on, considering he does have to have some amount of risk. He's at 23 points. We talked about Tech Summers being the only one to mount that amount of a comeback, and it was mostly on Laser Core Warwick being very strong and uncontested throughout that run.
Yeah, so we've already cut down to 4 Fortune here, not even getting the extra heal anymore. Definitely not playing the 7, right, as we do get this Aurelia 2 onto the board. But frontline, still not fully there, right? It's just the Annie and the Silas. A lot of damage available, but the Caitlyn takes out Wet Jungler's carry, and he's going to go down to 1 life.
Canbiz and Wet Jungler are just a few feet away from each other, both on Carmine Core, with Wet Jungler just recently being added a month ago for the EWC coming up in August, so that must have hurt. The betrayal at 2, Canbiz.
We were talking about Canbiz was the strongest board that stage. It's really unfortunate for Wet Jungler to roll into him, and now he has to transition into a more traditional 4-bruiser line, with the Galio being pretty heavily contested.
Will be level 9 coming up.
Yeah, he's got a lot of gold for it. Level 9. Still looking for more frontline. As you said, the Galio's contested. That's kind of the other angle that he wants to go towards with these 4 bruisers. But maybe even just finding further backline he can get there. Also, he still has a duplicator, so even just pairing the Galio might be enough, because he can still try and beef that up.
A big level coming in. Dragon Lord could come online level 9. He does have it off of the... Yeah, just Zaya being online.
He's an Udyr.
Ink Shadow as well. Protection.
Where's that Sivir? Where's that Sivir? Come on. Sivir? Okay, he has the Bard, so he's safe.
Yeah, there's Bard. Play the 4-trick shot. Frontline still not fully there, but at least the damage from the trick shot should be good, but he takes it out. Not playing
duplicator.
Oh my god, this could be crucial. He's on 10 HP at 1 life, and he is facing Binton, one of the strongest players, who has rolled a lot of his gold, down to 20 gold, so he has used all
Aatrox got to the back line. Aatrox just killed
out the
Kaisa, and he's now on the Aurelia. No, the Aatrox with the Force Tattoo flanking into the backline, and Wet Jungler is going to take an 8th.
Did you guys see that? Right before the fight, he tried to duplicate the Udyr, and it didn't go on the board. Missed out right there. He had the highest cap for sure, but what a heartbreaking loss for Wet Jungler.
In the classic situation where, because you're so busy rolling down and trying to optimize your board, you don't have time to position, you don't have time to scout who you are facing. And Aatrox, we saw him being a surprise carry and standout throughout stage 3 and 4 yesterday, but at this point in stage 5, in a crucial loss, that has to really sting. A lot went wrong for Wet Jungler, despite, I think, a very solid game plan overall.
An underutilized tattoo, an underutilized carry, Aatrox sneaking in the back with force, getting it done. Now we're on board. Ning Lee's found the Amumu 3, so the front line should be stabilized. But on the other side, there is a way to go alongside this Morgana carry. And yeah, there's just not enough damage from Ning Lee. The augments, 2 econ augments, just not enough to keep up in this lobby anymore.
This has to be the worst matchup for him. There's a fully itemized Morgana right there, Lilia in the right position. The good thing for both our sniper players is I believe they started to find their Guinsoo Rage Blades, so they can correctly itemize for carries.
The top 4 really separating an HP gap from Double to Lucas and a win streak gap obviously from Tianlong, indicating he is maybe the strongest player coming into this stage 5 with a very, very strong setup. Lucas's last few rolls trying to find any kind of upgrade to keep him alive. This is a player who's on 16 points, needs a Herculean comeback in this day 2 to try and make it.
And I have the script for you in the next carousel, another +1 for Story Weaver, and we could get 10 Story Weaver on 9.
Yeah, that would be big, but he still has to find an Aurelia, so it needs to be Story Weaver Crest or Spat on an Aurelia.
Trust. Brasilia,
and then he gets there.
Brazil is finally going to make finals after Season 3. Here we go.
All right, well, we have Ningli on the right side here going up against Bintum. This board seems to have come together. A lot of the 2-star legendaries coming through for Bintum and all the traits with the 8 bruisers making it happen, and Ahawe going to fall to Canbiz, who we've seen doing so much damage with the snipers. Bintum also going to take down Ningli, so we're going to have to see which one of them able to hold on to enough HP and scrounge an extra placement.
A tough round for any of our CN viewers. Ningli and Aha both taken down in 6th and 7th position. Ningli 6th in the end, so a few more points giving to one of the leaders coming into this game, number 7. And for Tianlong, now the last hope for CN, and at the very least, 8 win streak dominating this late game.
Double able to steal away the Galio from Lucas. I think he needed that to actually get the 2-star. I don't know that he was on that just yet.
It's very unfortunate out for Aha, did not manage to find the Azir in the end, so wasn't able to capitalize off of his emblem into that 6th Dryad. And Ningli, unfortunately, was also contested.
And now on board with Tianlong, was on an 8-win streak, playing around the Sage Lilia. Ended up using this mythic, played that early Fortune, lost streak, made a ton of gold, and he stabilized on 8, should be able to move towards 9, but he was also able to find the Hui on 8 and upgrade it.
I was still hoping for the 10 Mythic. I was trying to count the Mythic. And then I see the Tactician's Crown. I'm like, oh, wait, never mind.
Yeah,
I got baited.
I saw your finger moving across the screen and the tear there, right?
Let me make fun of myself. But
I'm sorry.
Double down. Here we go. As we got Lucas going up against that board from Tianlong. This might be the end for Lucas to see if the Kale can output enough damage. But just all the AoE coming through is going to make it very tough. The front line collapses, but there's still a Nautilus remaining. And that's going to be a big hit onto Lucas.
Still alive.
He lives. He holds on a little bit more. Not quite going to go out in 5th, and maybe he can hold on for one more placement.
Huge HP difference between 5th and 4th, though, so still 26 to make up. And if you look at Double's board, it is one of the, it's the least surprising board, but definitely has a high cap as well with the 8 duelists potentially online. Can he find the Aurelia? Oh, he's already got that in.
Yeah, I mean, the big thing with Double, as you said earlier, it's the augments. I mean, look at this. Keepers with Unified, having the Freaky Friday, 8 Duelist, 2 Heavenly online here. And we thought, with the Ink Shadow, he might go towards that direction. He even puts that in just for one of the tattoos, but ends up going the Duelist line instead, recognizing it would be less contested.
And for the Duelist, the most important thing is just those defensive stats. It's not really like Reaper where you can take things off the board. You are playing front to back. So we'll see if he can make it here.
Watch out for this tattoo, of course. Udyr as well, disrupting the left side. The right side carries completely untouched for now. Aatrox, the Menace, being taken down. That's one carry out of the way. The kill and the Soraka, though, trying to deal with this Udyr. He's still alive. He's still Tiger Striking his way to victory, but I think it's going to be enough for Lucas to stay alive. Playing spoiler now, trying to claw his way back into the top 4.
Lucas and Double both finding wins, however, and it's not what Lucas wants to see. He needs Double to start taking some big losses if he's going to try and climb past. Being at 2 life, he has to continue to dodge Tianlong because I don't think that matchup is doable.
And we just saw Canbiz take another loss from Tianlong, I believe. A bad matchup coming in from the Hui and the Lilia, focusing on the backline. If you look at his board, he does have some regeneration from the Martyr, but it's not enough against these very high-capped Mythic or Bruiser boards just yet.
And overall, this game, due to the Sentinels, a unique experience. No Reapers whatsoever being played. It's only the Duelists, masquerading as a Reaper, a melee Bruiser comp for Double here with, very similar augments that you would pick on Reapers regardless.
I mean, with all these spatulas as well, just all these additional emblems popping up, it has been, as you said, a very unique experience.
It's a little surprising, though. Sometimes players are like, you know what? I'm going to ignore my Sentinels. I'm going to play Reapers anyway.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. And the fact that we got absolutely 0 of them, no Reapers popped up on any of the Sentinels does make a big difference. End up seeing Lucas pick up a TG. I think that's probably one of the best things that you can find off of this, just getting another fully itemized carry. So everybody's just getting those last little bits of power, having to spend everything to make up. But even though we did have just such a big collapse between the HPs, and there's still a lot of life left, as Double rotates into Lucas and has the Kiana on the side to try and get
into the clump in
Kale.
time? Can the burst?
Oh, the Kiana's gone!
If she wasn't able to one-shot, the Kiana could have wrapped directly for the Kale before the second cast. It won't be the case, and now the fight completely turns in favor of Lucas. The Kale continuing to deal with targets one by one, and Lucas, despite Kale being taken down, stays alive and chunks one of the KC cousins down to 12 HP.
Exactly what Lucas needed to deal a ton of damage to Double, and now Double on a single life if Lucas can hang on.
That was so smart from Lucas right there. There was 2 players that attacked the largest clump in Morgana and the Hui, but last second he moved his Kale to target the front line of these duelists that do not have Edge of Night. They don't have a way to prevent the burst damage from finishing them off.
The last rolls coming in for Double, trying to find just the Tristan at 2, it looks like. Didn't have enough gold to make it to 9. Understands he's on 1 life. Understands the lobby is looking really strong leading up to this next round.
Finds the unit, but not enough gold to actually get there. Last minute swap onto the left side, going up against Bintum. It's going to be on the wrong side to try and get onto Aurelia, but maybe he can get that Kiana to wrap onto Hui. Canbiz versus Lucas on the left side of our screen as well. Waiting for that big Kale cast to get through the front line. Gets stuck on a single target instead. Might not be enough. One more cast comes through, but Lucas goes down.
Kiana's still alive. She's on the back line now. She's going on to the Hui. The Hui can't cast a second cast in time. Kiana cleaning up. Can she clean up the Aurelia as well? It's going to be a very close fight in the end. The front line is still alive, but that should be enough. The Rakan has bought enough time, and Double is taken down from 12 HP to 0.
But he had a lot more health to spare, and he took a smaller loss. Double should be finishing in 4th, Lucas in 5th here. And now Bintum, Canbiz, and Tianlong, the last remaining players.
All 3 of these players still have 2 lives to play with, so that means Bintum is going to get that Aurelia 2, a huge upgrade for his board. And we have to remember, he is playing with Ascension and Exalted, so extremely difficult. You have to end this fight early, or Bintum will take it.
And Tianlong coming into this game with 24 points. This is the kind of win that gives you so much momentum. He's the one who picked up the Sentinel's portal. He's the one on a 12-win streak dominating this lobby.
And there we go, we're jumping into one of the final fights of this game. They've all held on to a decent amount of HP, so no one should die immediately, but Canbiz versus the Lilia. Look at the angle Lilia has, already hitting onto the Ashe. Takes her out immediately, and Canbiz gonna take a massive hit here, all the way down to a single life. He still had a big enough buffer, but that is not a good look for Canbiz going up against all that AoE.
Last carousel of the game. Let's see if there's anything that can change the outcomes massively. No emblems that are going to be particularly useful to them.
Porcelain for Canbiz.
Looks like there's no possibility or project for an Ashe 3. The Ashe not picked up here, potentially not being held by Canbiz, knowing that this was a pretty tough lobby. He had to use all that gold as effectively as possible to strengthen his board. The last item on Hui going to be so impactful. The Aurelia upgrade as well. Bintum coming back into potentially the chance to contest Tianlong on this 13-win streak. Pretty incredible with how strong these boards have seemed throughout this entire game.
The front line's just unable to be taken out, and if you look at Tahm Kench, he wants to win. He's bringing some good fights, good items to the fight. I think the win condition for Tianlong is just to wipe the back line for both of these players and then slowly deal with the front. So we'll see how he positions this Lilia, and if the Rakan can actually get the damage reduction off.
Lilia does have the same position to try and hit on to this Hui, but not going to start casting there immediately. Has to break through this front line just a little bit first. Dealing a lot of damage, though, to Bintum. Feels like no one can contest Tianlong, even though we have this Rakan trying to do some work. The Lilia and Hui are untouched. Tianlong takes that down, but Canbiz, trying to stay alive, does not get it done. Canbiz will take the 3rd. Bintum loses to Tianlong, and it looks like Tianlong is running away with this.
We are going into the final fights here. There's very little HP left, and what we just saw was just the firepower coming out from the side of Tianlong. It is enough to just take out the back line, and I wonder how Bintum is going to try and position this. Ideally, he needs some of this assassin power coming in from the Rakan or the Sylas to find a way to get that damage reduction out or to get that focus fire in.
Watch the attack speed on this dummy. Going to go absolutely crazy. Could be the deciding factor on this last fight. Or it could just be the Lilia orbs alongside the Hui, alongside the Morgana. The backline damage is going to be so big on the Hui and the Aurelia on Bintum's side. Can the Cruisers hold on for long enough?
It's not looking good, but we do have another cast from the Hui on Bintum's side. The Aurelia trying to get the damage through. Ascension finally procs as Aurelia is going to cast. Gets a lot of damage out, but it is not enough. And Tianlong going to be able to pick up this win on a 14 win streak after the fortune and loss streak early game.
Congratulations to Tianlong. That was a beautifully played game. He started off with a big loss streak, saved the lobby by keeping Wet Jungler down.
That's true.
And then pivoted into Fortune himself with enough items. I honestly felt his stage 4, level 8 spot wasn't looking so hot, but he actually managed to roll the Morgana and Lilia much faster than the rest of the lobby.
And alongside White Jungler, the two players who dodged that YouTuber angle instead went for the Tacticians crown, the immediate power in stage 4 to stay healthy, not going for the crazy 10 mythic line, still wins the lobby anyway. And again, reminder, he's the one who picked up the Sentinels portal alongside Ahau, and it panned out. It worked out for him. Maybe he has just more experience playing with all these different trade combinations. Definitely seemed to be in a comfortable spot the entirety of that game.
Yeah, and alongside him, I mean, Bintum getting another second place here. He had the huge lead in the early stages, but just seeing him utilize traits from his Sentinel, using traits from the Wandering Trainer, using the emblem he got, he ended up with just everything being used on the board. It was really cool to watch, and hopefully we'll get to see, maybe our analyst desk break that down more. We're gonna head to a break, but when we return, more of the Inkborn Fables Tactician's Crown. Don't go anywhere. Aatrox just killed the Kaisa, and he's now on the Aurelia. No, the Aatrox with the Force Tattoo flanking into the backline, and Wet Jungler is finally procs as Aurelia is going to cast. It's a lot of damage out, but it is not enough, and Tianlong going to be able to pick up this win on a 14 win streak.
Wow, what a game number 7 that we had to kick off day 2 of the Inkborn Fables Tactician's Crown. We got a chance to see Wandering Sentinels yesterday, and honestly, I didn't think we would see it again.
I mean, Tianlong one-manning this lobby and then also taking it home with a 14 win streak. This is his lobby. We're just all living in it at this point, right? And what a comp going for that mythic board. We've been kind of doubting the Lilia. You know, Nekra was saying to you, I think Tidal was right. She's fraudulent. She's not all what players are making her out to be. But seems like Tianlong has a different opinion about that.
I think one of the things that we've been focusing on this weekend as a whole, one of the themes has been lines being enabled by specific conditions. And what a time to see a condition open than having 3 emblems on your board at the very start. One of the things that stood out to me, however, was in this mid-game, we saw multiple players utilizing Exalted, where normally, you had this Exalted setup of Senna, TK, Soraka, Kayn, Orin. Those units are difficult to all put together. But Bintum in particular, and Eoso Lucas as well, because they had this wide breadth of emblems on their board, it enabled them to freely utilize these Exalted units on their board to not just stabilize their mid-game, but to ladder, especially Bintum, for instance, into that level 9 high cap board.
Yeah, totally. Bintum with the Brawlers had a possibility of going for several stages and using several carries. Normally you use Irelia with the emblem, but then he went out to play the wave because he had the 3 mythics enabled, so it's actually great to see. And then I want to shout out also Cambis that had a tough loss in the mid game, but then he played using the 3 emblems from the start. So having already the plan when you know these Wanderer trainers will come, it's perfect because he used a sniper, he used in Shadow, he was able to use Invoker again to generate mana. It was perfect from him. I gave him the tempo for a top 3.
I think what was really incredible about this game, though, too, is that we had all of these emblems, but I think there was also a lot of Ink Shadow that ended up getting played in this game in particular. And usually when we get a chance to see this Ink Shadow, it's always the vertical that ends up being super strong, or it ends up actually being something kind of like just getting a couple of those tattoos online that really start to open things up. So let's break that down a little bit further. We do have a tactical breakdown presented by HyperX, and Gangly's going to walk us through how Bintum was able to get it done.
All right, yes, it was pretty cool. I mean, there was a moment that stood out to me, I think, especially from that game, and it happened right after the cash out from our EMEA resident Wet Jungler. So let's take a look. I'm going to stop right here because right off the bat, there's a couple things to take stock of, right? So Wet Jungler has this board, and you can see very clearly he's leaning toward the right? He's got his Kai'Sa, he's got his Irelia focused on this side of the board, right? He wants to protect that, and it's reflected even in the way that his front line is set up. He's got his Galio here, his Sylas here, and then this weak point. Now, we talked with Hupe earlier about the abrazo, right? What happens when that front line falls early and is not protecting the back line? Let's take a look when the fight starts, right? Because on the other end, Bintum has right here, oh my goodness, right off the start, this Aatrox coming from the back line, sprinting 100-meter dash with a Tattoo of Force, the Bloodthirster and the Crown Guard through this weak point of the Riven. And this, you'll see, has drastic implications of what happens on the rest of the fight, because as it plays out, the Sylas dashes over here, it's completely exposed, there's no more frontline, and the Aatrox freely moves into the backline of Wet Jungler right after the Irelia is going to fall. And at that point, it's curtains for Wet Jungler. You can see it. Oh my goodness, the reaction from Wet Jungler. He knows he messed up. He was not able to freely protect or completely protect his units. And for that reason, his backline fell. Fight was over. And so I think there's 2 things that really stand out to me about this. The first of which being that you have to protect your backliners from the wrap, the abrazo, right? But more so than that,
that was an Italian abrazo.
But on top of that, it's utilization of these 2-cost units, right? The Tattoo of Force on the Aatrox, you know he wants it on the Udyr later on, but you can still find value in the mid game to swing those fights even when your opponent's very strong.
Yeah, we always talk about the reroll of these 2 costs, but also 2-star. They're also amazing. They are able to perform, and this Aatrox is not the first time we see him. He's already performed. Even in 3-star, you only give him a Thieves Gloves, and you have the possibility of making it out.
Well, now 7 games have been completed out of the 12 we're going to see in this group stage. So let's take a look at these standings, because this is where, at the beginning of the day, we did have a little bit of hope, but after the 7th game,
Yeah, I mean, this is where the cookie crumbles. The players that you're looking at the bottom of the standings, they needed basically all of them first places to change that trajectory, to maybe throw a curveball, climb their way back up. But now, as you said so beautifully, the curtain has closed. It is over and done with. They're going to be playing for those placements now.
Yeah, now we see Tianlong and Just Latte doing exactly what they needed to.
Right.
These 2 first places enabled them to be in 18 and 16, and now with the chance, with 5 more games left, to actually have a chance and a real chance to go to day 3.
This is that middle of the pack where, you only have 5 games left, but you truly are in complete control of your fate. Everyone's looking at me for a second. You do see Pokkygum falling a little bit there, but it's not just him, right?
It's
Sox and
Kade,
Kade.
Lisao, 3 players that started in the top 8, dropped low. 8th places, 7th places. That's not good.
No, but on the flip side of things, now you take a look at this top 4, APAC, also 4 players within this top 8.
You meant to say EMEA, right?
No, actually, I see 2. That's still
It's
something.
probably a visual
That's
bug, and
more than it was
after
yesterday.
next round, it'll be fixed, I'm sure. Don't worry about it.
Hey, but at the top of them all, Dish Soap continuing to maintain that points lead and just doing it strong there for the Americas. But we've got our casters ready to go here for the 8th game of this group stage. So let's go ahead and kick it back over to Casanova, Panda, and Clement.
All right, thanks, Necra. Well, your boys are back. EMEA climbing
My boys are
the
back.
standings.
Your boys are back. You guys don't want to see what we just danced here while we saw the standings.
Standings pop up. They're just
still
jamming.
pulling down the fort at the top, but Kubikson off of that first place coming back. The prodigy child, only 17 years of age, coming into this world's debut, but has already done so much in the EMEA.
I just want to say all of the APAC players that Gangly put in Tier D are now in the top 8. What's up with that, Gangly? What's up with that?
The whole time Gangly has been, he's been hating on EMEA, and they're definitely climbing back up. I'm usually the resident EMEA hater on the desk, but
I think there's a few more. A few more on the player side as well, but we can take those. We're just that strong mentally.
Well, with this game coming in, Kubikson is a player I was very excited to watch, and the fact is, he came into today in a tough place, not too far behind, but a little bit behind the bubble, and getting a first has skyrocketed him into the top 8. And this is a player that you've been very hyped on as well. Exciting young talent coming out of Poland.
On the flip side, Sox coming in as one of the highest point leaders coming to this day 2. 8th place start things off, halting that momentum that he had at the end of day 1. And one more thing to talk about is going to be potentially Crab Rave coming online.
Ooh.
Me and Connor were already dancing. Maybe the script is all along. Unfortunately not. Champ Conference still a lot of agency and a lot of, I think, min-maxing to go around in terms of knowing how to tailor for those units.
Yeah, I really like Champion Conference because it showcases the player's skill and it really allows them to play the lines that they want to go for. You can get your desired 2 cost at the start of stage 2.
Yeah, we'll have to see how they try and set these things up. I also want to call it in this lobby. Bapzera, the Brazilian Storm, has returned. 31 points now, definitely within striking distance of making it a huge game in the previous one, being able to find a 3rd, needing to find top 4s throughout the day to secure a spot in the top 8.
Talking about up-and-comers, I think Kubikson and Bapzera, very similar story in terms of these very young, very talented breakout players, at least internationally, coming into this champs and really performing well, above expectations, especially after this first game.
Right, so just get through the first few PvE rounds, then get into that 2-1, start looking, see what augment selection comes through.
One more very unique narrative for this lobby is the fact that 7 of the players coming into this game are debuting really in the international stage, in the big stage where there's more pressure, where there's a higher skill level overall. And one player is returning for the 3rd time, that is Sox. So Sox really digging deep into that father figure, being the veteran, experienced player who maybe has that mental resilience, who has that, despite going 8th, the Brazilians to come into this game and delete this from his mind and go into a game where he feels in control once again.
Well, I guess the 7 kids got a little crazy in the last one. He needed to lay down for a nap, take the 8th place, but we'll see if he can, swing things around in this second game.
And this is the really important part of the game because you can actually tailor your board on the augments before you let the Champions Conference pop out. So we'll have to see if players remember to do that. If we see a board that looks a little bit weird, some people a lot of times do forget about this.
All right, Bobzera able to tailor for Senna, pumping up, get Senna too. Exactly what you're talking about, being executed by our Brazilian representative, Bobzera. Beautiful start.
Lisa Ira too as well on that left side for Sox, potentially going into that story over line for now with just the utility kills. I think we don't maybe see as often compared to the attack speed kill for the Kai'Sa line, and of course the blue kill we've been seeing pop off so often throughout this tournament.
I'm pretty excited for Sox because this looks like a very good Sage Silas start. The build that he pioneered and everyone followed. It's a very good tempo start because it gives you 5 gold in terms of unit cost at the start.
It has to be maybe the most mastermind meta player of the set, pioneering the Silas line and then seeing the stats in that next tournament, the weekend 5.0 in every single region. And Duelist might be going down a similar line because in this lobby, Sox redefined, reimagined Duelist. He went back to the re-roll start we saw at the beginning of the set with Volibear and Tristana. Did really well in the Golden Passion Cup in Americas, the finals that we had last weekend. In this lobby, 10 different games of Duelist were played for these players yesterday. Some players from EMEA, Kubikson, and Solo leaning heavily onto Duelist, playing half of their games yesterday on that line.
Sox Tech historically has been so successful that he's able to psyop people at the championship. People are still going towards his lines no matter what, just because he'll succeed on some of these lines.
Let me just close the point with the top 4 rate of Duelist. It was the 4th most played comp so far at the championship and only has 34% chance of going top 4.
It was played 23 times in total yesterday. Pretty much half of those plays were on just this lobby, just 8 players, so 2 times over the expected play rate, considering this combination of specific players.
Ooh, this is a really good tempo coming in from Arzu here. He can play the Rek'Sai, one of the best one costs, and also has just this, unstable treasure chest that will give you tailored items to the rest of your team.
Yeah, treasure chest pretty insane in the early stage of the game, where just having that many more items is absolutely incredible. So we'll have to see if he can continue that tempo, find the win streak in the early stages.
Clement, there was something you asked for at the start of the game 1 before we started off this day, and that was an augment to the setup we didn't see at all yesterday. Could this be the game we see it?
I think it has to be because they already locked it in. It's built different from Tartman. I really like this augment. It's really blazing up on the ladder right now, probably the best comp you can play. But so far, across the regions, hasn't been doing all that well. Needs you to get a lot of money to fuel that level 8 board. And a lot of times, these players are playing so high tempo, you don't get away with it.
It is, of course, an augment that intrinsically you don't have to play specific traits. You can play really anything you want. But what would you say is the optimal line that Tartman, or optimal units in terms of frontline and backline that Tartman should be playing for?
So I would definitely say that on level 8, you want to play the Ashe. It's usually the most uncontested. And because it gives attack speed, it usually synergizes with Sniper the best. But when you go later on, it's all about that Aurelia 2. If you don't hit the Aurelia 2, then it falls down a pretty big step.
Yeah, the 4-cost soup doesn't kind of get it done as it has in other sets. You actually have to push to those legendaries to, you know, really cap out that top 4, even playing for first. So at least for the early game, though, this should be very good because Tarkman has been able to upgrade his entire board. And so with Built Different, that is just massive for keeping a win streak.
And while we're still on that webcam for Tartman, reminder for anyone that was at TVO that watched Vegas from home, Tartman had one of the most entertaining player cams of anyone in that tournament. Extremely expressive player for the good and for the bad. So keep an eye out on his webcam if he high rolls or low rolls or has some big wins or losses.
I remember a full montage of Tartman reactions.
I wouldn't be surprised. That sounds about right.
100%. All right, we've got the carousel picks here. The Zoe left, looks like no Fortune players this time around. Nobody able to kind of tailor for that anyway from the early start, not finding a 3-cost out of any orbs. So it is just going to be no Fortune coming from the previous game where we saw so much of that loss streak.
There's a couple of things to mention right here. We still have 2 full win streak players in Lee Shao and Tartman. And I do give the slight edge to Lisa right here. It's really hard to beat this perfect synergy board with 6 Kianas.
What?
And looking at the overall big picture meta, we talked about how scary the AP reroll lines, how scary AP is in many ways, how played Lilia has been despite the poor results. This lobby looks very AD-centric. Not a huge surprise considering we talked about the duelist obsession maybe some of these players have. but we're seeing so many different last whisper slams, so many melee and ranged AD carries potentially being built up for that stage 3 and 4.
Yeah, it looks like Arzu's getting a little matchup diffed because his board is pretty solid for finding wins in the early stages, and yet he's taken 2 losses in stage 2, even with that great support start and the 2-star Kindred.
This is week 1 of the set, Darius, coming back, returning to form. Slam any item you want, literally, on him, and he would have carried you through anything.
Premier MVP coming out. Let's see if Li Xiao gets Tartman on his pool. On the other side, Steppy actually broke his losing streak right here, so all clear for Babzera. Overall, this game, it's looking like 3 potential sniper players getting in here.
I think we're understanding why it's a 4-win streak. It's not really just the Darius. There's 2 Kiana's 2 already on this board, putting in so much work.
Oh, and the swap for maximum potential here is getting all of the items down towards the Kiana that has the best wrap potential. Oh, he doesn't. They don't actually face each other.
Tartman.
Start of set, that would have been a huge mistake, but we are in a different patch altogether.
Yeah. Well, Li Xiao is going to get this for sure going up against Babzera, so that's just a free win. But on the other side, Tartman trying to take out Sologasong, who's also on a Kiana. Kiana does wrap for him as well, and it's just up to that Kha'Zix. Looks like Kiana's still able to win for now, and Tartman going to lose out on that win streak.
It's a good sign for Sologasong, but I have to say his record on Duelist so far has not been so hot. He's played 3 games of it, and all of them have gone to a 5th place. Also, additionally, out of the 4 times he's playing it, 3 times he's actually contested, which is why you typically go into the line, because it's uncontested.
I mean, don't kick my man when he's down. If you have 22 points after day 1, most of your stats on comms will not be looking very hot.
That is true. I'm speaking specifically about Duelist. He hasn't had the best luck with it.
Yeah, and it's contested again, right? Very likely going to be another player going into that line. You know, you would think 6 Kianas is going to lead towards wanting to play for the Kiana 3.
And Solo is a player who, just historically, he likes playing narrow coming to tournaments. He likes mastering 3 to 4 meta comps and rotating around these comps, trying to play them when they're uncontested. Yesterday, no difference coming to the big stage. Didn't want to take any big risks. Played 0 games of reroll, played 6 4-cost carries, and only 3 unique comps. So really still staying true to that game plan. Didn't work out too well.
Do you want to know the stats of contested duelists? Do you want to hear them?
Tell me, Clement.
I have no choice. It's a 6.08.
Yeah,
it's a 6.0. It's not looking pretty, but I will say on this map particularly, there's a reason why so many people play it, because you can always find your Aurelia on stage 5.
Good point.
Does make it a lot better.
Yeah, and I mean, it was phenomenal in the Americas, partially just due to Sox, but also the fact that it was being underplayed, right? It was like so many Kane Forcers, and we'd get 1 duelist per lobby, or even sometimes even 0, but when it popped up, it had a good performance. So it makes sense to me. Contested, not going to do nearly as well, especially since a lot of the success came off of 3-starring additional units alongside maybe having the Lee Sin carry.
Taking a look at Tartman's gold right here. He is still on 40 gold, good HP. What we have been seeing is sometimes people will lose streak on the build different and never really come back with enough power. It does require a bit of tempo, I would say, at the highest level to play. So he looks like he's still in a good position.
Prismatics.
We have to look for snipers here because there's 3 players angling for that line. 2 of them are already tied down with the Guinsoo's blade and also built different. So is there any sniper +1? That'd be huge.
Yeah, Sox slam Storyweaver, so we have a Storyweaver +1 going up there. Don't see any sniper +1s that come out yet.
Will be prismatic ticket for Arzu, considering re-rolling, which is something he did not do a lot in EMEA finals. He played heavily into the 4-cost, has an early Syndra for the faded line. Very curious to see where this game plan goes for Arzu. Has rolled down a heavy amount of gold. Didn't buy that Kindred and Dinar there, so I wonder what the game plan will be.
Babzera taking a very long think, ends up going for Ghostly. Could this be like a Ghostly Ashe? We haven't seen that for a very long time with the pumping up.
I have only seen it once or twice before. It has worked out. We have seen Korean players, maybe, probably not Dr. O, but potentially being played. However, I would still angle more towards like the Senna reroll. I think that's kind of the more popular option.
Taking a page out of Bintum's book, we saw yesterday exact same setup on 3-2. 1 main heavy frontline tank, 4 snipers added in for the extra DPS where you need it most.
And we didn't see that many plays out of the Senna reroll. Actually, a surprisingly low number yesterday, but could be a good spot for it this time.
This Morgana Challenger AI, as we can see.
Well, I have to say the snipers did line up for it. All 4 snipers in the corner. A little bit unfortunate that there's a level 6 Morgana on the opposing board.
Now Babzera did end up breaking his streak a little earlier and then starts to lose again, but Kubikson now on a 6 loss streak. Also has a Senna too and is angling towards snipers by playing around this Warden crest, but this is more towards an Ashe than on the other side with Bapzera looking at the Senna.
And this could be some friendly fire on EMEA's side. The Amumu being bought here and played for Kubixen means it's going to be much harder for Arzu, who seems to finally go into the Lux Janna to play for that 3-star Amumu in late stage 4.
Steppy also kind of setting up towards an Ashe. He already has one, but also the Ginsu, the itemization. This looks like it wants to be Ashe Wardens potentially. And, you know, we're seeing a comp that was not contested too heavily being pretty heavily contested in this game.
Yep, Sniper's another one of those compositions that where you really need to hit your 4 costs. If you don't get the Nautilus 2, there's just no way to play stage 4. So it's a hard requirement. We'll see if they actually do tailor correctly for it and try to get those out of the pool.
We actually saw a game in EMEA Finals where 2 players were playing for Ashe, not really a comp you see contested that often in lobbies. And there was a built different player who found an Ashe 2 and made life impossible for both of those Snipers players. I wonder if we see something similar here because Tardamin loves playing Ashe by herself. In this case, he has built different. He could be going for the Ashe as his carry.
Are you ready for the reinforcements to come out? I think this could be a very high value Ashe coming in.
Yeah. Actually a good spot for that augment to be taken. Could see someone end up in that path needing to find these 4 costs. End up in a lobby where everybody was playing a ton of duelists. Everybody's slamming AD. There's a lot of Reapers, a lot of duelists, and instead it's Ashe that ends up being the composition we're seeing the most of.
And Steppy is on a hot streak. He just went second with it in the previous game. It was the same lobby coming in here. On the other hand, for Sox, you know, he tried his hand at the Snipers, went 8th, not touching it again.
Looks like the split will be uncharacteristic. 6 AD players, only 2 AP players. One of them being Sock, as you just mentioned, and the other, of course, being Arzu, who's going to be going to the Lux Janna line with prismatic tickets. Overall, uncontested Lux Janna has been very, very strong. The Amumu will be a tiny bit contested, we talked about. You could have to lean into a different frontline carry instead or split that load between Diana and the Alawi.
Yeah, immediately Alawi is the one kind of being looked for, right? 5 copies already, so looking very good for this reroll. Did roll pretty deep in stage 3 here, but is on 6 Luxes, 5 Alawis, starting to get closer to finding it, and Prismatic Ticket should make sure that that happens.
Arzu has rolled a lot of gold here, 14 rerolls and only 21 gold. I'd say he's actually a little bit behind so far on the tempo, and another big point of worry is if you look at those Amumus, they there's a reason Amumu doesn't get that many friends.
6 of them for Kubixen is going to be very tough for Arzu to find any of Letasa throughout the rest of this game.
If you're noticing a different background for Arzu, he's the only EMEA player who is not at that central hub, that LAN event in Madrid. So missing out on the vibes over there, missing out maybe on that team spirit of EMEA trying to mount a comeback in this day 2.
And I do want to point out, Sologasang on 7 win streak has never lost ever since he found that Radiant Refractor, going for the Bloodthirster onto the Kiana. They're a very strong option. You know, a lot of times people go for raw damage, but the 40% Omnivamp is just massive.
Yeah, but still going to be contested in this duelist line. Viley Sao 1 away from finding this Kiana 3 very early on into the game. Should be able to find it soon. Is level 7 with 40 gold. It's not like he had to roll down very much to find these copies.
Oh, and we do see Sox. He sees this as a nail biter. This is the kind of the, whenever I see his cam, that's usually what he's doing. But he's still going to find the win in the end. The daddy putting all of the newcomers in place.
And 2 players who are definitely on their comp. Solo we talked about on the Duelist line. Li Xiao as well played 2 games of Duelist yesterday out of the 6 total. So players that have had the natural spots to play for, especially Li Xiao, who had, again, so many Kianas early on, that hasn't had to roll at all, hasn't had to stay on stakes, can just move up to level 8 and find a natural last Kiana to play a very high-tempo game where he has so much HP to work with. But Solo especially, is it just me? Have you guys noticed every single game on broadcast, it seems like there's one player with a 10 or a 9.
Oh, yeah, it's crazy.
Every single game.
Every time.
Oh, Prismatic Orbs this time. This is huge.
Oh, my God.
So unlikely.
Oh, wow. I love to see this at the championship. Let's see what he opens here. The Artifact Anvil could be huge.
So many resources as well. The Champion Conference guaranteeing upgrades. The board's going to look so strong coming into Stage 4, especially Stage 5 after the 5.
Oh, no.
Oh, that's a bit of a whiff for this composition. Until he can find the Aurelia, then the Sniper's Focus actually can start to be a very strong item. But until then, he's going to be essentially down that Prismatic.
And everyone's Prismatic will be different, so we're going to have to pay close attention to what everyone's getting here. Tardaman with actually a Mittens is pretty good for the for the Kane he's running right now.
All right, Arzu slams some Morellos, does have the Radiant Static Shiv to go alongside this. Does actually have the Lux 3, so able to hit that, went to 7, rolled down, but not quite able to find the Jannas or
Lux
the Alawi.
up here. The Kane still gets stuck on the Alawi here. Not able to do it in time. The Lux shouldn't be able to miss here. Tardaman taking down the friendly fire once again.
We have to check in on how many copies Arzu is off here. He's already gone to level 7 and, you know, still missing 2 off the Janna.
Gold augments coming in. Seeing a couple of quick picks for these players, but still, you know, you're talking about reinforcements, but I don't know if we saw that come out anywhere.
I love this combination from Tardaman, the build diff into the heavy hitters, utilizing the extra HP from the build diff along with the attack speed you get as well. We saw this, man, I think it might actually be this exact combination of augments from this exact player in the final day of EMEA Finals. So Tardaman in his comfort zone.
That is looking like a scary Kane because he has the extra attack speed, the extra HP, and 2 artifacts on him already. Mittens cannot be chilled, also with the Infinity Force. That's the monster unit to look for in the lobby.
Oh yeah, definitely. Having these 2 Kanes, tons of 80 items together on them. Going to be able to itemize 2 melee carries very easily throughout this game. Probably 2 Kanes might even be ideal later if you can find the 2 stars, but we have to see how this continues to develop.
I love from Tardaman, I think, really a fan of cinema, paying homage to Gladiator 2, which was recently announced. The Kane's definitely going to get down and dirty. The melee bruisers already wrapping to the back line. The Abrazo, as Hupeson mentioned, big win here for Tardaman.
Yeah, Tardaman going to be able to turn that around. Solo Gasong as well found the extended duel, and he's been able to continue that win streak for now up to 10 at this point. So even contested, finding a good spot.
Looks like a lot of these 3-cost front lines are contested. Babzera on the Senna. Only 6 Sennas, but about to hit Ilaoi 3. A very odd turn of events here, and the item as well, Shojin left open.
He wanted to go under the build different and go under Steppy Snipers, but unfortunately not great with the rolls. Already going to level 7, missing out on the extra 10% roll chance for Senna. And it's Kubikson that finds the Amumu 3 in his shop, just lying in wait.
That's a quick pickup.
Once these players hit, some massive spikes coming in after the stage 4 carousel.
Yeah, and Babzera going to run into the build different board, and this does not look pretty close at all. Both the Kanes just ripping through, and Babzera going to have an early exit here.
And we saw the HP difference with heavy hitters and the build diff. The snipe comes in from Caitlyn, barely tickles the Kane despite it being a straight-on shot.
Most of the forecasts on his board aren't even upgraded just yet, so that's terrifying to look at. The 3 big carries that you get in Build Different, the Nautilus there, and the Ornn, and of course the Annie.
So Lucasung finally lost. We got a couple 5 costs on the carousel this time. Wukong and Azir both open. Wukong, definitely the duelist players are going to want to lock that down, and Li Sao is going to be able to get that.
The strategic HP going down 56 first pick compared to Solo Gasong. Kubikson streaking. Going to be, I think, an even more stable win streak after he finds the Amumu. So really just everything looking up and up for the young Polish player who won the last game. Came into this day 2 with very good momentum and is, I think, in a position to top 4 this lobby once again.
Oh, that's just such bad news for Arzu here. He was hard committing to the line. It's very rare to see the sniper actually outroll the reroller in this sense.
Only has 1 though, so still the backline has to, I think, match that Amumu 3.
True.
And Babzera going down would open up Arzu to be able to hit the Alawi, but it looks like he sold off the extra copies of Alawi that he had, probably in order to make some extra money to try and find the Lux, try and find something else while he rolled to 0. So now he's going to have to start all over again, but that unit has been opened up a little bit.
A great support item find coming in from Solegasong. Where are all these high rolls coming for?
And the Kiana stunned as well. So big is positioning, but the Kiana, if she wraps into the Lux in time, looks like it'll be the case.
Kiana cast, though, gets the double on both of the strongest carries for Arzu, and it's up to the Volibear to get things done at the end.
Archangel Volibear,
I've seen it happen. I've seen it happen.
No way. Morgana, you cannot be this much of a fraud. Please, you are a 4-cost carry. You have an item.
Yeah, I think the Alawi is far too tanky.
Not like this.
Not the Archangel's bear.
We're good.
He actually got pretty close there. He took out the Alawi. I thought he might get over there in time.
Morgana beats the fraud allegations. A pivotal moment for this 4-cost carry.
This time.
You're right. This time. I have a feeling next stage is going to happen
No,
again.
maybe not.
Oh, and she gets rewarded. He's saying, good job, Morgana. I'm going to upgrade you. You know what? Job well done.
Morgana 2 far less fraudulent than Morgana 1.
No, don't push it too much.
Maybe not far less.
We have viewers at home who are going to take your word for it, Captain.
They'll be like, oh, Morgana's
We
good.
can't gaslight our viewers.
Yeah.
Still, neither of the two duelist players have found their Lee Sin 2, so we're seeing the lobby slowing down just a little bit. Oh, there we get it finally from Lee Sao.
And Sock still on a 1-star Alawi frontline carry to go alongside this 7 Story Weavers. Really needs to find a big tank to replace that as we see Kale just delete the main carry for Lee Sao. This is a great setup for Sox though. He's so rich. Being able to go to 9 with this comp is so important to actually find the win. You need to find that Aurelia, and you're racing the duelist to get there, and I think Sox is winning the race.
I was going to start feeling bad for Sock for having a Alawi 1 on 4-6, but if he's holding on to 70 gold, that's maybe on him. Perfectly calculates the strength of his board leading into that fight. Barely wins, but it's a win that preserves his HP still, and as you mentioned, going to be able to reach a higher cap thanks to that tiny bit of extra greed.
Oh, Kabukson actually stopped here. It was on a 7-win streak, but not sure who was able to get that one. Looks like his Ash still wasn't completed.
Before you get baited,
look
at the HP totals. Solgasong at 58 first place, Kubi at 41 in 6th, so a very small margin, just one big fight loss could completely flip these standings around.
Yeah, unfortunately Babzera was a bit of the punching bag in this game, and everyone else kind of fallen about even from there.
Another Prismatic Orb? Double Prismatic?
Okay,
what are the
so
chances?
Mortalk has definitely woken up already. Mortalk, please stop pressing the buttons. That's about enough.
I mean, who does this benefit the most? I mean, probably Duelist, I guess.
It's built different.
Built different, that's right.
Double artifact. That one has to be the boogeyman.
All right, you heard it here first. Gladiator 3 coming out soon.
In theaters near you. This summer.
Send the Bard pivot.
Not 1, but 2 Prismatic Orbs.
Do you want to see 3 artifact Kane? I think it's coming because Hartman actually got the artifact again.
Oh, yeah.
Oh.
Here it is. Kubikson now even on set 2
the vow on
at this
set.
point. Able to get double cast. Mana Zane
Really good play there from Kubikson. So impactful as well. The triple cast from the set, doing so much to clean up this fight. The Ashe completely untouched, sniper focus, Rage Blade scaling into what was a very short fight in the end.
That is so cool. We talk about Corrupted Vamp Scepter Gnar. We talk about Wit's End for Bard. But who's talking about Mana Zane's set so that he jumps into the backline and then dunks a backliner?
Okay, Morgana is going to beat the fraud allegations. If this becomes the Morgana 3 and this wins the game for Arzu, we take it all back. She gets a pass for the rest of the
Honestly, I've seen some pretty bad Morgana 3s, so
let the viewers dream, okay?
But you said not to gaslight them.
Don't spoil the surprise.
You said not to gaslight them.
So Legason already on a 4-lose streak, and the big thing here is that it's going to be very hard to get the Aurelia 2 because 3 players already contesting that, and also the build different player 2 is going to be joining in and taking those out of the pool.
Yeah, Aurelia, the most contested unit, the hotness, but Zolgasong at least finds 1 copy already. Everybody racing to find that here.
Nautilus caster so big, if the Lee Sin can clear this front line in time and go onto the Ashe,
does.
be the case, the mana reaves.
One more kick.
Just in
He
time.
gets it.
The Lee Sin cleans up. Radiant Titan's Resolve. Radiant BT allows that Lee Sin
so
to
tanky.
do so much on the right-hand side of that board.
I have to say, in lobbies like this where there's a lot of artifacts and support items given, it typically does favor the drain tanks because not only can they use the damage, they can also use the tankiness to make it harder.
We see this build different board really coming together, a ton of upgrades on all the 4 costs across the board, and we said double melee carry makes a lot of sense. He's going for double Kane, and then from there you just ladder it to a 3-star Kane, especially with the fact that you're taking so many 4 costs out of the pool, it increases your odds to actually find it.
You can see multiple players finding 3-star 4 costs with Champ Conference, the extra resources as well. We're seeing already the projection of Kane, of the Lee Sin, of the Morgana as well for this fight. Kaisa versus Ashe, range 80 carries across the board, EMEA on either side as well. But look at this, Kane, move speed, goes right onto the backline corner. Can he move across all the way to the left? Can he make it to the Ashe in time? The Rage Blade is scaling.
Another cast.
But will it scale fast enough? The set will buy some time. The Ashe is still dealing damage.
So
the
much
Kane
space.
is alive though. Kaisa, can she clean up with Built Different?
The cast from Ashe.
The answer's
It's just
gonna be
enough.
no.
God, you gotta look. That set is so insane with the Mana Zane. It got so much damage. Silas even griefed the initial jump, but it actually put him in a spot to peel for the Ashe throughout the entire fight.
And the Vow plus the Mana Zane, the early disruption of where the front line is for the opponent is actually so pivotal in terms of how the melee units move around as well.
Yeah, you can move your carry back, and suddenly they have to start 3 hexes away, and also take that extra sniper damage.
One more Kayn. Does Tartaman want it? Oh, he doesn't want to play for the Kayn 3. Potentially not on the cards. Looking at the rest of this lobby.
Yeah, Kubikson actually gets to add Umbral in as well. Just grabs the emblem here to pair up with that Kayn.
Okay, I guess, yeah.
He's
playing Ghostly. He can't go for the Ghostly upload. Or else he would have gone for the Kayn, surely. Okay, I got baited for a second. I thought it was Morgana 3, but still we're 2 copies away from the unit that we disrespected. We called her a fraud, and Arjo just said, you know what? Do not disrespect my secondary carry.
Oh, this is...
Oh, there's one more copy. One away.
Just everyone has to start whispering now.
Just be very quiet. She's shy.
Bintum is not in the lobby, thankfully. So EMEA might be safe this time.
Does EMEA ping these things out? Because we do in the
When they notice, sometimes a little bit late.
Should get noticed here. All these Morganas on the bench.
This is good positioning here coming in from Kubikson. He's making sure that the Morgana doesn't target his main carries on the bunch, but he gets hit by the Lux anyway.
The set, we're going to see almost a stag angle. The Ashe is taken down. The set dodges the ult, though. Can the set clean up by himself? The answer looks like it's no. Janna and Lux both left alive. The 2 DPSs are here. Aphelios, you're good, but you're not that good, unfortunately.
He nearly was that good, actually. He was almost
about
him.
to be quiet halfway through that cast.
Yeah, he didn't quite get there, but the Ghostly still making it, so even though he didn't have that many items, able to get a lot of damage through Arzu.
You don't find it yet, and this makes other forecasts to hit so much easier as well. We're seeing there the stat, almost a 4% chance. 2 Morganas left in the pool.
Yeah, Sox was able to actually find an Aurelia as well for his board. In fact, Aurelia 2, and he was able to stabilize and has been winning since then.
I like how he's putting 2 Morganas on the board just to make people...
Advanced rat tactics, baby.
Not notice what's happening
Everybody
right here.
knows. We see everybody come to the board.
Oh, you guys stop whispering. Of course
everyone's
everybody knows.
aware.
We also know that Qiyana and Lee Sin are absolute threats to CN player Lee Sao trying to get a wrap around onto this Aphelios. The Ashe is still very far away from danger, though.
Yeah, really safe with that Eternal Winter front line alongside it with the Alawi, who is going to start tanking up. Should be able to get the stun, but she's going to go down so quickly. Gets 1 stun onto Qiyana. Is that enough time? Looks like it is, as the cast from Ashe will take out the Aurelia. Steppy stays alive a little bit longer, and Lee Sao down to 1 health, 1 life.
Yeah, Lisa low-rolled a little bit coming in onto the stationary support there.
Morgana
Those
3.
2 are not what you're looking for.
Oh, he hits it. He hits it right away.
And as important as this is, I think there's an even more important thing. Look at the standings, guys. Anything you notice? Any kind of trend, upward trend for a specific region?
Does it start with an E, maybe?
I think it might.
Oh.
EMEA, 4 players currently in the top 4 of the HP standings. That being said, the HP differences are not too big. Very condensed. From Arzu, 2nd place with 17, all the way down to Steppy at 5 HP, just 1 life. As we move into stage 6, the unit damage increases for any of these losses.
Okay, and surely Morgana with 2 Radiant items cannot be a fraud. Surely.
She wasn't going to be until you said it. Now the caster curse power overrides the fraud allegations, so suddenly, Casanova, you made it a possibility.
I don't think so.
This is a real cool game for Arzu as well. Someone that started off the day with only 20 points, had an okay result in that Game 7, but needs to come back into it. A player who, following the footsteps of Brix, who all the way back in Set 7 was the first Tunisian player to make it to the international stage.
We're going to start losing players right here. Multiple players on a single life. 4 or 5 of them can go down here. Lee Sao is the unfortunate one who rotates into Arzu. And we'll see, though, the Qiyana is starting to wrap. She can make her way to the back line. It can happen. She gets there already. She's on the Morgana. The Morgana casts away. It's the Qiyana. Morgana down. The biggest fraud in TFT. But Arzu stays alive. He's got another life.
Morgana has 1 more chance to clear her name, to get it passed for not just the day 2, but the day 3 as well, if she's able to clutch up. And that being said, you need to have a longer fight. This Qiyana made it so this fight was 10 seconds long, did not allow the Morgana to get her damage online.
Everyone is under 20 HP right now. It's already stage 6, so that's going to be 12 HP going down. The difference is huge. A lot of it's going to come down to who Arzu picks and about those melee wraps going on.
I was able to champion EMEA for just 1 round.
They're down to the bottom. But Arzu still, decent spot. He has to watch out specifically for Tartman for the wrap coming from the Kayn. doesn't run into him straight away. Instead, this is going to be Kubik-san, potentially even more team kills coming through, as we do have the built diff, dealing so much damage initially. However, got the set, creating a lot of havoc once again using that additional mana generation.
Not just that, but again, moving all the units away from the Ashe doesn't matter. Too much HP to chew through, it looks like. The Ashe is still scaling, the Rage Blade is still stacking, but she's going to be taken down now. Targeted. Kubik-san, despite having a strong board, is taken down. Arzu is also taken down. Morgana
as well.
does not beat the fraud allegations. 2 lost fights in a row with a 3-star 4-cost carry is unheard of, really, when it comes to TFT at this level. And Sox also taken down. What a round, a bloody round right there for 6-2. So many players eliminated.
4 out immediately. Steppy goes down in 7th here. Arzu takes the 6th. Sox in 5th, and then Kubik-san takes the 4th. Now we have Tardaman, Lee Sao, and Solo Gasong remaining.
All of these players are playing melee carries, so that might be what happened against the double Radiant Morgana right there.
What was the stat for contested duelists?
6.0, but...
Well, I think the averages will be going up a tiny bit with Solo and Lu Sao showing us how it's done.
Maybe a big difference being champion conference and then being able to find it right away as we see this fight coming through. Once again, the Kiana 3 doing so much, but the 1-star Lissandra making all the difference. So we've got the other side, Solo Gasong trying to hold on. Looks like he finds the win in that fight. Tardaman gonna hold on as well. Lee Sao goes down, and Amiya 1-2 it looks like for this one. Just for your birthday, David. Amiya 1-2.
Well, I think it's a little bit staggered, but I'll take it all. And all Tardaman making Built Different work. We hadn't seen it until now in the tournament. Clement, you were surprised because of this. It's a very strong augment when it's piloted to perfection, as Tardaman has showcased. And heavy hitters, I love this combination. I love that Tardaman is aware of this. I'm pretty sure Tardaman was the exact player to run this exact augment combination in EMEA Finals Day 3.
One off Ornn for Tardaman. Could potentially find another.
Okay, Ornn 3 is not a fraud. I just want to say that.
No, he is not. He's a beast.
He's not going to give you a 6th place.
Doesn't look like he's going to be able to get there, though, and this should be the last fight between the two, unless Tardaman thinks he needs to sell, and he's not doing it yet, so...
We have to take a look at the Lissandra positioning. Tardaman is trying to defend the Kaisa here, but now actually shifting it away, staggering the positioning here, then moving everything towards the left side.
He defended the Kaisa last time, stopping the Kiana 3 with just this Lissandra 1. Once again, gets it onto some of the carries, but it's not onto the Lee Sin yet. We have to look at Solo Gasong's Lee, see what it can get done.
Hoping the Silas would dash away, drag the Lee Sin alongside with him, buy more time for the Kaisa to do her thing with the Infinity Force as well. The extra items coming in, the slam
the
should come through in time. Kaisa's down.
Oh, the
and
double
Lee
Radiant!
Sin should be able to clear with this item combination in particular. Solo Gasong, a master performance, double Radiant item. Lee Sin's taking a little longer than I expected, but Solo finally clears. The laughs come through, the good vibes for the German player who needed to have good momentum in these first 2 games and has done so, gaining quite a bit of points.
That was such a thrilling last fight. It was a 1v8 and it was really close. You saw most of the duelists being cleared off, but he managed to dodge the Lissandra and clean it out.
And we're seeing there the EMEA hub in Madrid, the players all together in the circular formation trying to fight for that EMEA comeback. What a game. We got to see Built Different finally for the first time as well. So an absolute joy. Only little asterisk the Morgana.
Double prismatic lobby as well. True. Orb lobby. What are the chances of that? Plus a 3-star. You couldn't ask for more.
Absolutely insane. And, you know, we love to see it. Amiya coming back. Solo Gasong, we had some struggles with the duelist yesterday, but still sticking to his guns and find some big success from that. So we're going to kick it over to the analyst desk. We'll go to a short break, but when we return, more of Inkborn Fables Tactician Crown. Don't go anywhere. Make your way to the back line. It can happen. She gets away. She's on the Morgana. The Morgana casts away. It's the Kiana. Morgana. The biggest fraud in TFT.
Double Radiant item. Lee Sin's taking a little longer than I expected, but Solo finally clears. The laughs come through, the good vibes for the German player who needed.
Yeah, are you going to submit those frost changes?
Get into that right now. Huh. I think it might be frozen.
Let me take a look.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Inkborn Fables Tacticians Crown. We are back to break down the 8th game in our group stage. We only got 4 more. But this last one, I think there's a lot that we were talking about backstage. I feel like we should probably mention here to the rest of the class.
Yeah, I mean, kind of right off the bat, the thing that stood out to me was Arzu, right? So he's clearly angling this Lux Janna composition from the very beginning. But stage 3 comes around, and all of a sudden, these Moo-Moos start showing up on everybody else's board. There are 2 Ashe players, which we traditionally have not seen very contested in the tournament.
And also Apsera with Ghostly, so again contesting those units.
So while Lux Janna wasn't contested, the unit within that composition were. And so Arzu's presented with this problem: how do you navigate a reroll composition when your units are being taken by other compositions?
And I thought this was really genius because he goes for that prismatic ticket, is locked into re-rolling,
right.
Says, okay, I know I'm contested. Kubikson has that Moo 3. Babzera is looking for this Alawi 3 as well. He got eliminated in 8th, so that problem kind of solved itself for Arzu at least. But he says, okay, I'll go level. And he does that. He levels up, he slots in this Galio, plays around the Exalted, which is in his favor with being on Luxtier as well as Morgana, then even goes for the Wukong and sees this win condition of a 3-star forecast, right? You're like, oh, you know, a 3-star forecast surely is going to be good enough to give me a first place. He needs those. He was at the bottom of the leaderboard, and then he hits that Morgana 3.
And did nothing.
And after that, I get too angry to talk about because this Morgana 3 was the most fraudulent thing I've seen.
It was so sad because I feel like whenever you see a 3-star forecast, your eyes start lighting up. You're like, oh my god, I hit the jackpot. Like, this is gonna be a win. And we actually ended up seeing a player hit a Kane 3 yesterday to be able to get a lobby win. So that was such unfortunate timing there. But I think something to be said about the Ashe comps, just really quickly. When we ended up seeing that, we were on Champion Conference. You feel like that played any role, knowing that players could sort of expect to see a champion show up on every stage?
Yeah, now we can come back to Tartman that also was playing the Kane, but he was playing build different. So he had the option to play any epic, any unit that he actually resembles with, and he decides to go for the double Kane and actually made it happen. In the end, he got a good second, and he went against Solo Hesan, who played against Lisao. They were both contesting duelists. Lisao with a Quillana 3, and Solo Hesan with a perfect duelist tempo play, perfectly executing, getting the Irelia in the late game. So actually, I feel very good for him, and we saw him in the camera. He was actually happy because it performed the way he intended to.
I feel like we have to circle back here because there's kind of 2 things that I think need to be harped on. The first of which, this built different. I think we need to linger for a moment and just acknowledge first time we saw built different this weekend, right? And I think Tartaman piloted it exceptionally well. I was very afraid at the beginning of stage 6. It's 6-2, all the HP is extremely close, and it looks like he's going 7th. And at that point in time, I'm like, you're playing built different and you made it to 6-2, 6-3. You did your job. Other people should be dead right now. But Tartaman obviously able to clutch it up. And to circle back to what you were saying, Necra, I think, you know, I know Clement talked about it in the cast. There's an element of skill in the memory of being able to tailor the champions on your board to figure out how you're able to cap those out. And, you know, we saw the effects of that. We saw players like Kubikson, of course, with the early set 2.
We saw the Morgana dying to a Quillana, Morgana 3 dying to a Quillana.
But they had
the clip? I'm just asking.
They, you know, for our sake, they had the other death off screen, so we didn't have to watch the Morgana fall 2 times in a row.
Oh my gosh, I think my heart wouldn't be able to take it if we ended up seeing the Morgana fall another time. But let's take a look at those standings, because 8 games down, 4 more to go. And that means we are getting ever closer to seeing which 8 players will make that final lobby. We are our players in 25 through 30 seconds.
A lot of CN in America taking out the bottom of those standings. Actually, I think many favorites. Flancy, Ahaue, Greya, someone, Michael, of course. So many favorites going into this tournament.
We're crunching numbers, and Michael and Soluka are no longer in competition with this, so it's actually heavy news for the region. And now we're seeing again EMEA going again with possibilities. Solo Hesan with this first place actually has a chance, and he needed that. Again, 4 games still missing, so he still needs to step up. He's still far away, but with possibility.
Yeah, Nekra, you just said it a couple of seconds ago. There's only 4 more games, and it really feels like time is flying. So those players really need to lock in these high placements. A player that's done fantastic at that, even with an unfortunate 8th, as we're seeing now, it has to be Dish Soap, already getting very close to the expected threshold of 60 to 62 points.
The reality is those 8ths are going to come. Every player is going to be faced with a game that is low roll, that is not the way they intended to pilot it. And Dish Soap, I mean, he's done a great job by taking the points that were on the table up to this point in time, so that when that 8th place comes, when that low roll occurs, he has a safety net to still maintain his position in the top 8.
And that's why we play 12 games.
That's right.
So that you do have time for that. But we are getting ready for our next game, so we're going to go to a short break, and when we come back, game number 9 of the group stage of the Inkborn Fables Tactician's Crown. We're back, and we have game number 9 just around the corner. I'm so excited to be able to get our hands on this one.
This is a game that will bring us, a little spoiler, it will bring us Ningli. Ningli's now number 1 in the standings. He's doing amazing. He started number 2, followed by Dishov on first, and he got a good first. So again, someone that plays very aggressively, go for the cap in the line, likes to go to level 9. No one's going to level 9. This guy gets the position, he stabilizes, and then goes to level 9 to cap up and try to win the game.
And honestly, to me, Ningli, one of the big surprises of this tournament. We do always see kind of the player tier list come out right before the Tactician's Crown, and one of them was Frodens, who I'm sure everybody knows, and he had Ningli in S tier, and I was kind of like, that's surprising. You know, nobody else had Ningli on their map.
Half of CN region in first place.
Yeah, exactly. That was woke. Like, how did he know? Absolutely impressive, and Ningli has been popping off.
Really has, though, and there is a lot to be said about how we ended up featuring him at the top of the show, right? Being able to have such creative ways to actually cap out these boards. Like you said, Jope, I think like we're in for such a treat being able to feature this player in our upcoming lobby. But there's also going to be a couple other folks in here since we did shuffle these lobbies up. So let's go ahead and take a look at all 8 of our players.
Honestly, I'm also really excited about Moji, a player that kind of Clement got us hyped about, playing a lot kind of on the opposite end of spectrum around those 2 costs, using them as carries. We've seen what that can do with the Aatrox segment that Nick had going on earlier, and a couple of other big names in here.
Yeah, for sure. Kiwan. Also, it's amazing that he's laughing. So the environment in the CNG region changed. They were actually very like focused, and they were actually not moving much. So now see them more freely, like moving around, guiding a little tone, because it's very important. You need to move a little, you need to stay healthy. Now that's a trend. Everyone now, if you talk about players, they don't talk about more time in TFT, they don't talk about more learning, they talk about changing in habits. So actually some of them are meditating, some of them are eating better, and that's good to hear because they actually want to be healthier to improve their gameplay also.
You know, someone that I'm really looking forward to seeing in this lobby, though, is Jazz Latte. 37 points is definitely within striking distance of being able to make that final lobby. And he's one of those players that actually has one of the highest 8th place rates coming into the tournament, but that's because he's a big risk taker. He loves to go for these very aggressive play styles, and when it is this close to that finish line,
he's actually one of the biggest content creators, so he's used to go for the YouTuber, and that's why he maybe go 8th, but he can also pop off with that great comment.
It's all the clickbait.
Yeah,
you gotta have the titles,
moments.
you know? Exactly. So maybe we'll end up seeing that. Plus, he's really comfortable contesting other people, so I don't know. I think people might have to be a little bit on their toes.
Well, we have another risk taker in this lobby in Canvas. We talked to his cousin, Double 61, earlier on today. They're both in Madrid. And honestly, Canvas is also on that cusp of needing a couple of good placements to make it all the way. And I'm pretty excited to see him in this lobby and see how he's going to pilot this round.
Another one I want to mention is Flancy. He's actually laughing right now with 32 points. Flancy was one of the first that started using data to understand the game. So he's like the all-age knower and analytical. And then he started streaming also and getting a figure from himself. So actually one of the biggest representatives in awareness in China.
And let's not forget about Lucas. I know that Lucas is on the lower end of the point totals that we have here, but still playing for placement and has that Brazilian magic. We cannot forget about this player. That is for sure. And I think Lucas as well has a chance to actually play spoiler here. One of those players that really loves to be able to lean into those AP trees, and they can be really strong, as we've seen how a lot of these Lilia boards can actually end up.
I mean, he's one of the absolute OGs of Brazil, right? I remember back in the day when he was at this championship for the first time. It's just so cool to see him still be a part of this despite the day of yesterday not really working out just yet.
He's the OG of Brazil, but we have the Moji of APAC here again.
Come on.
And we're almost starting
right there.
Yeah, you gave it perfect for me. Thank you so much.
See, I always wait for Hoopa's jokes on words because we get them so rarely, but every single time we get one, it's an absolute banger.
I know. Maybe we'll see more La Taza.
More La Taza, maybe. We have a few. We have El Abrazo also.
I was thinking about that a little bit more, and I'm like, well, it's kind of like the Abrazo de Muerte.
It is.
Oh.
Okay.
Okay.
That's
Where
something
are we
else.
going now?
Claire, I don't know. I was just
I'm getting scared. I'll go over here.
That's why they put me over here, so I could be the tall one. Actually,
Right.
Hoope is still taller, but
We're
more
starting.
on that later.
We have the game. We'll talk again about the Abrazo de Muerte, and now everyone is going for the same portal. It will be the Artifact Anvil, so cool. Necra.
Very
That's something you
cool.
really, really like. I know you're a bar enjoyer sometimes.
No, I'm not actually.
I'm the Bard enjoyer.
Yeah, that makes sense. I like Gnar. Like,
Yeah.
I'm a Gnar fan, and I think this also speaks to something that we ended up seeing yesterday, which is the fact that when we got all of these players that were actually playing with those prismatic anvils, we saw a ton of different compositions get opened up.
Yeah, the Nard you just mentioned with Vampiric Scepter, something that is Mimi for some people actually performed, got a good second place yesterday. Also the bar, again, enabled thanks to the Gwitsen for the bar and the possibilities. So a lot of augments that or units, items that could be also used for tempo. So very open for everyone.
I mean, you also kind of have to mention the Horizon focus on that Lux Jenna board. We did see it get an unfortunate 6th place in the previous game. Painful to mention that once again, but other than that, it's been doing really well, and it's empowered even more if you can get that Horizon focus out of these anvils, so players are going to be getting a lot of direction here.
Yeah, they're waiting a little to open it. They're trying to get direction, as you say. At first, I need to know what I could play, and then I open the anvil to make sure that it works for me. As you say, Horizon focus for the logs, something tempo maybe on the front lane, or trying to go for that bar, or even Syndra. There's a lot of units that or items that are good for the Syndra comp, mana generation, for example, or something for Orange, something for Silas. Trench coat could be also a possibility. And we have some options, so it will be interesting to see in the next shop. Everyone will open this anvil, and we will see the possibilities and maybe the trends everyone will get.
Trenchcoat Silas. That is a
Suspicious.
Silas. Suspicious for sure. But as we enter into our first augment choice, this is definitely where we can actually start to see some direction. I see a Lucky Paws option up here for Mochi. That we also have a storied champion here for Lisao.
And it is. He took it. We have
really?
And he has
That's 7
gardens
actually.
for him, 7 gardens, the gray spot, and now he opens it. He tried to go, he didn't get the best artifact for gardens, so maybe he will go for something more tempo-ish.
Well, especially, you're saying it kind of in passing with these hero augments. We're also seeing the Lucky Paws come out there for Moji. You are trying to get the best in-slot artifact to make that hero even heroer.
That's true. We actually ended up seeing a Lucky Paws game yesterday. Unfortunately, it didn't go very well. But Mochi's one of those players that is able to get these reroll compositions online pretty quickly. So must see a good spot for this.
Yeah, the spot was this one. He saw the Garen and he waited until the end and he said, okay, perfect. Someone else is rerolling one cost. I will get the Lucky Paws and I will go for this Kobuko. Important. Kobuko is one that needs the interest to gain additional health. So he needs to hit, but he cannot break the interest rate. So it will be interesting to see the roll down when he gets to rocks. But Garen is already close. He doesn't care about rolling and going deep into the economy to be sure that he tempos the lobby.
Well, we're actually seeing, you kind of mentioned it at the beginning there, Hope, we're seeing the Wit's End appear across these boards with the artifacts. It's going to be on canvas, and he, I assure you, does not really want to go down that Bard line. Instead, we're playing around tempo, we're playing around shock treatment, we're trying to get that AP comp going as quickly as possible.
Yeah, Bard is one of those heroes that we could end up actually seeing scale with some in the AP, but I feel like in this case, you probably want to go for something like Arcanist. You see the Zoe's going to be the item holder there for that static Shiv, and you're also able to think about, with this Amumu, do I try to go Janna? Do I try to go Lux? There's actually a Janna sitting on Campus's bench right now.
Yeah, he has full possibilities here, going for full tempo with a shock treatment, so he can choose. He can choose, he can even, if he gets a proper augment, he might get the Story Guru +1, as a possibility here. So, as you say, Necra, he's very open to all the path of AP. Meanwhile, we'll see Jazz Latte on the upper side. He already has a Ginsu, and he has the best friend. So, a lot of armor for him, a lot of speed generation. He will probably go for the Ashe that we've seen twice on the last game, and now we can see it again.
Well, there's a lot that just happened in kind of that past round with the augments and the artifact anvils coming out. And somebody that's for sure winning on that end is GUN, who you're seeing on the opposite side here right now, picked up the Warden Crest and has a sniper's focus. The units may not be there just now playing around that Lux Syra Jenna right now, but that could be a really good potential.
Yeah, I want to highlight also the Diamond Hands 2 tacticians here getting it. Very good for the early game. You got mana generation, you got the possibility of getting additional tankiness on your front unit. So if you're in your games, you don't know what to pick, and you get offered Diamond Hands, that's for sure the pick that you should get.
I would love to check out this Kobuko board again. So Moji still has the Lucky Paws online, only 6 copies of the Kobuko so far, but not too far off and still at level 4. So high likelihood that you're going to end up seeing those 1 costs come through. But on the other side, Campus has actually found 2 copies of the Amumu at level 4. So you are going to be able to potentially see this Amumu 2 come online quickly.
Yeah, now the Janna possibility is obviously more important for him. And I think now telling the rest of the lobby that you have to Amumu so early, it will be very hard for someone to contest. And so I think we're already seeing a lot of path being committed so far. So this will be a very intensive lobby. I don't see anyone like going for something terrible or something like misclicking. The ones who didn't get a good artifact got the tempo artifact to get at least generate some gold and have some defense.
We will also need to check in on that Exalted after this carousel, because I did see Kabuko in there. Could be interesting to maybe go down that line, whatever else the other are. But right now in that carousel, of course, we're also going to be looking out for those win streaks. Canvas and Flancy still on 100 HP with a chance to try and build that out towards Crux.
We're talking a little about Ningli now. We're seeing his board. He's going for the Kog'Maw as a possibility, and he also has Pandora's. He doesn't have enough Kog'Maw, so it's very, at least suspicious, I should say, because he doesn't have enough Kog'Maw, but he wants to go for that as the possibility of the comp he will play. Just Latte now trying to go for Senna as the carry in the mid game. He, as we said before, he already has a Ginso, so this has to be Ashe. Ginso is not an item that you want to have in Ghostly unless you really have like the best strong double 3-star tanks. You don't have enough time to roll the ramp up, so this will probably be just a pivot to the Ashe Sniper and Warden comp.
You don't see this as a potential spot for like a center reroll?
I don't like the Ginso. It could be, and it's very picked in the Senna reroll, and I think it's a high possibility, but he will be open to it. In my case, I prefer the Ginso with Ashe, but there's totally several universes where it could be the Senna.
I mean, it kind of depends on what else these augments give. We've seen the transformative potential of something like an Ink Shadow Crest coming out, and that would for sure be very good for a board like this one. Looking at Exalted, though, we did have a lot of Lilia and day one do not too well. Now, with her Exalted, there could be a chance that you run her.
Yeah, the Exalted is very good to maybe Sage Lilia. That is something that people were not prioritizing. People prefer to go for the Invoker now with the Mythic, with the Annie as the front lane to counter the Kayn. But now with this, you have Zaira, you have Soraka, and you have Lilia, so it's perfect. It could be a high possibility for anyone who wants to go for that path.
But I also see a potential here if you wanted to end up going for a Syndra Dryad board later on. You do have the Syndra in the pool. You can get Lilia online for Invoker synergy alongside something like the Azir. So I think we could see a lot of creative boards. The problem with these expensive units, though, you have to get to level 8 and 9.
Yeah, that's for sure going to be an issue for some of the people. We're going to be taking a look at the opposite side. That's still Sijun with that Janna Lux reroll, and despite picking up that Sniper's Focus, says, nah, I'll go for the Janna too.
Yeah, it's interesting because he has the Warden +1 also as the element, so maybe just going for a little more tankiness and now using this as a... I love the Sniper Focus. Lux has a lot of range. She will also get to the other side, so that range, that additional range will give him so much damage. Now we're seeing Canvas going still for the tempo. It's very important to see the second element, as you were saying, Makes. That element will give the possibility of all of these players to know if they can go for the Exalted Sage line or if they have to pick maybe a reroll or go fast 8 and simply go the default of Lilia that is simply Mythic and the rest.
Well, I think it's kind of insane, actually, that Canvas has a 5-win streak with a 1-star board all the way across. I think that's kind of wild here, but Ning Li is also kind of looking at the back end of things, looking almost towards a loss streak with this Kog'Maw reroll board. But at this point, kind of looks like you're just going to Lilia here, not being able to find those Kog'Maws.
Yeah, for sure realize the potential of maybe trying to play around that Exalted, but you mentioned it, Canvas and Moji, both on those streaks, are going to be able to make some money. And for Moji particularly, yeah, we found that Garen. For Moji, that's going to be particularly good because the Kabuko is also online, and now we have lots of money to use for the Kabuko to just clap a little bit around.
Yes, it's perfect. We were worried. We only see 2 copies of Kog'Maw, so very, very far from hitting, but there's already a Kobuko 3, there's already a Garen 3, so a lot of units, one-star units, are one-cost units are getting out of the pool. So even if he didn't hit the combo so far, he could get it now. Now we see the face-off.
The battle
They're
of
looking for each other.
heroes.
Hey, wait a minute.
Are you guys a Kobuko fan or Garen fan? Which is your favorite hero element of those two?
I think Kobuko.
Yeah, I'm
because
Team
it's
Kobuko
cuter.
too.
Yeah.
Honestly, just clap, clap, clap your way to the top, right?
I also have some PTSD from my last storied Garen experience. So
Yeah,
maybe
dude.
we don't.
We don't talk
need
about
to
that
get
one.
there.
For sure. So Garen wins. Garen wins. Normally, Kobuko is a ramp-up champion.
Wow.
And, Prismatic now. It should elevate the tempo of the lobby a lot, especially for the ones who get the combat augment. Now, CU1 getting a prismatic ticket, so he will definitely go for the reroll and stay in the Janna Lux line.
Yeah, but Lee Sao is able to actually find Tiny but Deadly. So this Garen that's already been hit is going to have that extra combat power behind it. And when you take a look at what Muji can go for too, knowing that you already have the Kobuko, you can just try to help stabilize this composition even further, thinking about this mid and end game.
Yeah, he's top right corner if you want to check his options there. Rolls a little bit and then goes for the Radiant Relics as final choice. We're getting another prismatic ticket being picked up by Lucas here. And I'm actually wondering if maybe the angle for Lucas might be around this Teemo.
Oh, those Muji items don't look great for putting a Radiant item onto the Kobuko.
Exactly. A lot of offensive items. You actually needed the Radiant Redemption, for example, something
like
that gives
Dragon's
you...
Claw.
Yeah, whatever.
Claw would have
Yeah.
been great.
Perfect for him. And also to realize that Cambis now going also for the Janna and Amumu line, it will be contested. So two people will play Janna Lux. It's not what you want to see. Maybe someone will pivot. Maybe Cambis is in that possibility. But having already the Amumu 2 makes it for him difficult to step out of it and play something else.
So I will say, whenever we've seen Prismatic Ticket be picked up, it has been a little bit here and there. A lot of players not being able to hit those units on the back of a contest are kind of down an augment if they can't play on the back of this ticket. So Candice not going for it could be what sets him apart here and maybe puts him ahead.
Now just Latte here in the board. So far, I think he's waiting. Necra, you were saying it's a possibility to play Ink Shadow into Ghostly as the reroll of Senna, but he hasn't committed. He's waiting. Okay, will the game give me a lot of Shen? Will the game give me a lot of Senna? And then I will commit to a reroll and wait a little. Maybe wait for the rest to roll. Or if I don't get anything and I get maybe an Ash, for example, I can do the pivot now.
Well, it's nice that he's pretty healthy, 45 gold, and you also are on level 6. So maybe we're waiting to see what he's able to find on that level 7 roll down.
That remover is for sure going to help to kind of make that decision a little bit easier, knowing you can still pop those items off even if you try to play around that Senna now and then eventually hit your units later on.
Jaslat is playing with his hair. I think that's a Kabbalah for him. He's actually playing there. That's good. I like it because he's comfortable.
Artifact?
Oh my
Or an artifact now.
way.
So again, double artifact for everyone. And now we're looking for something that makes total sense in the comp. I think that Sniper Focus will be very good for some. Inner Raiding Locket now for Sijuan will be great for his front line and having more possibilities. Syndra as a possibility for some. There's the Ashe, so it could be also the chance to go for that line. But no, they're prioritizing the item himself. So they really want that power. They really want to step up. Having got a Prismatic in the second augment, they need power now. They need something they could slam.
Yeah, I mean, we already had artifacts at the beginning of the game, second round coming in. It's almost like we're playing a fake Living Forge game.
It kind of does feel that way. Now I'm looking forward to, like, what does Carousel 4 and Carousel 5 look like here? But Campus is still streaking with an 8-win streak right now, has been able to find some significant upgrades for this board too, just missing out on this allow you to really shore up that front line.
Yeah, on Crux you mentioned, he was basically on an entire 1-star board, Necra, but that 1-star board was all 3 costs, so kind of finding all the right angles to say, well, actually, you know, I'm going to be playing Lux. I'll play around that Amumu, I'll play around that Diana, and I'll just get them all in there.
Yeah, and Ningli that also likes to play the Epi line, he finds a Lilia. This is great for him, and it's a lot of mana generation for that Lilia. She has the mana Saint and also has the blue buff, so the first 5 casts should be almost immediate. It's not enough. Obviously, the Amumu stepping up until the game, and now the Morgana is the one who's making up the damage. So a lot of 4 costs appearing early for some of these players. And again, Canvas going up against the Lilia, that should be the high roll, wins again, maintaining the win streak.
I just have a quick PSA for both Canvas and CRN who are on that Lux line. Do not, by any circumstances, go for Morgana 3. That's fake.
Don't worry. I think there's going to be too few Morgana to go around, seeing as there are 4 boards that are utilizing that champion right now. Not everybody may even be able to hit that 2-star.
Yeah, now we're seeing Sijuan, and as you said in the maker, the 2-star will be difficult. Sijuan is actually very close to the Janna, a little farther from the Lux, so the Janna will be the important carry for him. It will be more a front-to-back composition, and then maybe he will go and find the Lux. But I think only with the Janna is good enough for him for tempo play, and maybe he will do like previous game when they were contested, simply go to level 8, go to level 9, and try to go deep in the board and not reroll so much.
Well, something that we kind of have to point out, right? With 2 players on those hero augments, Lee Sao and Moji, we're seeing 2 very different trends. Moji on that 9 loss streak, despite being able to find that Kabuko, coming back to not being able to find those items for the Kabuko to actually clap off.
Yeah, and that's why it's going to be so difficult. And even though we find these conditional compositions, you still need to be able to actually max out those tank items. Similar to the problem that we end up seeing with something like the Tahm Kench 3 in order to buy enough time for a Bard. If you don't have the items or you don't have the Tahm Kench 3, you don't have a Bard either.
Yeah, I was also watching just a Soluka now. And we see, again, this is the Bard. Let's see if he's enough. He has the mana, he has the tier, he's waiting for the HP, for the belt. And he needs it. He needs it totally abolished from the rest. He didn't kill 1 unit, so the Kabuko needs that. He needs to ramp up. He needs to wait for the time. He's stepping up. He's getting more HP every round it passes, so he's a late game competitor. So I think from now, with this, he should at least step up, but he's very close. He's only 29 HP. Very difficult for Moji, but he will be strong from now on.
Well, he does have the declaw now, at least, and he's really hoping to get a belt off of these wolves to maybe get that redemption going and allow that Kabuko to actually scale up. But I'm worried, Necro, it might be too little too late. And there it is. At least redemption is going to be found in the items. I'm not sure if it's in the cart for in the game.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that you still have all of these 1-cost bruisers, there you go. Here are the upgrades. Tahm Kench 2, Riven 2. You're able to find the Aatrox as well. Just starting to miss out on the Sylas, but that should be a pretty significant board spike here alongside that final completed item.
Yeah, and something we haven't seen also, Lucas has the Teemo. He's 1 far away, and he has the perfect Actifar for the Teemo. He will be able to generate so much damage, and it's perfect. It's the jewel that enables this composition. He has mana generations. He doesn't have the blue buff, but he has the mana saint, and he doesn't have the Morello, but he has the Cinder. So perfect items for this Teemo. He just needed Street Trap.
Flancy on the other side actually has 6 copies of Zyra as well. So actually itemizing that hero to potentially get like this carry online.
Honestly, Canvas is still streaking on 100. Is he going to get away with this? Has to be the question. We've been checking in with this board every now and then, getting a little bit of a rematch on the hero augments here between that Garen and the Kabuko. Moji finally finding a win as we go into our augments, and maybe spraying a wind of change.
All that banked up gold definitely helping out, but it's going to be a gold augment for the final one. Liao was able to find a Warden augment to really help with that Garen. We see the Ink Shadow Crest come through from Jazz Latte. We also end up seeing a Capricious Gloves coming through from Lucas. So there's a lot of interesting items and just help coming up on the board. Even stationary support here from Zwen.
Our, until now, Mr. 100 thinking about that choice very long, was thinking about Combat Caster as a potential for those AP units. In the end, goes for Best Friends here. We'll see if he can get that streak going. We're on 11 right now. The most we've seen in this tournament was probably around 20, if I'm not mistaken, so there's still some ways to go.
Yeah, Moji getting reinforcement. Normally, you don't want to get it because it delays you on combat power, but
Teemo
he gets
3.
the Galio. Oh, Teemo 3 now again. So Lucas has to be happy, but also Moji is very strong. He has the Galio 2. He has the additional damage in the front end. He has also the greatest item for Tahm Kench. Maybe he will go for the Tahm Kench 3, and the Forbidden Idol will give him infinite amount of shielding. Let's see if it's enough. Kobuko access to the backline, but the Tahm Kench finishes up eating the Teemo.
Oh no.
Oh, that's so rough. Moji has just taken so many hits and 19 HP and maybe a dream at this point. This Kobuko not necessarily keeping up with the rest of the power in this lobby, especially when you take a look around. Li Zhao got this Garen up so early. Lucas hitting the Teemo 3. We also see a Janna 3 from Ziyuan. And so all of these other rerolls are coming online.
Items are being popped of the Kench now. Try to reshuffle it a little bit. But Moji, of course, with spending all that gold, is with the back against the wall, right? At one point, you're trying to keep the gold for the Kobuko to be strong, and then next point, you're trying to hit those units so the rest of your board doesn't actually crumble whenever they're met with anything else. And once again, you see it here being tagged by the crash test dummies from Flancy. Kobuko just getting to the other units so late.
Yeah, let's see him again going back into the front line. Flancy trying to fight it out. Flancy hasn't got the power strength field. He's still far from the Zaira. He's trying to go for the Zoe also, so he's actually in the middle. He's like trying to save a little money, but it's not enough, and the Kobuko is now stepping up again, so he will be stronger, but no, falls down, and now 1 life for Moji. This is very, very tough for him, only 9 HP.
Did you see those Shen items, though?
Yeah.
I just want to call that out. You've got the Hull Crusher, so you try to leave it by itself, right? And then it splits into 3. It just buys so much time for that backline to actually start to ramp up in that power. So when the Kobuko comes around, it just melts.
Actually, one of Jupe's favorite words is suspicious. So I was trying to let him pick that up on the suspicious trench coat there, but I agree, very good item combination for that Shen. Still needs a little bit of upgrades, but I'm sure on the back of that shopping spree, Flancy has a good chance to get there.
It's one of the best power spikes. You need the suspicious and then additional 2 artifacts, so you're suspicious times 3.
You want to say it again?
Better for, yeah.
Suspicious, suspicious, suspicious. That is your tongue twister of the day. But there is that Tahm Kench 3. Moji, though, 9 HP. Oh, that was a huge hit, especially knowing that he's got 1 gold left.
Yeah, now he needs an additional carry in the back. He already has a lot of front line. He has time to stall, so anything that he can find could be amazing for him. Flancy now stepping in away, and we have now an additional 5 from Moji going up against Ningli.
Before we hopped on over here, we quickly saw that Flancy hit that Ribbon 3, and we've seen what she can do, but now all eyes on the, well, Kobuko and the Frog. This time around, it's not going to be the Princess. Can these 2 chonky boys clutch it out and clap it up for Moji to stay in here and maybe claw some of these placements up? Looks like that's going to be the case against the Lilia board from Ningli.
I know I'm saying suspicious a lot. I want to say one more.
Clap.
No, yeah. You know, you said the Frog. We say El Sapo.
El Sapo?
El Sapo for Tahm Kench. It's actually amazing. Very loved in the America community. So El Sapo against as a secondary carry. I think he will go for the Ionic Spark as the 3rd, or again, the Declaw we were thinking about for El Sapo. It could be interesting for him. Li Zhao, strong, great augments for him. Maybe not in the greatest place in HP, but I think he's very good. He simply needs to get to the Irelia, trying to get that additional damage and get the story we were in. So the items are amazing. He finds Asaya. If he finds Irelia, that's the additional damage he will for sure need.
So actually, a look at the top of the board. Canvas is actually starting to rack up a loss streak. Has 65 HP still, but has yet to be able to find any upgrades there to the Lux or to that Janna. On the other side, though, Jazz Latte actually finally found that Ashe in 2-star.
I mean, it comes back to the argument we had earlier with that prismatic ticket on Ziyuan, who is also on that line of Janna and Lux. But I will say in Canvas's defense, he built out a massive win streak at the beginning. He can fall back on that now, be able to not need to sacrifice that economy. But we're watching as these bruisers, one more time for Moji, come on through. It's going to be so close at the bottom of this lobby.
You said it at the start, we have Kobuko as Exalted, so now Moji with the additional damage, getting the Exalted in, that Kobuko is making so much damage, and the fact that naturally you can get the Bruiser in, you have a lot of defense, and now you have the potential for every Bruiser to give additional damage. Remember, that's a comp that gives a lot of power itself. If he managed to get to the 8, he will get additional physical damage for all of the Bruisers. It will be perfect with the Exalted.
Flancy's still one copy off of this Zyra 3, looking at being able to build up a Shen 3 as well. There's 2 copies away, and the Zoe, just a couple more copies off. But if Flancy's able to get all 3 of those units upgraded, I feel like he would be unstoppable.
Yeah, for sure. It's exactly what he needs. Normally, you need to pick.
Oh,
because
wow, the Shen. We're getting
there it
so close. Yeah, finds him, comes on through. And now that suspicious Crusher Shen is going to be even more insane for Flancy.
He needs just a little bit more, but it should be enough. The Riven actually is making good work. The Thief's Blood there is compensated for the rest of the lack of damage. But Nekar, you said it. If he managed to hit at least one more, the Zoe or the Zyra, he will be in a great spot.
Well, it's the Bruisers once again. Moji going up against Canvas. Canvas still unable to find any meaningful upgrades to his board outside of having this Janna and this Lux too. And the Bruisers are just dominating.
Yeah, you're mentioning in passing here, Necra. He spent this gold. I was just calling out he can't afford to sit back, maybe lose a couple more rounds, but maybe looking at Yuan's board, he said, okay, I'll try, and did not hit. Whiffed on that roll down, is only on 20 gold now, and now he's going to be with the back against the wall. Very, very uncomfortable position, but still a little bit of a cushion to maybe fall back on.
That's so tough though, right? Even with that win streak at the very beginning of the game, he's bleeding out now. Unless he's able to find all of that front line, and even then some, I think you got to go farther than that. This could just be a bleed out to 8th.
Yeah, now he's rolling again 0 gold, 2 Zoe away from getting the 2-star, 1 away from the Zyra. So Flancy really needs the upgrades right now. Moji, I think he's okay. Even though he's 9 HP, I think he's really, really okay right now. So we have to see Flancy. We have to see him. Let's see how he's able to see Yuan, also with the Janna 3.
Yeah.
And now going up again, probably the strongest now, and with possibility to going out, and it's Moji.
Yeah, for Moji, it's really important to claw back that money that was spent trying to get this comp afloat. For Zion, the story is similar. We are going to be seeing the reason why Canvas is not able to hit that Janna, hit that Lux. You're seeing it on Zion's board, and it's going to be very, very tough to try and stay in this combat between the Lux Janna boards.
The Thief is enough. They want to go to the back, Necra, but the La Taza is too strong.
La Taza.
They need to do the El Abrazo. I cannot do 2 at the same time. The Taza is here, but he's doing the Abrazo and going to the back, and now it's Sapo going for the other one. It's too much. I'm good for now.
And he's out. Moji is just out now. That positioning was so perfect to be able to allow enough time for this Janna to ramp up that Archangels. That was over 210 stacks on that, and so much combat power after that Latasa had bought so much time. So unfortunately for Moji, just not having enough HP to stabilize.
But if you're taking stock of the lobby on the right-hand side, you can see everyone is broke. Everybody has spent that money to try and find those upgrades now to preserve some of that HP. Is it going to be possible? Has to be the question. Lucas, Just Latte on the chopping block. We're going to be taking a look at Just Latte here as he goes up against Canvas, and we'll see whether or not the 7 Ink Shadow can actually deal with the Lux Janna. History tells me it should be possible, but we'll watch.
I think that's almost a guarantee here. Campus still, even after rolling all of that gold, in such a predicament. So Jazz Latte is able to win that combat pretty handedly, looking for that Udyr 2 to really spike that board. And Flancy, another player that's going to end up taking a big hit. There is not much of a difference in HP when it comes down to these final 7 players.
Yes, he will need to choose. He will need to sell if he doesn't hit in the next one. He's very low in HP, so he will need to choose. Probably sell the Zoe. Is not your power spike, but you get maybe some position. If you get the additional Zoe, sell the Zyra and go for that 3-star. Now we see in the bottom the rest of the comps. Everyone, as you say, 0 gold, and they should get to it.
Jazz Latte picked up on Udyr, by the way.
Yeah, that's pretty good. If you're on those Ink Shadows, you're going to be smiling about that. Nice little upgrade, or rather a big berry upgrade. But looking for upgrades is the name of the game in this lobby. Reroll as far as the eyes can see. And some of these players really still missing out. Looking at Flancy, 1 copy on the Zyra, even trying to sell anything off you can get here to maybe find her. Those are your carries. You might have the time to let them work, but they don't have the damage.
No gold for him. I really thought he was going to sell. He decides against it, and now just Latte with the double carry. I love this comp. We haven't seen it enough. 7 in Shadow and double carry with the Ashe and the Kai'Sa, and now with the flick screen. Several will go now. We have a lot of them with less than 15 HP.
I think Jazz Latte is pretty lucky, though. Ends up actually getting the ghost of Ningli's board with that Lilia. But as you can see, like, the Lilia is just too strong. It's actually able to take out Jazz Latte, and similarly, the real board of Ningli ends up dealing a pretty big blow to Lucas.
Yeah, both of these players getting knocked down. We're going to be having more players eliminated here, and you can see the frustration in Canvas's face. Jazz Latte in 7th, Flancy in 6th, and Canvas at least in 5th, but he needs those high finishes to make it to the top 8.
Yeah, very sad to see Moji go, so the reroll didn't work for him again. So trying to step up with the Kobuko, not happening for Sin. APAC with a 7 and an 8th, not good news for them. Still good in competition, Flancy out and Canvas out.
Honestly, I'm thinking if you're just looking at the top 4 and where they are in points right now, you can see it above their camps. This lobby is so good for CUN, is on 32 points and has a chance to maybe get away with this one.
But I was saying, Lucas has the potential to upset this lobby, finds himself in this top 4 with this Teemo reroll, and got this Bard online too. These items have just been so good for this Teemo. Even though Lucas has been able to take a loss, and unfortunately goes up against Li Cao, the other win streaker in this lobby, still has a lot of HP to work with.
Yeah, Li Cao is very strong. He's scaling with the Ginzo, so Irelia is doing damage. That's the additional damage you need for the Garen to step into the backline. So Garen takes out the Teemo and takes out Eusolukat, confirmed in 4th place. I think Li Cao is very, very strong. He already has the Garen, and now getting the Irelia with Kaling is perfect for him. He's actually a contender to take the lobby.
I really thought that Teemo would be enough. I'm like, oh, but he's alive. Like, the HP is strong, and it just, unfortunately not.
You believed, okay? That's all we can ask for here on this broadcast.
I believe in the Brazilian magic.
Have a little bit of hopium and copium, as we are going to be looking at the Drake here and the upgrades our players are getting. All across the board, we are seeing different econ values. At the bottom, there's ZUN, 1 copy off of the Lux, rolled a little bit to maybe try and get it. On the other boards, you're seeing a little bit more money, big upgrades potentially coming through as those roll downs commence.
There goes the ambulance, final ambulance for everyone. That's why we're seeing the 3 screens for them. There's the Lux. Perfect. So now looking an item for her. I think the Rabadon will be great for him. Maybe he's thinking about the Giant Slayer because of the late game. So let's see what is he picking right now. He goes also for the emblem and tries to sell to reinforce. And let's see what Ningli chooses. He's waiting until the end. He doesn't want to give additional information. And let's see if it's enough. Still away from Janna, but duplicating it with the way.
Oh, ZUN, though, actually runs into Li Cao, who is the big win streaker in the lobby. Was hoping to be able to get this positioning versus the Janna or the Lux to ensure that this Garen would actually be able to stay up.
Yeah, you really wanted him to come on through, but this one is going to happen. Garen in that backline, making an absolute mess of those spellcasters, and that is going to be a big hit, but not enough. ZUN hangs in there, 3 HP, Ningli down to 15. We could potentially see a double knockout.
Yeah, for sure. And a double knockout. Li Cao is too strong. Li Cao is actually perfect. Now he gets 2 Irelia. 1 wasn't enough for him.
Li Cao is actually perfect.
Wait. Hold on a second. You're telling me that we get a chance to see a couple of 3-star 4 costs, and we could see a 3-star 5 cost.
Yeah, I like to dream. I like to dream. It's more possible to see a double kill here.
But yeah, I know.
But yeah.
I'm like, but maybe in one of these games.
Look at him leaning back. Li Cao says, I'll take you all if I have to, but it is going to be Ningli's copy on the left-hand side going up against CUN at least. On the right-hand side, the real deal Li Xiao against Ning Li, and he's going to try to take down this Lilia board as swiftly as possible with the blades that only an Irelia has. Yuen out, and the Irelia will stay on top. Double knockout commences, and CN with 3 players in the top here taking this lobby.
Wow. Oh my goodness. I mean, we've already said that CN is so strong as a region, but this just proves it.
Yeah, it's beautiful to see. That's what you want to see when you're playing Garen. Actually getting the Garen so early, he had 6 copies and he was starting the game, and then getting the Irelia. He didn't have something interesting again to get in place, so he just decided to get double legendary in. Great place for him, and now CN will step up again, and maybe we'll see a couple of players in the top 8.
Gonna have to take a little bit in order to actually get a chance to see those scoreboards, but what's going on over there?
Yeah, honestly, I'm not sure. We're seeing what were you saying? Suspicious?
Yeah, maybe a little suspicious, but I don't know. I guess we'll have to see about that in just a little bit. We've got a short break though. When we come back, we are going to see our next game. But Pengu, what you got? El Sapo?
El Sapo for Tam Kench. It's actually amazing, very loved in the America community. So El Sapo against as a secondary carry, I think.
Irelia has Yuen out, and the Irelia will stay on top. Double knockout commences, and CN with 3 players in the top here taking.
Save the bees. Hey, save the bees.
I will save the bees. I will save the bees.
Welcome back to the Inkborn Fables Tactician's Crown. We just witnessed another crazy game, this time off the back of some hero augments. We had the Garen. We had 7 Garens on 2-1, and then also the Kabuko, but Lee Sao able to grab the win. First place with Garen, 8th place with the Lucky Paws. All this with some more chaos, with artifacts once again. And Clement, I mean, just break down how some of these changed the game.
Well, all of the items in this game really multiply off of your base stats. So if you want to stack the most base stats, rerolling and hero augments are the way to go. That's why so many players have picked this up. And also, you need to think about how you're going to deal with them. So other players we've seen have the Archangels and the Gwinsus. You need big aim hunters to help you stabilize the boards. You should expect a lot of rerolls. For all of you listening out there, pop your item anvils on 1-4 so you can decide your hero augment on 2-1.
And for anyone who enjoys rerolls, this was absolute heaven of a game. I imagine Camby is one of those players. Yesterday played no reroll at all. Double, his cousin, played 2 games of Lux Jeno. I'm thinking last night, Double said, Cambiz, if you have the spot, try and play for it. Cambiz sees the spot this game, looks uncontested, goes into the strongest reroll in the meta, and suddenly, Shiwen comes out of nowhere, prismatic ticket, rolls it down, steals all the coffees. Cambiz was on level 8 in stage 4 with a 2-star Lux and a 2-star Gen. I'm like, wait, what went wrong?
I know, Shiwen, he really puts his foot on the pedal and he just does not stop. He's like 0 to 100 the second he gets the prismatic ticket. The thing that's so interesting is yesterday we saw kind of a similar episode, right? We had multiple rerollers in the lobby and 2 prismatic tickets. Yesterday, hitting the 3-star version of your board just wasn't enough. The fact that Yuan used it to grief Cambiz, though, was actually a great way to leapfrog his strength in the lobby and secure a strong finish.
Yeah, and I just quickly, there was one more thing we were talking about backstage that it didn't come to fruition, but I wanted to be able to share with the people, because we saw Flancy setting up to try and build that kind of Exodia comp with the Suspicious Trenchcoat into Lissandra. Can you just explain that for us, Clement?
Well, when you have the Suspicious Trenchcoat and your Lissandra dies, it actually counts as a debt. So what was revived the Lissandra could then split again into infinite Lissandras onto the board. In scrims, this is basically the Exodia comp, and in tournaments as well. We've seen Soju, we've seen Steppy pull it out. It's always been a first place.
I think it's actually one of the most niche kind of lines you can pull off in set 11. Something that you really have to have the knowledge beforehand to even see the conditions being met or having the potential to be met as well.
I'm really happy with CN in this lobby, 3 top 3s, and Lisa, we haven't really talked about him, but he's a huge player. He's been in TOC since 2, and finally gets a good break here, maybe a chance to contend.
It really all comes back to what you're talking about, right? It's the spot recognition, it's the conditions that are only opened up through the Orin artifacts and similar lines like that.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's absolutely huge to see that come through. This game was incredible. Let's go ahead and take a look at the standings and see if CN has been able to pull it all the way back with these big performances.
Oh, and that's a lot of Americans.
That's a lot of Americans at the bottom of the table too, Gangly. It's not looking good.
Oh, no. Weijin Iverson, a player who felt like was in a good position going 7-8-7 on the first 3 games of the day. Not what I want to see right now.
I'm going to take the high ground and say, it's sad to see, because America started off really, really hot yesterday. I think they've been strong all set long. We're seeing for CN as well a big contingent in that set 3rd page, really, and with only 3 games left, it's going to be very hard to mount that massive comeback.
What a resurgence for EMEA. Day 2
Oh, we're not done yet. We're not done yet.
I know we're not done yet. Oh, okay, all right, we'll wait until we see more.
No,
as even Zox and Dishsoap have fallen a little bit out of that top 8.
Oh, this has to be the APAC, the Reaper coming from the APAC door right here, because 4 of our top players, Kade also out, does mean that Bintum's probably in there, title inching forward as well.
Wow.
At the very tippity top of the standings, he was the golden child 5 years ago, and in my opinion, he still is. Double 61, back-to-back wins in these last 2 games to mount a incredibly strong position at the top of the standings.
The King of New York, the last bastion standing for the Americas, holding it down, gang.
Oh, if anybody can do it, though, it's Pocky. You said golden child. I actually genuinely, maybe it's my insanity, I genuinely thought you were going to start talking about Pocky.
You're addicted, Gangly, all right? You need the cure.
All right. Well, just before the break, you did see Pengu was painting something extra special. Let's go on. Pengu, come out here and show the people what you've done. I want to see this beautiful artwork that you've made for us. It looks like a little bit of, a little bit of magic, a little bit of mayhem. Pengu, have you been the reason we're getting all of these crazy lobbies back to back?
Pangu,
beautiful.
you old
I'll say.
dog. You didn't tell me you could paint. They should call you Wangu, Pangu. That's a nice little hat, too. Great job, Pangu. Proud of you. Here, let's show this off a little
Show
bit.
it off.
Yeah, here we go.
Come on,
look at that.
Full gallery.
Wow.
Beautiful.
It's perfect.
Proud of you, Pangu. I went to art school for a full year. I couldn't do even close to that.
All right, well, that's some beautiful magic and mayhem, but we still have some Inkborn Fables left. We're going to send it on over to our casters going in for game number 4 of today.
We're laughing because Pengu's so cute.
And so big.
Pengu's being lifted off
And so
stage as
talented.
we speak, and
Going through a portal, actually, yeah. I don't know.
Oh my god.
I think it would be being a Pengu is tough, right? Like that you got
He
you
doesn't
gotta
have
waddle.
a break. You see the champions rotating. You see different champions. Pengu's
Always so
there.
busy.
He's always in the cinematic. He's always the leader. He needs a rest.
That's right. That's
yeah,
right.
they should up Pengu's pay. I think so.
Well, I agree, but I also think that it is time to get into this 10th game of the day. You see Clemu kind of like locking in, right? Getting his mind in the zone.
I got a great, Clemur. I love the movement of him, but I want to realize that Title and Double are in this lobby, and the two of them are in the contention for being the second time in the championship. So amazing to see.
And both are still in contention for that. Can you imagine a world where we go to tomorrow and it's both of them in those top 8? How insane would that be? But we're going to be taking a look at our portals here. Loot's up open.
Yeah, and it's unfortunately not going to get hit, but can you notice that Ahao and Weijin Iverson, 2 of our players in the lobby that actually cannot make that top 8, tried to pick loot subscription, highly variable.
Yeah, you need to add apart from those two, also Michael, not with the best performance, also eliminated, or at least without possibility of going into day 3.
I mean, you kind of want to throw the rest of the lobby for a little spin. You're
sure
trying to
do.
play for placement now. You don't want to be as safe as maybe some of the other players. Double, sitting so comfortably at the top, he wants as low variance as possible.
The EU versus EMEA, or EU, EMEA.
There are 2 wolves inside
They
of you.
are 2 wolves inside, like the Americas. There's 2 wolves inside of us.
So good. Let's see a little what is starting here. Kubikson, one of the youngest from the EMEA. Great to see. You're talking something about us, mates, that he looks, I don't know how to say this, not older, but not so young as he really is. Has he matured? Has he evolved as a player? Or
So, a big thing is camera angles, and
Okay.
I think in this angle, he looks older than the one he uses when he's at home
Sure.
because he has a very big headset, and it just makes him look smaller than he is, I think, as a person. But let's talk about this game and maybe where we can head with this one. As the last couple of PvE rounds close, you're actually seeing a willingness to maybe pick up faded units here.
yeah, for sure. Starting with Ghostly, also faded as a possibility. Now we go to the round of double, still holding pairs, still not with a chance, getting a good Behemoth in with the Cho'Gath. And now with this itemization, maybe Cho'Gath are not the best possibility that you're going to go with.
First augment, though, is going to be Silver. That was an insta-pick by Weijin. You can see him celebrating in that cam. He gets caretakers.
Yeah. I mean, that's generally an insta pick, right? You just know that so many of the 2 costs are so good. And we're getting it again on Kubikson. Both of these players going for it. Only player that's still thinking about it is Title, really making sure to see what everybody else has and where you can go.
Yeah, I would really like to see the confirmation of which is the 2-cost unit. I think for Weijin, it was the Shen, but he already had the pair, so probably it's the Yorick. We haven't seen Yorick 3-star as a thing as of right now. And Kubikson, it should be one of the Story Weavers. So either Riven or Zaira is the one that is contesting as the possibility of reroll. Normally, every time we see Caretaker, no one is using it as economy. Everyone wants to go for the 3 cross and 3 stars.
Sometimes you don't necessarily get like a good unit, though. I feel like we ended up seeing that one Riven game where Riven got 3-starred with Caretaker's ally, but it didn't end up being a strong enough carry.
Yeah, it definitely matters for where you want to go. So we'll get confirmation on that as soon as possible to figure out what it is. But looking across those boards there, Ahao A, you mentioned, out of contention. What did we get there?
Okay, let's see what do we have. We have the stun, and we're trying to get confirmation also of the rest. Now the Weishan getting enough of the Yorick here. Great for him now, and that will be amazing. So normally you don't see the Yorick here. He doesn't have the Exalted possibility. So I don't know, Weishan was celebrating, but he will need to flex a little here in order to get a good line. For now, good front line. He will not use the sniper. He will go for AP because of the slam of the Spark.
All right, we're getting confirmation from our admins as we speak. Kubikson has Kiana as ally. We've been seeing that before, so that could lead us down the duelist route.
Absolutely could. Especially when you get the Story Weaver start as well, it's a nice way to be able to preserve your HP and start to win streak.
Okay, once again, QB against Weishan, so double K-Tracker possibilities here and facing up against. It's weird because having this type of angle, QB didn't get the possibility of getting duelists in the early game, so it will not be difficult to pivot out into the Quillana. And just to realize, we have 3 players with a lot of HP still with win streak.
You're seeing the Augments on the left-hand side, and while we are talking about the possibility of maybe going down the duelist route, we kind of have to mention Sox, a duelist player on Keepers. Necrad, will we see it?
I think we have to, right? Like, if there's anything that Sox knows how to do well, it's playing these melee lines. But you can also see that he has a couple of these Heavenly package, and he's got the Reapers as well with the Kindred as well as the Kha'Zix. So kind of an opportunity for both.
That was the longest yawn I've ever seen. I will say he's a dad of 2 young children, and he has to get up really early for this. So just generally shout out for him for being as insane as he is throughout these last games.
Yeah, now Sox going for the lose streak. He will for sure try to play at least duelists. Maybe he will play Kayn. We haven't seen him prioritizing Kayn, and also the Keepers for him is an actual, as you were saying, he wants to play duelists, but he will be contested on the Quillana. So I really believe that Kayn is a possibility for him.
Maybe a little bit. We'll have to find out later as he starts to lock into that comp. But as we get into this next carousel, we really start to take stock of where some of these items are going.
All right, last pick on Tidal and Kubi there. 3 players still 100 HP matchmaking. Kind of going their way for now, but of course they're going to be trying to carry that into Crux, so hopefully they can find those pickups that they needed. We are going to be taking a look at our Exalted because we do have some interesting choices in here. We do have the Tristana, the Senna, we have the Yona, the Galio. Once again, the Lilia as well as the Morgana, so Lilia-Morgana line might be open.
Yeah, normally we don't see it that often, the Sage Lilia line, but it will be perfect here. You simply will include one more, maybe a Brawler. Galio is never nice, it's never bad to have. And now Tidal, very good position for him. He has now the path that he wants to play, already the static shift Eslam, and he has the Amumu to start already.
And he's not contested right now either. There's no one else that wants to try to go towards this line quite yet. So maybe able to get these online pretty quickly. That would be devastating here for the rest of the lobby.
Well, somebody is going to try and defend their win streak, and you could see Weishan react to it quite visibly, saying, oh man, do I have to get to roll into this guy? I wanted to try and get a little bit of winnings here. It's not going to be happening. And we now do have confirmation that Weishan's caretaker ally is actually Yorick.
So I think when he celebrated, it was like a celebration of, okay, this is what I have. I will not be able to use it. He's laughing about it. Yeah, exactly.
It's like we were saying about the ribbon.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, not all of these allies were made equal, right? At the end of the day.
Unfortunately.
I mean, anything that you can get should sound amazing except the Yorick. It actually commits you. I think there's a world where he gets the Midnight Siphon on 3-2, but he needs to be very lucky for it.
That is one of the hero augments we haven't seen very often, though, so maybe this would be the moment to use it. Plus, Umbral, that's also another composition we haven't really gotten a chance to see.
We've been seeing it very scarcely throughout yesterday, and it's still a composition that can go very far. Granted, if you do get an extra emblem. So that will be something Weishan is looking for here to maybe get that Yorick off the ground and get him somewhere where he does damage.
Yeah, also we can go back to Exalted. Normally when you play Flex AP and also the Umbral board, you can get easily some Exalted here. And now you have Bruiser, you can get the Lilia in for Invoker. It's very natural also to commit, and also obviously a Morgana for the Ghostly. So perfect for him if he wants to go to that route.
We are seeing a Krugs, and that means check in with those streaks. Kubixen and Tidal both able to carry themselves to 100 HP and a 5 win streak at the lower end with, I would say, rather big hits already going out on Michael. We do have the 5 loss streak, so players that are going to be a little bit ahead on that economy.
Yeah, and he has an augment that it resembles with the lose streak. He can lose, and then he will be the additional benefits, the additional resources that the augments will give to him. So it's perfectly within the range of what Michael wants to do here. And now let's see what the game gives him.
This is going to be tough, though, because there are a lot of these units being contested across the board. Got a lot of Kha'Zix, a lot of Heavenly units, got a lot of Ghostly. The Snipers and the Faded lines are also contested. So it's going to be tough. I think we're going to see a lot of these players differentiate themselves based on whether or not they can actually play an uncontested line. And right now, Tidal is certainly one of those.
Yeah, he is. We just saw a big cash out there for Michael on the back of that augment as well. But like you're saying, I think Tidal in a very good position here on that AP line, uncontested. And with that 2-cost reroll coming in on that Lux Janna line, maybe those Caretaker allies actually are losing a little bit of value because you're already taking so many out. You would have maybe hit them naturally.
Yeah, normally you get the direction. So at least I got direction, but as you said, maybe naturally you will have free recom. And it's important to realize that now Michael loses again and he hasn't slammed any items. So he's actually waiting to see what the rest are playing and making sure that he will play uncontested.
Here's the augment choice, though. So this is where we may be able to see the fortune for Wei Shen turn around. Can he actually find that Shen augment? He sees an Umbral Crest. That might help.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was saying, is enabled by that Umbral Crest. I think it's still going to roll to see if maybe there's a Midnight Siphon behind one of these doors. Does not find it. I think maybe is going to be stuck with that crest and try to play for the Umbral, but we're getting more picks.
Yeah, great news for Kubixen. Also getting the Keeper and the Caretaker is the Quillana, so perfect spot for him, and he will get a lot of tempo with the defense he needs to scale with the Duelist.
Actually, something we're seeing from Sox, we mentioned that he was a player that's very, very familiar with those Duelist lines, picks up the Heavenly rolls.
Yeah, that's so interesting, right? Because does that mean he's going to end up going for something like a Duelist reroll line?
He could. It could be Duelist reroll, and it could also be simply Kayn Heavenly, that you have seen so often, and simply go fast to level 8, trying to find one Wukong. But ideally, if you want to play this line, you want to go to level 9 and ensure the Wukong 2-star. So that will be difficult.
So I think it's going to be Heavenly for the sole reason that he knows Kubixen gets a free Qiyana 3 from the Caretaker's ally, and Kubixen also found Keepers on the gold augment, so a little bit stronger than the silver one that Sox has. So kind of saying like, okay, I get it. You will take this line. I'll back off here. I'll go into the Heavenly most likely, and is going to be looking to maybe create that Heavenly emblem. We're going to be getting an encounter coming through here. Orin will give everybody artifacts. We just had a game with lots of them, so more choices now.
Let's see if this is something interesting. You see anything that
pops
up?
I'm like getting excited because it was insta picked by Tidal. It's very small, but if my eyes are not lying to me, that's Horizon Focus he picked up from that Orin and has slammed instantly.
Right onto that Lux too. Oh boy.
Yep, there it is. That is best in slot. That's the best artifact you could have gotten. Very good for Tidal.
Yeah, we'll be ready to see the rest, to see what they're going for. Still holding up to that win streak, so Tidal now getting the amazing item that he needs. Also, the front line is already on place since far, maintaining this win streak Necra, and he will for sure maintain it for a little more. No one is at the level of play that he is right now.
Yeah, I mean, having Crown Guarded on the Samumu as well is going to be able to give us so much extra power. Has his Cloak to potentially try to round this out with something like a Dragon's Claw, but just a great item overall to make sure that the Mumu is just going to take all of this damage. Michael on the other side has had so much trouble in this game so far on a 7-loss streak. So Tidal absolutely going to keep his win streak alive.
I mean, there's a reason they call him the protagonist over in APAC. I've seen this guy put an entire
I thought it was
lobby
only
in check.
Clement that called him the
No.
protagonist.
No.
In
It's
all
all of
APAC.
them.
Okay, all APAC.
All
Not
of
in
APAC.
Japan.
No,
All APAC.
Everybody.
Okay.
You too now.
I'm too. Okay. The protagonist.
There you go.
There it is.
Oh my gosh. I mean, well, think about that, right? Because Tidal is one of those players that we said was in this lobby that actually has an opportunity to get a second championship title.
Yeah, the both of them. It's the great news. Normally, we haven't. I have to go at it again. This is the most stacked roster that we have on championship now, Tactician Crown. So both of them with the possibility, and so many of them now for the runner-up. It could be great. And now the split decision for both. Perfect.
Oh, they're the GOATs, both of them, and our production side by side. You're set champions, and both of them in a great position to maybe make it to that day 3. What a story it would be.
Ooh, Crown Guard on Janna? Crown Guard on Janna. Zeta just Tidal just put that actually in the front.
Oh. Well, she gets a lot of shields, so this Janna is going to be tanking a lot.
Oh, that's the tech right there.
Here's
Honestly, don't question him.
Yeah, here's where I get in and I try to explain what he's doing. This impressed me. This is suspicious. This is suspicious. This is a suspicious Janna. For sure.
The question you always have with Tidal, is he actually ahead of everyone? Or is it just maybe for now that we're carrying this? But you can see she's just going to live forever. If you put that together with an Archangel, maybe it's a cook. I don't know.
That's 5-head. I don't know what else to tell you. I also do see the Annie that's sitting on the bench. So, like, I could totally see a world where you actually just change out the Janna for something else, especially if you're holding on to another copy. But still, you know.
I mean, maybe hoping for a Malphite, Diana, something that
Janna.
can take those off of Janna without needing to sell her. We'll see. There's a couple encounters still coming.
Yeah, now Clemu is hoping for the Ashe for him. Let's see if it's enough. But it's good to get an Aphelios. Normally, it's a unit that you don't think about. It's not in the meta, but having him so early has been a good item holder. So he's second in HP, only surpassed by the protagonist title. So Clemu also in a good position.
Glad you're adapting.
Yeah, I'm trying.
Well, Clemu is actually a player that's very familiar with the Fated line. I believe I said this yesterday as well. We've been seeing him pilot that a lot during the regional finals, and I'm glad to see him still on it. I would be even gladder if he could be finding those wins, but we'll see if that's in the cards.
Oh, Clemu. That's a tough win for him. He had the win streak, the possibility of getting into neutrals and getting so much gold. He knows that's the chance that he needed, and now he will need to play the spot in the mid-range. It's not the high roll spot, so he will need to make sure that he hits an edge, and that's not under his control.
It's going to be tough, but at least maybe a little something that these Wolves can provide for a couple of our players that are sitting in these loss streaks. Kubikson, Sox as well, that are racking up those 5 loss streaks apiece. But it's getting into the early start of this stage 4. We're going to start to see a lot of these players roll down.
Absolutely right. We saw a little bit on Tidal there already being able to upgrade that Lux, but checking in with Sox, who gets all those free rolls, finds an Aurelia.
Oh.
That's wild.
Level 8 Sox. Gangly is laughing right now. He's happy.
So is she.
Gangly still has the mixed match Sox,
sure
right? He hasn't taken it off. I think that's the commodity for him and giving good luck here. Now the Wukong again, so the Heavenly Duelist is a reality. You call it Necra.
Yeah, I mean, the Exalted as well. I think that that's going to be a very powerful board. Knowing that Sox is leveled up to 8, you're getting a lot of additional damage. And Kubikson, on the other side, probably not going to be super happy to see this early Aurelia and early Wukong.
Yeah, I mean, that's what you were hoping for. These two players are the ones that are contesting each other. And Kubi just looks on over and says, wait, is this how the Americas play? Hold on.
They're just fed something different. If they got to wake up this early in the morning, I mean, they're do a little something.
I think Sox woke up very early. I can see it in his face. So it actually worked out for him. Now, Augments, again, last time to get the possibility and ramp up the comp.
Tidal gets Boiling Point.
All right.
He rerolled everything else, but he's like, he sees the Boiling Point. If there's anything different, maybe you take that. But with this Amumu 2 and 4 additional copies of the Amumu on the bench, he's actually not too far off from being able to get that 3.
Yeah, I mean, at that point, you just accept what you've been given. This is, I would say, a classic title. He sees everybody else is on these AD lines. We're seeing a little bit of Lilia, finds that opening into the Lux Jenna, and is just running away with it. 100 HP still.
Yeah, and seeing the rest of the augments double with the little bodies, amazing for his Reaper Kane. Kane will be so strong right now. He needs the third augment. He can go for healing, he can go for additional damage also.
You mean the third item? For a second, I was like, wait, this is the third augment.
Yeah.
What do you mean? Yeah, no, third item. I'm with you now. At the same time, of course, the Caretaker allies are going to be coming in. We do see the Yorick 3 being realized for Wasian, so there could be a little bit of rising from the bottom players within this lobby. Looking at Kubikson, looking at Sox, who will try to end those lost streaks like Sox just did, and then get those wins in.
There are so many melee players, though, like in this lobby. We even just saw melee versus melee, Reapers versus duelists. Kubikson now also going to be able to get some upgrades, but there's a lot of these units out of the pool now.
Yorick 3-star for Wasian Iverson. He didn't wanted to see that, but Caretaker Islands, he need to go for it. And now we see the comp, tough, not good, not the greatest element, but he's holding out in HP.
Yeah, Wasian with that second augment, I think, is going to be really happy. Still needs a little bit of extra oomph in that comp, but we have a set online. We have the Yorick that's going to be tanking for a while. We're just hoping that the Elune can maybe do something, but there is Sox board on the other side, and that one is going to hurt. I will say for Kubi for a second, we did see the Wei print that Kiana, so not even relying on the Caretakers.
Did you see that Kane just instantly go into the back line
The
onto
artifact.
that?
Yeah,
Cutlass.
That was wild, though, because the Elune just got deleted.
Yeah, and it's also Kane 1-star. Normally with Cutlass, you want the Kane 2 to be sure, because you don't have 4 seconds to do that killing, but it's actually enough. The items are working for him, so great implementation, so positioning will be so important.
Kubikson first pick here, 1 stat, Aurelia more than anything, and is going to be guaranteed for Sox. It would have been big as well, but is not going to get it.
Ooh, Michael's able to grab this spatula. Maybe that's going to be able to open something up for him. He does actually have this cloak as sort of a free item component.
Yeah, perfect for Heavenly. He can get a little more healing for the backline, and is a perfect fit for the comp that he has. He's playing Lilia, he's playing Invoker, so great for Michael.
I will quickly note that while we're looking at this carousel, Heidel's win streak has been broken by none other than Michael.
Yeah, but look at this Kiana 3. Kubikson finally able to hit that. And even with that away print too.
Yeah,
I think this Aurelia is going to be so big. If he cannot win now, then it's just, I mean, he's going to be dead, but it's doomed anyway.
I have to say it again, he's not happy. You said it, makes playing up against the duelist forcer, if you will, with Sox. He's not happy at all. The Kiana will make work, but it's not enough. He needs the Lee Sin 2, and normally it's a unit that is not contested. Not being able to get it now is very tough for him.
Yeah, goes up against Clemu here, and I think that's going to be good enough. Clemu not at a point in time where he sacrificed enough to make his board strong.
Yeah, that's just an Ash 1 on the other side, so still looking at the opportunity to make sure that that unit is upgraded and also get some items. But did you see a look at the back of Clemu's board? Actually has 8 copies of the Ophelio, so potential to 3-star that.
Yeah, that's perfect. Aphelios normally doesn't do much, but if you get in 3-star, any items that you can give provides that initial damage that will be perfect for me. Finally seeing Clemu again. Items are still on that Aphelios, so if he can get there, it could be great. I think he sold them, so
yeah,
that will not be the chance.
So he was, I think, open for playing both of them, but now realizes he really needs to transfer them over, is going to replace that Aphelios as soon as that Ash 2 comes online. Checking in with Michael, though, the Streak Breaker has built one of his own on the back of this comp there, and I was just looking for the emblem. Not slammed yet, still has Spatula and Cloak open.
Okay, let's see what Michael goes for, and now playing with the Aurelia, blue buff, perfect with 4 Invoker, going up against the Kiana, so if the Kiana got access to the backline, it could be interesting, but Annie is making good tank, so he's getting all the chance for the position.
Oh,
This Kiana was not good enough, and this is a player you rarely see frustrated, but this time around, I will say, you could tell a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, you can feel it because Kubikson is one of those players that is so close to being able to feel solid about a final lobby. 46 points heading into this game, and with an 8th place there, it doesn't feel good.
Yeah, you want to play alone the duelist, and Sox is also in 7th place, so both of them really punishing themselves with this, and now Sox is free, but he's still far from getting the rest of the items and the rest he needs. So Tidal now on screen, going for the Sage Dragon Lord, we called it earlier.
Kubikson still has a chance to make it to that final lobby, of course, but Tidal just finding that Amumu 3. We already have the Zyra 3 online. You mentioned it, uncontested. It's all there. We are even getting more items just, from those anvils. Easy pickups.
Yeah. Dragon Claw maybe for him. Let's see what's the decision. He will get like a maybe red buff open, so maybe, yeah, there it is. Dragon Claw and now red buff, and he has the possibility of wounding the rest of the enemy and cut the healing.
Yeah, it's really nice to have both of those utilities online. I was thinking even you could have gone for something like the Onyx Spark, but the Lux is already holding that static shiv, so it feels like you don't necessarily have to double up onto both of those utilities.
I will say, in this lobby, Sox did lose in between, is still on 16 HP, so we'll need to check in with that board as well. But for now, a battle between set champions here, Double and Tidal, and Double is going to take this one.
Perfect positioning for him, going for El Abrazo in the right, not hitting the Amumu and directly going for the Lux.
Oh man, though, there's a couple of players that are right there on elimination station. Sox, Weijin, Iverson, and Clamu. Oh, so close to being knocked out here. And Clamu just finally able to find that Ashe, but is it just too little too late?
We're going to be watching whether or not it is. You made it sound fun, though. I want to go to elimination station.
I don't.
That sounds like a party place.
No, I don't think the players want to be there either, actually.
No, I don't think the player, but you made me want to go. Anyway, we're going to be watching as he goes up against Ahao A on this trick shot board here.
Let's see if it's enough for him. He's actually forcing Ahao needs access to the backline, so the Kaisa is doing a lot of damage for him, but it's not enough. Ashe is finally taking place. Let's see if he moves enough, and it is. He cleans it up, so Ashe now finally performing Gabriel 2-star. He's breathing a little, but it's tough for him.
Weijin, unfortunately, does get eliminated here. 7th place for him. The Umbral, not strong enough, never able to cap out on that Elune 3, unfortunately.
It's so tough because when it comes to those Umbral lines, I think this is why a lot of players end up saying that Umbral is not necessarily one of the strongest verticals that you can go for, because there's so much else that is more powerful than that, especially when you've got all these players that are hitting all these melee comps, that Elune just can't stay alive. We already saw what that Kayn can do to it.
Yeah, for sure. Kayn is totally accessing the back, and you don't have the force, you don't have the enough defense, because you don't have one tank, you have like shield in everyone, and what you actually need is someone to stop the Kayn.
Looking at Clamu here, yet another player that would need a first or a second to maybe come on through, but are the Fated strong enough to make that happen for him as Double's board just runs over the Fated compilation.
Oh, this finishing animation.
Dies of Annie.
You do die by the hands of Annie. This one too, though. Unfortunately, we got another knockout. In fact, going to be Clamu, Sox, both going down, as well as Ahao A. That's triple elimination here, and we now have our top 3.
Michael, Tidal, and Double. So 2 TFT set championships and Michael are running it up for this final time. They're all capped. Double, I think, the favorite because of the Kayn, but Tidal is very strong and he can get stronger. He still doesn't have the carry 3-star.
Yeah, exactly. So Tidal, you're looking at all 3 boards right now. Tidal still missing that Lux, and we will see whether or not it is going to come through. The answer is yes. Top right corner just has been found. 1 copy off of the Jenna. Is trying to roll all this gold, but is not going to happen.
Let's see Michael positioning. He wants to avoid the Kayn, but also he wants to position against the Lux. So it's actually a game of rock, paper, scissors for the 3 of them.
Well, here comes our next combat. Everybody's still relatively healthy, though. 49 HP as well as 35. So we're going to be in this for the long haul.
Yeah, for sure. We have time. We have time to check and maybe a position to the rest. And taking note that the rest is positioning for the other one. So let's see if he knows. Ahaoe going for the locks. Michael in the other side. Very, very strong. He's trying to ramp up with the Lilia. Annie doing a lot of work. So she's perfect. Annie should be enough. Amumu is holding up a lot. La Taza.
I mean, Tidal actually can get a chance to find this Janna, but I'm kind of wondering where do we end up going on Michael's board? This Taza is definitely holding up here, but I feel like Michael still has opportunities to get a bit more power in that backline.
Who would win, the goddess of the moon or one small Taza boy? I think the answer's clear.
It's definitely the teacup.
All right.
Oh, Kobuko, this is a little sad. Double's not dancing. Only Tidal is dancing.
Wait, Michael's not either.
No, no, what is this?
They don't want anybody else to get stronger.
Important though, Double able to
That's
catch
what Tidal
that
is, the
orb
protagonist.
here.
Only the protagonist dance at the end.
It's a victory dance, I think. Is
I wouldn't call that just now. We hit the Janna 3 for Tidal. Both of these backline carries are now going to be even stronger still, and he's been winning before.
Yeah, now Tidal has to go for the Morgana 3, right?
No. Cut the script.
Too soon.
There's already a Zaira 3 that shouldn't be there, and he can go for it. Why not?
No.
Why not?
I'm not allowing it. Morgana 3 is fake. Arzu got his 6th place with it. I'm still hurt about it, but somebody that's going to get hurt is either Double or Michael in this matchup here.
Michael, this backline is trying to put in as much work as it can. The Alloon and the Azir just trying to shred through this front line, but look at how much this Kayn is actually able to do. And unfortunately, with the Annie going down, Michael takes another hit. Now going to be that one player with 1 life left.
Yeah, the little body's going for it. Kayn is too strong, and he's not enough to funnel additional damage to him. So it will be very important to give additional units here the amount of control that he needs. He needs to focus the damage, and the rest of the comp is actually not doing that for him. So Double is in a great spot to take the Dobby. Tidal has hit everything he wants, and Michael is also has a Spirit Strength. Now positioning is all they can do.
Well, they are going to be getting more upgrades, so there is a chance still. Michael rolled all of that gold, but Double still has a lot to work with. Going to be seeing if he decides to actually go for level 9. That's going to be the answer to the rest of the players here as anvils are being popped. We found yet another crown guard for Tidal.
More defense now for him,
Double
more shielding.
crown guard Janna. Let's go. That's the tech.
What would be better than crown guard Janna? 2 crown guard Janna.
Yeah, it's right there, you know? If Tidal wins with it, we can't question it anymore. That's all I gotta say.
Just imagine Twitch chat right now.
No. Crown for you and a piece for you. I feel like Mean Girls, like everybody gets a piece of the crown here. But Michael finding an opportunity to get this Azir 2 up and running. It just has so much damage into the front and this support spot.
Yeah, very important win for Michael. That was just a ghost copy, but these can be lethal too, as history will tell. And it was Tidal's ghost copy nonetheless, so a very important win that came on through.
Yeah, and also important for Tidal because, as you said, he's against Double, and Double should be the counter of that comp, a comp that doesn't want that access to the backline, so Double will need to switch. Maybe try to the other place and try to avoid the main tank from Tidal.
Which is the main tank, the Janna or the...
Both. The answer is both.
Okay.
Something that's really interesting that we've been seeing is players willing to sacrifice those Umbral Hexes, and that's exactly what's going to happen. Left side here, Double says, all right, I'll try to get for the Rab positioning. I'll try to get the Abrasa going on the backline from Michael, and it looks like that one is working out, but the rest of the board has just disappeared. They walked away and left the Kayn for himself. It's not going to be good enough.
Oh, but the fact that this Annie is actually on the Morgana and this Lux is dead too? Can the Amumu actually do enough damage in this situation to get the knockout?
La Taza.
La Taza versus Tiber. This is the final fight.
No way.
And
Look
it's Taza
at
deep.
Michael's face. Oh my lord. That one was frustrating for sure.
Oh, so close, but title. Casey Double 61, the two players that have a chance to get this second championship title. They are here in first and second.
It's almost like we have two global champions in this lobby, right?
Oh, you're right. How could I have forgotten?
So now the position will be great because Latas is in the left and the Jana is in the right. So which is stronger? We don't know. If there's a change in the end, and Double will need to decide if he wants to change. He goes for the left. So the left will be the access to the backline. Let's see if it's enough.
Yeah, I mean, the Kane is actually going to end up being on the right side, so it's instantly going to find its way onto this Amumu. But is this Amumu going to actually buy enough time as this Janna still gets premium access to hit this Kane? As it starts to spin away, this Janna is actually going to keep bursting it down.
Whoa.
And with that Kane gone, it is going to be a title victory, ending it on such a win streak.
You heard it here first. 2 Crown Guard Janna to find up against those Reaper comms. What are the repercussions of that one?
Well,
A lot.
Great repercussions, and I love to see the Janna, and I love to see that title in the end. He was laughing. He closed his mouth. He went like this. He didn't believe it himself. I think there's a world where he thought about it as something that really existed, but I think he just cooked and it worked.
Hey, listen, I think that our analysts are going to have a lot to say about that one, and we're going to go ahead and let them do that. After we take this short break, we'll come back with more of the Inkborn Fables Tactician's Crown.
Just looks.
Welcome back to the Inkborn Fables Tacticians Crown. We're here on the analyst desk, and we just saw two former champions finish 1-2 in this lobby, and Title, on an absolute tear, even from the early game, plays that Lux Janna reroll. I mean, tell me all about it, Clement.
I'm here to break down the anatomy of a win right here. He started off with the pick of the litter, got that stage 2 Amumu 2 for a massive win streak going on. Got really lucky with the Horizon focus from the Ornn encounter as well, and then also Boiling Point. So lots of help coming in from the artifacts. Slow rolled the entire stage 4 because he was so far ahead. And finally, when it came down to the final lobby between him and Double 61, he had a genius positioning move where he had his crown guarded Janna in the second row and making sure that Kayn would actually hit 2 units at the same time and not get the 100% bonus damage off. Great win, great style. Title looks like he might be inching into that top 8.
And what a narrative finish to that lobby. Two players who are fighting for the title of greatest of all time in competitive TFT. Double maybe one step ahead with that second place, I think already secures his spot in the top 8. 61 points right now with very good tiebreakers. 2 games left still. Looking at the rest of EMEA though, not the same story. Kubikson went 8th in this game. He was the second closest player to fight for that top 8 spot as well, now only on 47 points. Clemu was even lower down at 41, finished 6th with that sniper's line, so has to really make a miraculous maybe 1-1 fight. And Sox was also in that same battle.
Yeah, I mean, Sox is going to be ending up this game with 46 points, right? And to be honest, though, looking at how the game went, it felt like he was playing on the back foot the entire time, right? He starts off this game leaning into this duelist line, recognizing, you know what, I'm contested. This is not the line I want to be contested on, and has to actually pivot into a different contested line, plays into the Reaper, and then has a small fortune cash out that doesn't enable him to have some sort of win out angle, but it does stabilize him. He finds the Kayn 2, has the Spectral Cutlass come in through those Ornn artifacts. It was a great pickup to be able to kill a lot of the weaker backlines. Ultimately, though, and this is something I know, Clement, you've spoken about before, you can position around the Spectral Cutlass because it is something that you have a guaranteed position of where this Kayn will end up. Ultimately, Sox does fall in 4th place. Doesn't put him out of contention, though, and we've got 2 more games to determine where he's going to end up.
Yeah, and once again, artifacts just showing up and absolutely dominating it. Another thing that we've seen just quite a bit of throughout the tournament was Caretaker's Ally. This is a silver that I think has just been incredibly popular, and usually it's been pretty successful. This lobby, it was 7/8, but Clement, why don't you tell us a little bit about why people are heading towards Caretaker's Ally?
It's the highest win rate on ladder in the silver augment slot here, and a lot of players are picking it. I think you can high roll with it, but you can also low roll with it as well. The low roll we saw was Wage and Iverson. The worst possible pick you could get was the Yorick, and without the Midnight Siphon, wasn't able to really stack his board. The better ones, Lux Janna and Zyra, are what you're looking for.
Well, there's another low roll as well. Kubikson, despite having the Kiana, didn't hit until late stage 4. We saw how many losses came in because of that, and barely hit the Lee Sin as well.
Yeah, I mean, definitely a tough spot for Kubikson, getting that 8th place coming through. I just want to talk a little bit about Michael because he was able to get all the way to this top 3, right? We had the initial start. He was on a massive loss streak, and it was reminiscent of his very first game in the tournament.
That's right.
But he was able to bring it all the way back. He actually hit the Lilia and the Annie very early on. He was able to roll with it. But let's take a look at the standings, and let's see where things are shaking up and setting up for our final 2 games of the day before we get to top 8.
There is so much green on this screen. It causes me so much pain. America's, the stock is falling a little bit. We've had a rough day. There's not just us, though. You can see even here, CN. I think more players in this bottom half of the standings than many people leading up to the championship would have expected.
And it's also their highest profile players. Flancy, 60 seconds, and Ahau A, their first seed, all in the bottom half.
I'm looking at this page now. This is the page where players can still mount a big comeback, and there's some big names here. Dish Soap, unfortunately, a 3rd, 8th in a row, puts him in a tough spot where he has to come back and prove himself to be the strong player that he is, alongside names like Cambiz, like Pocky, like Sox that we just mentioned.
This is an important inflection point in the tournament. We talk about players' ability to be able to withstand the mental load and the pressures mounting. It's the opportunity for those players from the last page to mount that comeback, and the players on this page to not take their foot off the pedal.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you're looking at Double, Ningli, Bintum, Asta just need to hold on to these spots. They just can't have a disaster, and they'll be able to stay. And then someone like Tidal, Lashao and Kade, towards the end here at the 50 points, they kind of just need to look for those top 4s and they can get there.
Did you guys notice the coloration of that first scoreboard? A lot of red. APAC doing well. I couldn't be more proud.
I think there's something to be said, though. I mean, at the global stage, when you're playing in a field like this, oftentimes we look at players like Asta, for instance, who we said, this is an underdog. It would be surprising to see him here, but there's a reason that they made it here to begin with. The worst player on the global stage is still better than everybody else in the world, right? So it's not that shocking to see any of these players mounting the comeback.
All right, well, you said the inflection point is here, and we are so close to picking out our top 8 that will make up Day 3's competitors. We're going to go to a short break. When we come back, we will have Game 5 of the Inkborn Fables Tactician's Crown. Back to the Inkborn Fables Tactician's Crown. We've got our last 2 games coming up here to get our top 8 solidified. And on the desk, you know, we've got Panda, we've got Gangly, we've got myself. We've been having our animosity between all of us. We've got our duels happening. But at the end of the day, I think we're just looking for some really good TFT and seeing if some of these bubble players can pull off a miracle.
Especially, I think, putting the entirety of this set into context. These last 2 games, potentially for some players, started all the way back in PB, practicing, finding out what, the starting, comps in the set, the traits, building up onto ladder snapshots, fighting for those ladder spots to make it to the Cups, to then do well in the Cups, to make the Day 3s, to make regional finals, to be in this spot where you're still in contention to be crowned among the top 8 players in the world, and potentially make that, I think, coveted Day 3.
When you think of that pressure that you're referring to mounting in a single point, you hit this boiling point, right? If you would. And the thing that we've been talking about throughout...
All right, it's cursed. We're seeing like Jana.
Throughout the entirety of the weekend, one of the themes has been, players can find an edge from skill, from meta or knowledge, but they can also just do it by being able to show up. I think Double 61 is the greatest example of that. This is a player that had the best AVP coming into the Tactician's Crown, has the best AVP at the Tactician's Crown. It's the players who show up and don't perform worse under the pressure. They play like themselves, because the reality is, if you've made it to the world stage, playing like yourself is oftentimes good enough.
I think also about the players who maybe have had some bad results today and have the chance to showcase their mental resilience of bouncing back from that and clutching up. Players like Disho that we saw had 3/8 in a row, but can potentially come back and show us the dominance we saw yesterday, where he had so many first places and had so many 10 streaks to start games off.
And even just being able to bounce back from that last game, if you were someone who was already very close to making it, right? We had Kubikson end up in a very good spot and then takes an 8th and now is back against the wall, needs 2 huge games to make it to the final day.
And with this lobby in particular, I think there will be a key divide and a few key players to focus on in terms of trying to make that day 3, players who are still in contention for that day 3. 2 players, Asta, I think one of the big surprises of the tournament.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely.
And Li Tuchuan as well are the ones holding down the fort, just trying to make sure they find some stable results coming into this last game, where, as you mentioned, players like Kubikson, players like Cambiz, both from EMEA trying to mount that heroic comeback. And looking at the standings now, we're seeing just how some of these players fare. And I would say from Sologasang up, players are still in contention. The cutoff will be around 60 to 61. 16 points, you can still do so.
Yeah, it's going to be tough for anybody at that point, though. It essentially means you have to go 1-1 to feel anywhere good about finding a slot. And when it comes for some of these players towards the top, right, Asta, Bintum, a lot of the time it's don't go 8th. Don't go 8th. And sometimes that's the hardest time to not take an 8th, when it's all you needed to do.
They say sometimes when you're aiming for one thing, right, there's a pebble in the road and just don't hit the pebble, don't hit the pebble, don't hit the pebble. You always hit the pebble, right? There's a mental thing going on there that you have to be able to avoid. The thing I want to call out, you called out a player like Asta. We can't forget that when we do move into checkmate, you know, the players that have this low AVP but high win rate, Asta being the prime example of that, all of a sudden kind of have an edge. The players who are able to convert high roll when it's presented to them are in a good starting spot to be able to convert in a checkmate format.
That experience for Asta might come from the Open Cups, the new format this sets. Clement labeled him as a pub stomper. You know, being able to find great advantage and really snowball his advantages in a big way in the late game. Even showcasing that on the world stage where there are so many strong players in this international tournament, he's still able to do the same.
All right, we're going to enter this 5th game of the day. No matter what, we're getting some variants. Radiant Item, Prismatic Party, and Scuttle Puddle as the options. Looks like most players wanting to opt for that Prismatic Party, and that's where we are going. All Prismatic augments today, and I want to take your attention to some of these players at the bottom of the screen. We are looking at Kubikson, Cambiz, Lei Tuchuan, and Asta as the big players to look at in this lobby for trying to secure a spot in the top 8.
We'll have to look at how personal these players get in this game. Do these top contenders say, hey, I just need a 6th in both of these games, I just need a 5th? Can I contest one of the players trying to reach me? It's not just, of course, Kubikson and Cambiz. There are a few other players in this mix of players trying to fight for the top 8, but it can get personal. If someone's trying to play Fortune to mount that huge comeback, to go for a first place, these players can try and grief them and target them out individually.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen players even today, right? It happened to Cambiz earlier. There are players who will find an edge and an ability to slingshot their placement by specifically targeting someone else's line, saying, if I have a better spot in stage 3, I can pivot into your position instead and try and slingshot my way that way.
And you have to remember, at the Tactician's Crown, there's actually so much cash on the line that even these players who are eliminated from top 8 still want to put up the best placement possible, try and secure as much of that prize money as they can. So you still have to look out for players like Michael, like Wei-Jin Iverson, who have proved themselves in some of these later games of the tournament and found some additional edge. Michael in that last game, but this is this is insane. 2-1. Oh, Michael, don't do it to him.
Some rituals happening behind the scenes. If it works out in Michael's favor, if we see a gold augment.
No, it is Prismatic Party. I didn't mean to rain down on the parade. I knew it was coming. I'm like, I got to stop it now. It's going to be Prismatic Party.
I wanted the build up to the letdown for sure. I love it.
Oh, man.
Does Michael know that's the real
But he picked it. It actually was Michael that got the
For Cambiz, we see a Fortune Crown potential. This is a player who is on 47 points. We're looking at 61 to 63 being the cutoff. You're looking for a first. You're looking for a second to stay alive coming into Game 6. Does Cambiz go for this, knowing that there are players that can grief him? Knowing that historically in this tournament, EME players have been griefed multiple times already.
Yeah, Kubikson taking an augment that is actually quite good for playing for first as well. Caretaker's Chosen, getting that Radiant item in the later stages of the game. When you scale up, you get a lot more resources than everyone else, and Cambiz does lock in that Fortune.
He locks it in as late as possible, maybe so he buys some time. Players have already scouted. They don't find out he's on Fortune Crown until later in Stage 2, potentially. The upside of the Fortune Emblem, of course, you can toggle it essentially every single fight. So off the unit guarantee, you only add in the Fortune if you know you're losing. So there is way more agency around protecting that streak.
Oh yeah, it helps you get so many more kills. You can salvage extra HP early on. I mean, even just getting 1 kill here is nice, but we'll see Canvas try and do that throughout the stage. I think it can be a massive boon for that comp. We also, just taking stock of some of the other Prismatics, because that's what you want to do for sure, is we've got a Wandering Trainer for Steppy, so we'll have to watch out for what that can turn into.
And I'm not surprised. This is the pickup. I talked to Steppy before this tournament started off. Wanted to know a bit more about him as a player, as a person. And he mentioned specifically, what augment do you love? His answer was Wandering Trainer. So definitely in his comfort zone. I love to see him playing this augment on the big stage and showcasing how he can understand maybe how to really build off of these 3 emblems. Looking at someone like Just Lade, Prismatic Ticket, we know where that road tends to lead. We'll see where it leads right now. There's a Nationals already built though, so Gangly, you were right. Not bowling point yet, but you might be very right.
No, we're getting very close. You're right. We're on board with Asta right now. And, I feel like every time we see and talk about Asta on broadcast, it makes his story all the more impressive. And I feel like we can't understate how much of an underdog this player was coming into the Tactician's crown. The only Vietnamese representative at this global stage, and with his stats being so far below the average player at the world stage, many did not believe that he'd have what it takes to get through the group stage. Once again, through day 2, has had consistent results to make his way into a strong position, and even on the final day, has a strong opener with the Baboom, probably leaning, maybe into this Mythic line. I think is the most traditional line to play.
Still hasn't leveled, it looked like, so could be open to playing Kog'Maw. Wants to win me over, make me a fan coming into day 3 for the Caster Blessings. I like it.
Yeah, we could see it. I mean, Baboom Kog'Maw, that's still a ton of damage. He's just going to nuke the second target that he hits every single time, so definitely something to look out for. Steppy, Sage, Bruiser, and Arcanist, so it could open up towards that like Sage Silas that has kind of fallen off for a bit, but I think if you've got +1 in 2 of the places, I think that can work out pretty well.
It's a nice homage to all the different patches in this set.
That's right.
Kog'Maw rather, Sage Silas. We got the great mix-up, the celebration of Inkborn Fables.
I think that's one of the greatest things about this set in particular is we've actually talked about it all weekend long, the conditions of so many comps opening up lines that tend to seem suboptimal in certain situations, but when that line opens up, when those conditions are met, all of a sudden they can be played from a very strong position.
All right, we've also got a Faded Emblem for Letu Chuan, and that's going to be a big pickup as well, being able to go into that line. It's been relatively uncontested, but it's had pretty good results in the games that it has been found. And we've got an encounter here, getting an additional support item for everyone. Thanks, Soraka. That's what we needed. We weren't getting too many artifacts. We needed more support items this time.
Could be really big for a few players, one of those being Weijin, who looks like he's going into the Reaper line. Yep. Historically, support items work best with these melee bruisers. They get so much benefit in terms of becoming those absolutely demonical 1v9 carries with things like Banshee's Veil, for example.
It's actually quite a swing too, right? Because you have these win streakers, Michael and Weijin, both fighting for that Zeke's Herald. And when Weijin is not able to find it, instead he ends up with this Chalice. And you called it out. He's playing into this melee bruiser line. This feels like a suboptimal pickup for stage 2.
With Accomplice, actually, especially, it tends to be very difficult to find optimal value when you have multiple support items because so many of them are positioning puzzles.
All right, well, we'll see if Weijin can hold on to the win streak at the very least, right? He and Michael are both on the 3 wins. On the other side, Canbiz, Letu Chuan on the bottom side. Both of them looking to keep the loss streak, but Canbiz is playing the Fortune and likely willing to sack even harder in many situations.
For those who don't know, those who haven't been able to watch EMEA this set or just in general, Canbiz is a player who's very comfortable on loose streaks, very comfortable on these high-risk, high-reward game plans, playing with Fortune, for example. Very, very, I think, strong at those fast APM cash-outs. Maybe a tiny bit less on this stage with a higher ping, but all in all, I think he knows the game plan and he's not scared to commit to something like this where there is so much risk and potentially so much reward.
All right, it looks like Weijin is able to hold on. That was a Baboom-empowered second cast there from the Kog'Maw. Nearly takes him out, stops the win streak, but that doesn't bode well for Weijin fully holding on to it because if Michael is any stronger than that last board, he can't get it done.
Big 6.
Six roll for Canbiz.
All right, actually not too bad, though. You know, it gives you a pretty nice pivot point where at the end of Stage 3, Canvas will be able to not only have a reasonably sized cash out, granted it's not griefed, but also have plenty of time to make a transition into Stage board. As we take stock of our lobby right now, pay attention, we've got 2 win streakers, both Weijin and Michael, on the 4 win streak. On the bottom, though, Canvas entirely uncontested on his loss.
I'm a little bit worried about the CN player, Liu Chuan, because overall with Faded, I think when you have the +1 from an augment, it just seems like it can't really match the extra power the other comps get, the other players have in the early game. You can't really stay toe-to-toe with them. You can't reach that late game and skill into it. Whereas when you get it for free from a Sentinel, for example, you do have that much more of a spike in Stage 3 especially. So the lose streak is a little bit worrying. We'll have to see if he's able to stabilize in that Stage 3.
All right, well, does look like Michael was able to hold on to the streak. It looks like Weijin should be able to get that done as well. And we look at Liu Chuan, who was on the full loss until last round, has the Moonstone Renewer, which I think is a very big pickup, a really good support item, but does go win-loss at the very end of the stage, which is not exactly what you want to see.
Both win streakers maintain that win streak. So we can expect there's going to be a bit of a divide in terms of the resources allocated between the top end of this lobby because of the gold coming through for both of those win streakers and the fact that only Canbiz was able to maintain a full streak through Stage 2.
On board with Weijin now, a Loon 2 offered in the shop. Probably want to see how much gold he can get here. Gold orb, that's a lot of money.
Morello would be big as well if he's able to, make use of this belt that was slammed to win that fight for Weijin to try and defend the win streak, which of course you had to go for.
Not going to find it.
Redemption, we saw slammed earlier on Lilia. Not obviously usually the ideal game plan.
Doesn't end up making the Alloon, so doesn't want to spend too much money on that unit. Of course, not going to be a part of the core composition.
Jazz Latte, it's got something cooking up here. I mean, I actually feel like typically when you see players take the prismatic ticket on 2-1, you tend to see them try and play towards that full loss, right? That open 4 into a 3-2 stabilization point. Jazz Latte feels like he has some pieces working here. The question is he going to make the full pivot into something like a Luxjana, or is he going to maybe wait to see what his 3-2 augment to see what it is, to see if it opens up any additional lines?
Oh,
Canbiz
into Kubixen, though.
Adding in the Forward Fortune, slamming the emblem, knowing he's going to lose this fight. Had only the Kog'Maw in with the Story River emblem, didn't have the fortune at all to try and juggle it, but he's confident he thinks he's going to lose this fight. We'll see if that's the case. I think it should be with the Sivir, with the item
I
plan.
mean, this is the only board he could potentially not be, not lose to, which is Kubixen, who is on the 4 loss, was playing an incredibly weak board, but Canbiz even weaker.
And the road is clear now. He can go for the full greed, massive fortune cash out, as you mentioned, right at the Stage 3 finishes.
Wow, it is Prismatic Party.
Wow, like, another Prismatic.
Who'd have thought?
That's crazy.
Gangly's just tricking himself, so he gets hyped up in the key moments of the game.
You got tricked on 2-1.
Oh, it was all on purpose. It was all on purpose.
Oh,
It's the long con, trying to bait Gangly. I'm looking at Canbiz, and I'm just waiting to see if he could find, like, Tiniest Titan or something like that, but looks like it will just be the Jeweled Lotus just to get that strong late game. And having 5 Fortune already in, being able to get that bigger regen, we can see him go for the craziest cash outs. We can see him go for the YouTuber if he wants to try and play for that first place.
Jazz Latte picking up the Warden emblem. So this is a pretty strong tell at this point. Very clearly angling toward that Luxjana. He's got the Lux 2 on his board right now, and he's rolling pretty heavily to try and get those pieces online.
Weijin as well. Buried Treasure, big tell. He's going for that Reaper line. So many items to work with for all of your melee carries. For Canbiz, though, a little bit scary, the fact that the tempo of the lobby is going to continue increasing with the Prismatic Augments coming online. A lot of extra health will be lost potentially in this Stage 3, which is where I think that clean cash out, that clean round in Stage 4 will come in.
You're right. It's all the more reason he's thankful for the placement of that cash out, though, right? Because so many times we see players play their fortune until their last life. They have one turn. They got 30 seconds to get the cash out, do all of their rolls, get their items in. Canbiz is going to have so much time, and while it may not be the greatest, the gigantic cash out, he'll have more than enough time to stabilize his own board.
All right, and Steppy going into Storyweaver, another comp that works out when you're putting in, an extra Sage, an extra Bruiser, an extra Arcanist. All of those are represented within Storyweaver, so you actually have some pretty unique lines out of that, so finding the emblem is really cool.
That's really interesting, actually. He's using the Wandering Trainer as a supplement to the composition that he's playing, not as the actual direction, right? And so when he sees the Storyweaver offered to him, this is the puzzle part of TFT that's so fascinating. He says, this is actually the puzzle piece that makes this a complete picture. I think a really heads-up play from Steppy.
And for the 11th game in a row on broadcast, the player has 100 HP.
Just giga streaking, and it's Michael this time with a 7 win. See if he can hold on to it. I think the Zeke's paying dividends, having those early Garens being a very strong unit. And
Passive protection as well. Really strong tattoo for the early game, especially onto this Jax for now with the Stone Plate, buying so much time for this double Deathblade Senna to do her thing.
We haven't even acknowledged the encounter coming through that's going to be giving gold on either kill or death, which means on top of Prismatic Party, it is just an embarrassment of riches coming in through for every single player in this lobby.
Where did Canbiz get a Storyweaver emblem as well? I didn't see when that popped up, so we'll see what goes on over there.
I do have to mention for Kubikson, we saw the contest with Sox pivoting, forcing Sox to pivot off of Duelist. In this case, now the contest with Weijin on the Reaper line potentially. For Canbiz, the good news is that there seems to be no player going to Kai'Sa, so we'll be free to have ideally a clean roll down where he's able to hit the Kai'Sa too early to stabilize despite having obviously low HP due to the fortune. No Kai'Sa here, though.
On the board, though, you do have an Annie. I'm curious, there's a lot of value just in having the Annie as the unit. It's picked up by Steppy, who's playing around the Storyweaver. Not necessarily exactly what you're looking for. Probably would have filled out a different one of those boards if they had needed it, though.
And the Banshees will be so big for Kubi. I understand now why he just fully committed into this Reaper line potentially.
Double
duplicator. We could see some shenanigans. Kubikson alongside Canbiz, 2 players who are on 47 points. They need that first or second to even keep the dream alive going to Game 6.
I wonder if he had one already, because I actually love going new recruit when you actually pull one earlier in the game, because it's like, well, now I've got 2 and I can create some really opportune circumstances.
Bad news for Weijin. Scouting this board, saying, hey, there's a guy contesting me, and he has 2 duplicators to pull out those canes from the pool.
I mean, that's the strong point of the Reaper's comp is how many threats you have on the board. What Kubikson is setting up for right now is a single 4-2 roll down that allows him to 2-star his entirety of the board, right? He doesn't need to use this on a 5 cost in level 8. Instead, he can just go for a 1 large roll down that stabilizes him for the entirety of the stage.
Asta actually has such a beautiful setup for playing into the Mythic line. We've talked about how high econ you need to be to actually make it work. You need that level 9 Lilia. He gets Tiniest Titans to go alongside this, which not only gives you gold, but also just buys you time from giving you that HP back. It's a really easy way to get there, and because Baboom is so powerful, it makes up for the econ augment.
But he's not playing Kog'Maw reroll, so I'm no longer best friends with Asta. He does not have my blessing for tomorrow, unfortunately. He's lost his chance. For Kubikson, we saw there, he is missing a few key components to have those items for the cane once he does find it, hoping for a sword potentially to build that Edge of Night onto that cane. And Jaslade, a player who is still on the Teemo for now and has 6 Teemos actually, so he might be going to the Teemo Warden line, which is quite rare. But if someone's going to pull it out, it's going to be Jaslade.
I feel like we oftentimes see the Teemo reroll in the Warden setup come in under 2 conditions. One, there's either some sort of Exalted that really enables it, or you have the Blighted Jewel. The second of which, though, is that you need Lux Janna to not be played in your lobby. And that's something that is not expected. The fact that he's uncontested, maybe because he was angling toward that from the beginning, he was able to get the respect of the rest of the lobby. But Jaslade has a line open that many would not actually find themselves in this position.
And we didn't get a big chance to talk about it, but the Nautilus encounter is also just giving a massive amount of econ to the entire lobby. Everyone's so
don't push your luck, Canbiz.
Here comes the cash, Tat Crown.
It's a lot of gold.
Bunch of gold.
Should be a good setup, as we said. Uncontested on the Kai'Sa. Should have a clean roll down at 4-1.
We should certainly acknowledge that this is a great cash out to hit on neutrals. It gives you the gold, it gives you the Tactician's Crown, it doesn't give you immediate combat power. So if he was forced to make one big roll down, use all this gold all at once, it would be very difficult to make the transition. Instead, now he has time.
The only concern are the items. You do get the Last Whisper, you have a Giant Slayer as well, so it's not too bad in that scenario. Has to find the Kai'Sas, has to find the Gallios, has to find the Silences. Until now has not found anything. There's one Silence at the very least, but still only a single Kai'Sa. Big shop there at the very least. Has to sell off the board as they continue making the pivot.
He's got a lot of components. Nothing.
He didn't
really
buy the Kai'Sas.
Right
He's
now.
not going to the Kai'Sa line.
He's playing around this Zoe, it looks like. I mean, he's got the ship. I feel like you can probably...
He's
going vertical Storyweaver,
He's going
that's
for
right.
the early Storyweaver that he got. He found that emblem, and he's just going to try and play around it. Fully contesting into our other Storyweaver player, Steppy, but of course this is a comp that The only really contested unit, I mean, there's Galio, but it's the Aurelia, and whoever can race to find that first.
And we've seen Asta, a player in this lobby, play Story River 2 times on day 1, find a lot of success. So we've seen from a high roll position, it has really insane, I think it was a 3.22 on day 1.
Absolutely insane.
Because you only go into the line when everything is set up for it, and that's the case for Canvas here.
I feel like this is way more heads up than we were expecting. I really love the line recognition from Canvas. We have our third prismatic augment coming through.
Cambiz in EMEA Finals picked up Call to Chaos. It gave him the 3-star 3 cost.
Here we go.
It was absolutely terrible. He maybe lost his chance to become EMEA champion because of it.
He's got multiple TGs.
Triple TG, which I don't think is great with the Story Weaver line because it's not like you have a ton of different carries that you're going to want these items on, but at least it can beef up all the chaff that you play on the board for this line.
No Irelia just yet, unfortunately.
And the fact that he has the Tactician's Crown and some upgraded units, he actually has pretty reasonable unit quality right now, right? You can put this on your front line, make sure that you're giving a little bit of time to your back line. You have the Morgana. I mean, it may not be the exact 4 cost you want on your board to be carrying, but there's a lot of unit quality on this spot.
More Wukong Annie works.
Right.
That's great.
I'll take it.
Yeah.
Looking at Kubikson, has found the Kane 2 with the duplicators used, has double item for now, has the Banshees as well. Will this Reaper line save Kubikson? Kane's already down. He's facing the strongest player in the lobby right now after the cash out, and that means that Kubikson is down to a singular life when there's players like Jazlati who are on a 5-win streak.
I think he got smacked by Canbiz's wallet on that one. It's just so much gold that Canbiz had on this board, just a wealth all around. And then even the Jeweled Lotus, which can be really great for that Story Weaver later on, just make sure that the Kale deletes everything it hits.
We talked about having the double duplicators on his board, right? And he makes this roll down, is able to find the Kane 2 with a Brink of Dawn, which is strong, but it's not exactly the setup you're really expecting. You don't have all of your threats enabled. You don't have the Silas 2. You don't have the Yone 2. All of these units work in tandem to give the value required for this Reaper board to work.
Even the components are not ideal, having an even trial where you already have the Last Whisper and you're facing the other Reaper player. It's going to be Weijin, who's still only on Kane 1, but
Silas 2.
Silas 2 could be big. Items being slammed here.
Good items for Silas.
Yeah, Brink of Dawn can usually make a big gap, but when we look at this, there's no other combat power from Kubikson's augments, right? It's entirely just in the Radiance, and can Brink of Dawn actually do enough? It looks like with this fight, yes,
so
it can.
impactful in these fights. Especially the reset of aggro that comes back and cleans up.
Really big win for Kubikson. I mean, at this point, he's one of these main characters, right? He's on that bubble, looking for a strong finish for any way to be able to get himself back into the game. The Silas being on the carousel could be enough. Decides to take this Yone instead. Try and lock in a Yone 2. It is itemized. He has both the Bloodthirster and the Titans. I think he probably believes this is the most immediate power spike he can get.
We were talking about the players who are defending, holding the fort. Lichuan is one of those players who's on faded. The CN player is now at 28 HP. 2-3 lives, depending where he takes those losses. He's on 54 points coming into this. Still open room to really choke that advantage and not be able to make that top 8. So he has to try and guarantee a top 4 here to make it easier for that game 6.
Yeah, 7th or 8th makes it really scary. You suddenly have a much higher bar to try and punch your ticket to day 3. And we know it was that early faded start, but he hasn't been able to put together a ton. It's just holding a couple of Silases on the bench.
Faded Emblem. It's going to be 7 faded.
Pair.
The Silas being sold. Very good news for both Weijin and Kubikson.
Doesn't have the Ornn 2, though. Oftentimes, this comp is really determined on whether the front line holds up. And if you don't have the Ornn 2 able to give items to the rest of that front line, you can often struggle to give time to your back line to ramp up and win the fight.
Yeah, terrible roll on the TG, though. Even Shroud with the redemption for this Syndra.
Backline
she might not be able to crank out enough damage, and she
Wow.
can't. You see that she's not able to take out the Lilia, and instead, Lichuan loses the fight.
A crazy setup for Asta as well. The Baboom into the uplink already. The Lilia 2 has been found. The extra gold coming in throughout that stage 3, start of stage 4.
Jazz Latte looks like he did end up in this Teemo Lux reroll line. He's making a little bit of work on the front line, but he's got the back line locked in, which is nice, but very similar to the Lux Janna comp. This comp is determined by whether your Wardens can cast one more time. Oftentimes the front line lives or dies on a dime, so whether they can get one additional cast to buy a few more casts for your back line is what's going to determine it.
Still so many upgrades missing. Nautilus 1 far away from a Mumu or Allow It, who despite not many players contesting these 3-cost units like we have seen in so many other games, and also the weakness of the Aegis means the positioning against these Reaper boards. You might be in trouble if the Kane's able to wrap, give out that deadly embrace that we were talking about.
Wait, the Lux comes in.
Silas tries to take them down, but not quite able. Teemo should clean up here.
Let's recognize, too, that he's playing on level 8. He's playing the 6 Warden variation, right? So lots of players decide whether the strongest way to play the game out is going to be playing for 3-star 3 cost on level 7, but because he has the Warden emblem, says, I can spike very hard on level 8, very cheaply, maintain the HP that I've preserved up to this point in time.
Kubi has taken another loss, down to 4 HP. Kambiz is going to be back in his rotation in stage 5. Kambiz off of the casuals on a 5-win streak, so potentially we could see Kambiz on 47 points, eliminating Kubikson on 47 points, both from the same region, both playing from the hub in Madrid, but both fighting each other for one of those very few spots in the top 8.
They both need it. You know, they both need a first or second here to really feel like they're in a good shape to actually make it all the way to day 3. So Kubi going to have to try and dodge Kambiz as long as possible to make things happen here. So you take a look at this board as Kambiz has been able to put together. And now over to Asta, where we have this Lilia board has fully come together. We said he could get there with the tiniest Titans, and it's absolutely pulled together, but the front line is still very soft.
That's the one thing you're missing. You know, this Lilia board has so much damage. You have the Lilia, you have the Azir, you can eventually get a Huion. He has the Exalted damage bonus as well. The only question is whether or not the front line holds up. And here we can see up against Li Tuchuan, who has the Ornn 2. We talked about it before. Ornn 2 is oftentimes a decider on whether it's enough damage. The casts come through, they don't fall.
The Kane wrapping the back line. Pivotal fight, 7th versus 8th. We're in stage 5. The extra damage. The Kane is wrapped. Brink of Dawn is procced. It's not going to be a big win, even if it is a win. But Kane is taken down. Kubikson also defeated. Another 8th place back-to-back, unfortunately. And that, I think, is the end of the dream for the young Polish player, no longer in contention for one of those top 8 spots.
And we have 3 other lobbies full of these bubble players. With Kubikson going down there, it opens up the door for all of those players who are in that same bubble to try and make their way into the top 8.
Still such an insane run from such a young player. Still going to have a very
only
solid
17 years of
placement
age
in the TAC crown.
Has a bright, bright future in competitive TFT esports.
All right, now we've got kind of, I guess, our other protagonist of this lobby, though, right? Kambiz, the other bubble player alongside Kubikson, who fell in 8th, has this Fortune Cash Out online on a 6-win streak. Level 9 was able to get the 5 Storyweaver while maintaining strong unit quality with the Annie and the Morgana in the backline.
Going up against Weijin, this is going to be the other Kane board, but Kambiz, I think, again, just so strong. He should be hitting everyone very hard, and it's just a matter of not rotating into him, and Weijin just going to be on 1 life. That is big for our CN representative at the bottom here with 54 points coming into this game. He just needs to avoid these bottom 2, bottom 3 placements.
And for Asta, who I think is close to guarantee his position in that top 8 as well with what could be a 2nd or 1st place finish. We mentioned he needed to find those frontline upgrades. He's still going to be on the chopping block. If he doesn't, he might start losing a lot of HP. But for now, 62 HP, a really big buffer looking at everyone from Kambiz and down.
The name of the game for Asta right now is to last, right? Kambiz is going to be dealing a significant amount of damage to so many players in the lobby. We're looking at Jazz Latte with 1 off of the Amumu 3 and the Alawi 3. Decides to actually play 5, drops down back to the 5 Warden instead. What did he swap out?
He's facing off against Asta, who is still needing to find a few more upgrades. Only the Nautilus 1. We're seeing the very riveting battle of those anchors on the right side.
Yeah, he's got a pair of Nautiluses in instead of having
big
the
cast,
extra
though.
Warden, but he pays dividends with the extra CC. Jazz Latte able to find this win. His cap is so high because he's 1 off of each of these Wardens. He can get back to 6 Warden at that point. Absolutely insanity. And he's even able to find a win against Asta at this stage and just keep alive, keep the HP.
And we see why the pairing of Teemo and Lux. The Lilia deleted very early into the fight due to that backline damage. Irelia potentially on the table for Kambiz if he wants it.
Lei Tuchuan being able to pick up a Dryad emblem, might be able to go 7 and 6. That is an insane cap as well. Kambiz gets the Aurelia that he desperately needed.
Really a masterclass from Kambiz on the transitional game.
I'm surprised he didn't go for the Fortune emblem.
Play 7, Fortune, get it in.
I think Kambiz did a great job being able to use his resources to not just solo his mind on just the Storyweaver and instead play a transitional level 8 into this level 9 where he can now decide whether he wants to play around the 7 Storyweaver.
Yep.
There it is.
Great shot. There's the Alawi. Jazz Latte going 4-4 instead. I think this makes a lot of sense. You're going to get these 3 stars in, only play the high-quality Wardens, and then you've got the 4 trick shot to help out on this Teemo.
What are these Thieves' Gloves rolls coming
5
in
HP for Li Tuchuan for the Chinese player, fighting off against the Storyweaver, the full clump in the back line. Can Steppy deal the final blow here? Can Tuchuan fight for a few more spots, a few more points?
The TG roll making all the difference. You look at this, Syndra just can't get through the front line very quickly. However, Ornn takes 1 additional cast from the Kayle.
The Kayle does not get her cast
time.
off.
It does buy enough time. Steppy takes the loss. Lei Tuchuan gonna stay alive.
Jazz Latte down to 11. Cambiz still on that win streak, climbing up, cascading up the HP totals. Now 3rd place position with a 9 win streak.
Decides to play the triple blue Kayle at level 9, has 10 units on his board because of that Tactician's Crown. At this point in time, it feels like Cambiz is the final boss. It's just a matter of whether the other players that are low on the standings can dodge him.
Oh, Jazz Latte hits the Amumu. He's going to have to wait around, though. He can't sell for it unless he does find a spot. He finds a way to get there.
The
4
Giga
Warden,
attack
2
speed
trick
Lux.
shot. He had to drop out a 4 trick shot to get there, but this is so much power.
Lux positioning on the Syndra.
Gets
double
the
stun
Syndra
as well.
stun. It's huge. There's the jump into the backline from
Another
the
one on
set. No, does not get 1 more cast out of that front line, so it's up to the Teemo. Is there
front line
the
is
damage?
falling.
It's
It's
all
not enough.
down. It's not enough. Jazz Latte goes down. Opens the door for Lei Tuchuan to be able to lock in a spot now. At least going to be guaranteed 5th place.
Li Tuchuan defending his place toward the top of the standings. We've been saying it all game long. He's not he doesn't require a top 2. He's playing for placements. He's playing for points. He wants to get that threshold. In the past, we've seen it at 60 to 62 points. Li Tuchuan at 54 points coming into it. He is so close to that threshold.
Top 4 puts you in a very comfortable position. Just getting 1 more placement can make all the difference here as we approach those final standings, as we approach those final games.
And for Cambiz, even though he only really needs a second to keep the dream alive, a first would go a long way in terms of giving him better chances on a potential tiebreaker, which we could be seeing. Points are so close. Talk about Cambiz and Kubikson being so close. Dissoap is in that same battle. Sox as well. These players might end up at the same time on 61 points, on 62 points, on 60 points. And the tiebreakers, of course, being a number of wins across these first 2 days.
Let's not understate the value of momentum. That's a real thing, right? When you're competing, when you're in the zone, when you're coming off of a strong finish, having the confidence to play your final game of TFT is oftentimes more impactful than anything else.
All right, Lei Tuchuan runs into Cambiz, though. This is not what you want to see if you are trying to hold on for your life and find 1 more placement.
Big
the set
settle.
gets some good value, and it does end up blocking a lot of damage from the Kayle. Finally, the Kayle gets through, but it's a little too late. Lei Tuchuan might be able to get there, and he does.
Gets a cast, but on the wrong side. Big win for the CN player who was, again, on 5 HP very long ago, is still alive, is still fighting for this potential top 4.
Li Tuchuan did a great job splitting up his backline threats there. We can see Cambiz right now. He's not done. Sitting at 70 gold, is going to decide to go level 10 now. Have 11 units on the board. He's going to be able to get the Dragon Lord and Duelist online now with this Lee Sin.
Cambiz knocking on the door. Needs this first desperately. Finally takes a loss, but for good reason. Cap out the board even higher, making it to level 10.
The TG adaptation moving the Soraka up to get some more value from the Titan's Resolve from the Edge of Night.
Cambiz going up against Steppy. It is both the Story Weavers facing off, but Cambiz has that level advantage. We see the first casts coming through, trying to decimate the front line, and the Mana Reave also hitting onto Steppy's Kayle, and it's not even close. A slaughter in the mirror, and Cambiz gonna eliminate another player and move even closer to that top 2.
You can see the energy coming in through Cambiz too, a little bit of a reaction. He's feeling himself in this moment.
Understandably so for Cambiz, and unfortunate for Michael that hands up in the air, taken down. Will be a 4th plate for Michael, a 7th, or a 5th plate rather for Steppy.
And look at this top 3. Asta, Cambiz, and Lei Tuchuan. Both Asta and Lei Tuchuan just needed top 4s to feel safe. They should feel very good with top 3 finishes. Cambiz now needs to finish the job. A first makes it so much easier.
Asta on 55, I think, is now a guaranteed lock for that top 8. Litu-chan, I say a guarantee or almost that case, and Canvas keeps the dream alive if he's able to get a second or a first, especially a first, even better.
Asta finally getting this board online now, has the 2-star Annie, the 2-star Nautilus, and the 2-star Azir and Lily in the back line. Canbiz, though, it just has so many threats. The front line has already fallen. The Annie's on the Azir. The Kayn will ult. There's so much damage coming through. It's not going to be enough. Asta will take a big hit. Still alive, though.
Asta holding on a little bit longer. So does Litu-chan. Everybody living here. Canbiz the only one with potential for 2 lives. However, we'd have to take a very, very small loss to make that happen, as we do have a couple of pickups. Asta going to grab a Heavenly Emblem right out the gates. Canbiz, what more could he need? What more items can even fit on the board?
I was going to say, I feel like Bramblevest, at this point, Canbiz has so much damage on his board. He's going to be able to outlast all the other front lines, but you want to ensure that, right? Get another Bramblevest, make your front line all that more powerful, and ensure that because you have the ramping damage of both the Aurelia and the Kayle, there's no way you'll be able to get out DPS by another board.
A little bit of gold injection from the Fortune for Canbiz. The last few upgrades being found here. Rakan picked up, added in over the Alawi, and that should be the final board here for Canbiz. 7 Storyweaver once again online.
Getting into the fight, Canbiz has the go, so the other side, they're fighting for that 2nd or 3rd place. Litu-chan versus Asta. Litu-chan definitely needs a little bit more as far as points than Asta, so definitely looking for this win as we get the big damage from the Baboom coming out. From that Lilia, the CC's still there. The backline is gone, but there's still a Syndra, and it is enough. Litu-chan able to get the job done, find a 2nd place. 7 points going to be added on at least to that 54.
EMEA versus CN. The AP verticals to decide it all. The AP verticals that scale into that late game. Faded versus Storyweaver. Canbiz, of course, with a Fortune cash out. More resources due to the extra risk he took in a game where he needed to win.
Litu-chan, we said from the beginning, takes this Faded Emblem. Is that enough to actually reach the high end? But he has the other conditions met. Finds the Dryad Emblem, gets the Jeweled Lotus, and of course, the new recruit at the very end. It just tips the scales of the power he's getting from this Faded board.
Yeah, I mean, seeing that Dry Emblem was so massive for capping. 7 and 6 on the traits is as big as you want to be, and we'll see if the damage is there. Look at the roll from the TG on the Syndra. That's a way to find a win. Having to deal with Canbiz, though, we see the first
set as well. He deletes the Kayle. That could be the pivotal moment of this fight. The Zoe's alive. She can't take down the Kindred even. Annie's alive, but she's already taken down. It's going to be a big loss as well. Canbiz level 10. But it doesn't make a difference. He's down to just 1 HP. The dream is still alive for the tiebreakers especially.
He needs to find a way to avoid the set, the Dryad set, just doing way too much.
Look at Canbiz's board, though. It's not like he can't cap it out. He has upgrades to be found. He has 2 more rounds. Now he's going to have a gold injection coming in through the PvE round. If he can find the Wukong 2, the Aurelia 2, the Rakan 2, he's got plenty of places to still put items based on the Lee Sin and the Rakan and an injection of resources.
That being said, I think the items for Canbiz will be less impactful, whereas there's still an open slot for Set, and we just saw how impactful that set was at the start of that fight.
Yeah, Jeweled Gauntlet, Jeweled Lotus, Dryad Set, AP Set, babies, slamming and jamming.
Gold coming through.
Aurelia
is so big.
Wukong 2!
Wukong. Equally so for the disruption at the start of those fights. The item here for Set, though, going to be so important.
And look at Syndra's TG rolls. TG rolls on both sides.
Surely not. The Azir's the last big upgrade left for the CN player. He can't find it.
He's got to pop this.
Vow could be big for an earlier cast. If you want the full damage, maybe Rabadon is the way to go, but I think the Vow is just going to be more disruption overall.
Look at the TG diffs here. We've got tank items on the front line for Canbiz. We have tank items on the Syndra for Litu-chan. It's going to come down to this set. There has been a move. The first dunk is not going to get the Kayle. The Kayle and the Aurelia are safe. That might buy enough time because the Syndra is not a good enough carry. Second jump from the set. Doesn't get there.
They're still safe.
So big. They're still safe. And it's just the Aurelia. Gets down the Azir. One more
Look
cast.
at Canbiz.
But Canbiz, he gets the first that he needs.
And because that Azir was 1-star, the damage was not there to get that kill. Actually so impactful in the end. The rolls came through for Canbiz, the TG as well. Whereas the fight before that, it was also a big high roll for the CN player with those perfect items on Syndra.
Canbiz had the ability to cap out his board. He still had room to grow. The Aurelia 2 able to take out so many of the backline units from the other side. At the end of the day, the front line holds up. The set is not impactful enough, and Canbiz slingshotting himself even closer to top 8.
And as much as like you want to say, oh, the TG rolls, that was so incredible, it made such a difference, and it did. The biggest difference was that positioning, that last second move, getting the Kayle completely away from the set. And I can't wait for Analyst Desk to break it down even more. We're so hyped up, we know they are. We're gonna go to a quick break, and then we'll have the Analyst Desk, we'll have more, and finally Game 6 of the Inkborn Fables Tactician's Crown. Don't go anywhere.
Please do not use the bathrooms for Eldritch summoning.
Our players are getting so close to figuring out which 8 of them will vie in tomorrow's final day of competition for that beautiful Tactician's crown. Ooh. It gets shinier every time we look at it, I swear.
Must be the lights.
I think it is the lights.
We saw Jana 3-star wearing it today, so that was pretty cool.
She was wearing 2.
2 actually, right. So it's the Inkborn Fables Tactician's crown guard. I understand what actually happened here. But let's actually talk about that 11th game in our group stage, because there's only 1 game left. But this one, especially when it was the second to last game that our players have in order to accumulate those points to make that final lobby, everything goes out the window when you see Prismatic Party as your portal.
Yeah, absolutely right. 4 players in this lobby still had a chance to maybe make that threshold that we're expecting for those top 8. And honestly, I was rooting for all of them. It's just the nature of the things, but some of them had a little bit of a tougher challenge. Kubikson and Canvas, they're needing a 2nd place or higher to guarantee that they are going to be moving through on average in those last 2 games. And I do want to talk about Canvas's route here for a little bit, because I thought it was really cool. True to the, I would say, Casey Cousins style, goes on that fortune, goes really aggressive on it, gets that cash out, gets that tack round, it's lots of gold from all of those units, and then decides that that is not enough. He looked at Li Tuchuan, he said, okay, you're kind of scary over there. I'm going to go to level 10 and solidify the lock-in at the last fight, really solidifying that placement as well, moving that kill to the front line, away from where that set could get her. I love that.
Yeah, great news for Kim, bad news for Kubikson that you also mentioned him, because he needed a win also to improve. And actually, no, he went for Reapers in a prismatic lobby. Him and Weishan got contested, so it wasn't enough for them. So very tough. And now we're seeing the 2 best performance of this lobby, both going for mainly AP lines that were very good because of, again, those prismatic augments.
Most of the times you want to be going for some of these AP lines like you talked about, especially for Fated Dryad is one of them that's really strong, because you can have that Baboom, which is a great combat augment, and also the Fated and Dryad emblems are both in the pool. If you are playing the prismatic lobby, just remember to re-roll your augments, because they're all coming out of the same pool, giving you a much better shot at finding the ones you want.
Well, something that let players into the AP as well was the Exalted, right? Kind of perfect for those AP-leaning comms around that Zyra, Annie, Soraka, even the Cho'Gath if you're playing those Mythics. So beautiful line.
It was great to see Asta. He got the Exalted, as you were saying, just recently, and he's close, but now with not getting a top 4, it will be very difficult again. We'll see the standings just recently, and Weishan, we didn't talk about him. He's now with no possibilities. He was already in a tough spot, so no possibilities for him to advance. And now, pending 1 game, is all about this last, and who are the last spots that will get to day 3.
We did get a brief glimpse of this, but Jazz Latte had a really interesting board there with the Teemo reroll as well as the Wardens. What was going on there, Clement?
Kids, don't try this at home. I have tried it many times before. This is one of those lines. Jazz Latte was already knocked out at this point. I think he wanted to have a little bit of fun. We have seen the line, but usually it's with Rising Star and Blighting Jewel. Those are the big conditions you want to see. Go with it. He did have a Warden crest for the 6 Warden front line. As we did see, it doesn't really have enough power in a prismatic lobby.
Yeah, for sure. And this final fight was amazing. The celebration from Canvas going up against Li Tuchuan, perfect for him. And I also want to recognize Li Tuchuan. He played Fated perfectly. He actually got some luck in the Syndra items at the end, but closing it out again with a good 2nd place, and Canvas with the win.
It was good fortune, what can I say?
Yeah.
Well, after that one, I'm going to go ahead and just toss to the standings right now. Because right at this point, we only have 1 game left for our competitors. Anybody that's on this page right now, they are just trying to play for their final placement, because there is still a lot of prize money on the line that all of our players are trying to look for. That as we inch ever closer towards the middle of the pack, you're still actually in a good spot. If you take a look at this next page and you're looking at like 52, 53 points.
Yeah, anything with 52 and up. If you're looking at title, you're looking at Moji, with the cutoff most likely being on those 60 points. With a 1st place, they could still make it. But of course, on that 1st place, we're seeing the 1st players locked in.
We are, because guess what? We have 4 players in our lobby already determined. We've got Casey Double 61 locking in a spot in the final day with 67 points.
Wow.
And at 61 points, Lee Tutuan, Asta, and Bintum also making that final lobby already.
4 contested for APAC. Clement, you have to be proud, man. It's so amazing. 4 of them with actual possibilities to get to the day 3, and 2 of them have already advanced.
Absolutely.
Looking at those top 8, you see Canvas down there. Double and Canvas, the dream team of cousins, could make it together to that day 3. What a fairy tale that would be.
Yeah, but I mean, Clement, this is a group of players that we were already so excited about. Double 61 now has a chance to really actually get that second title. And Bintum as well, in his 4th set championship, finds his way into a final lobby too.
This is already guaranteed to be his 3rd top 10 finish already at the championship. So I think it's an incredible milestone for him. And the one person I think that is holding America's hopes, since we didn't see them in the final card, is Dish Soap. He finally came back from that stretch of 3 8th places to clinch a 1st, and now he's looking just 1 slot outside. So Americas, you're not out of the tournament just yet.
Yeah, important that also Ningli, that he and Disho were their best in the previous day. They performed as they could. Disho not in the best day today, but Ningli actually very close. He's just 1 point away from being secure, so maybe a second a 7th place would be enough for him even.
Just any place.
Yeah,
Just anything actually.
not an 8.
Okay, well, let's not jinx him just yet. But there is only 1 more game left for our players to grab those final points to see which 4 are going to be joining our 4 players at that top of that leaderboard. So once again, we send it back over to our casters, Casanova, Panda, and Gangly, to bring us home for this 12th and final game of the group stage.
All right, couldn't have set us up better. Talking about Dish Soap coming in, but also all these other players fighting for those final 4 spots in the top 8 for their chance to become a champion.
And we got a chance to look at some of those players who have already locked in their spot or so close to it, right? The best performing players from EMEA and APAC, Casey Double and Bintum locking in their spot, and now we have our lobby before us, Dish Soap on the bubble, the only America's representative with a solid chance of making it into the top 8.
Not just that, but I have to imagine Clement has the widest possible smile. 2 APAC players already in, 2 APAC players in that top 8, and 2 APAC players in this lobby on 52 points who, with a 1st place, could potentially make it in on tiebreakers. That's going to be Tidal, someone who we're considering to be a player that is trying to earn the title of greatest of all time in TFT esports history. His 4th global championship. 1st place, obviously, a championship already in set 9, a 2nd place in set 7.
And these will be our 3 kind of heroes of the lobby that we're looking at their journey to become a champion, to make it to the top 8. Tidal, Moji, and Dish Soap, all with the different conditions. Moji and Tidal needing that 1st, Dish Soap needing a 3rd or better, all of them needing a little luck even with those outcomes.
When you think of Dish Soap's career on the whole, he's a man that broke out in set 6 with his 1st ever tournament appearance. In set 7, he was a player that we expected to see perform better than he actually did, but since set 8 has been a mainstay in the Big 4 of North America, one of the strongest players that we've seen, the most consistent tournament results, the best average placement from the Americas, and now has a chance to represent the region by making it into a top 8 with a strong performance here.
We talked about him being a player to, I think, deserve it. He's been just so strong. Since Monster's attack, has not let his foot off the gas when it comes to his dominance of, I would say, one of the strongest regions in TFT right now, the Americas.
And it's not just that. It's not just that he's showing up. It's the fact that for so long, Dish Soap said, it's not the games, it's not the low roll, it's not the variance that's holding me back, it's myself, it's my mental. And he said he's been able to overcome those obstacles, and now it's the pure test of whether he can overcome the mental load with the pressure on.
Exactly. 3/8 today after such an incredible day 1. You would think many players could fall apart. But Dish Soap has at least been able to bring it back to within striking distance, and now he just has 1 more shot to make it the dream he has been fighting for so many sets, making it to that final of the championship, become potentially the winner of the 1st Tactician's crown.
One more player I want to touch on, we haven't talked about too much when it comes to the narrative aspect, is Moji. We talked about him being a 2-cost reroller, him being one of the strongest 2-cost rerolls in a very strong meta, but this is a player who actually has a bittersweet entry into this international stage. He just recently graduated his master's, he's getting married very soon, but he shared with me that overall, his family looks down upon his video game career, doesn't really give it the respect it deserves. So him making a top 8, him representing APAC on the big stage, I think would be such a great story to see coming into that day 3.
We're seeing augment selections come through. Dish Soap taking Epoch, angling towards a Lilia. We've seen he was one of the most successful players in the line in day 1. We'll see on day 2 if he's able to continue that success. We've seen him navigate getting to level 9 and putting the comp together very well.
We've got Moji on board, playing around Adaptive Helm on this Cogmaw. A lot of damage going to be coming through there. And on the other side, though, Bintum playing a great setup for this melee bruiser line. The Bloodthirster plus Titans is going to be able to carry him quite far, and the Gargantuan Resolve with an Aatrox too. This is a setup I think most people aren't traditionally using Aatrox as, your standard early game holder, but playing ahead of the tempo, ahead of the cadence, this Aatrox is going to carry him pretty far.
And we've seen Tidal fighting against the entire lobby back in his set 9 Runeterra Reforged checkmate win off of those double tome of traits, off of waiting to play those tomes to find an avenue where no one could stop him. I think it's going to be a similar story in this lobby. We have 4 players angling melee bruiser lines in general. Bintum with the Gargantuan Resolve, Tidal of course with the Heavenly Emblem. We have 62nd on the Grim Harvest, and Arzu, who's picked up the Wandering Trainer and has a Duelist emblem as well, which he could play into. Going to be a tough game for Tidal, but if anyone can do it, can find a way to find a first place, it's him.
It actually, I feel like, benefits someone like Disho who has this Epoch, because with so many players playing these contested lines that from the Duelist and the Reaper, it opens up some of these other 4-cost lines that maybe he can roll for more freely.
Yeah, and especially if everyone's going for those 80s, it's likely that there'll be more low-roll boards in general. Right? You're just going to have a weaker lobby, and a weaker lobby is way better for Epoch when you're trying to scale up. You don't have the combat aug, but you're just going to be pushing experience throughout the game. Wet Jungler also went for Epoch, will be kind of having that same amount of success, and might be the person that Dish Soap is kind of dueling for those units later on.
Especially tough for Bintum, who I talked to Tidal. Tidal told me the 2 closest friends he has in TFT on the global scale are Bintum and Cosmo, both Korean players. He respects them a lot. He's coincided with them a lot at different global championships in the past. And Bintum, of course, with 1 foot, or really a guarantee, already for that top 3.
Orin artifacts coming through. We've seen all weekend long. The Orin artifacts allow specific lines that are otherwise not playable to be possible. The question is, who has one that opened up a specific line? Who has one that allows them to play more generally or tempo? And is anybody actually stuck with an artifact that is difficult to play through the early and mid game?
Artifacts usually good for those melee lines. A lot of them work out for it. We saw Dish Soap get an Eternal Winter, which is actually quite nice for stalling time, especially for those late game fights with the Lilia ramping up and dealing lots of damage. Just looking around to see if there's anything huge. We had Death's Defiance for the title. That's great for the melee line.
Omni Vamp, the stall, so good at giving survivability to these melee carries who like to get down and dirty, like to get into that melee range, of course.
Really love this opener from Tidal, right? This is kind of the traditional Duelist Reaper opener. I think Tidal's really happy about it.
Wet Jungler with Suspicious Trenchcoat and Epoch might be able to set up to try and play something like the Story Weaver, that Exodia composition we alluded to earlier on.
Of course, Wet Jungler no longer in contention for the top 8, but there is so much prize money for every single placement you have in this competition. You're always fighting for something no matter where you are currently on the standings.
It's a good time to take stock of the lobby. Halfway through stage 2, 3 players contending for the 5 win streak. Wet Jungler and Ardu both contending for the 5 loss.
Duelist pickup for Arzu, picks up the Volibear, picks up that BF sword to try and get something going with potentially that Duelist +1 on the Sentinels.
Looking at some of the artifact pickups, Arzu with the Corrupted Vamp Scepter, we have to look at maybe the Gnar angle. We see some of the items he has as well. Could go for something like the Titan's Resolve. There are options here, but if he was able to grab a Rod, Ginsu can be very nice to pair with it.
Bintum maintaining his win streak through the front half of stage 2 without actually slamming his Orin artifact. The Rapid Fire Cannon sitting on the bench right now, not something he's able to play on this Aatrox.
Could this be the Kiana RFC build? I wonder.
Are the legends true?
talked about what lines are open up. I mean, I guess it's open. I guess it's there. It's a possibility.
Well, it's not entirely open. There's many players going for Qiyana on their call.
Open, with air quotes.
A 3-win streak for Bintum trying to defend it. We talked about the usual suspect with that 100 HP somewhere in Stage 3. We'll see which of these players can fight for it. Title, Flancy, and Bintum all in contention. A big fight here. Immediately,
loses the
Qiyana is getting the Titan stacks, but is also being hounded on by the Aatrox, who we've seen be an absolute demon all throughout the early stages. That last ult will do it.
He's reaching critical mass
He's
now.
taken down, and this Aatrox is going to be a thing of nightmares.
Yeah, and it's not getting to overtime fast enough. This round was too quick with all the damage. I think the Aatrox has got the time. Couple more casts. There it is. There's the overtime. Aatrox is able to get the job done. Title going to lose the win streak. Bintum holds on.
Flancy as well. Only one win streaker left in this lobby. It is Bintum on the other end. Both Moji and Wet Jungler on a 4 loss.
A smile on Bintum's face, knowing that, all in all, I think yesterday's showcase, raw skill, salvaging the games that he had to really fight for that top 8 and come into today with a good standing. And today, I think he's shown his dominance. So many games you've seen him streaking these early stages.
Dish Soap actually having a last Whisper Slam here, so this is not going to be that Lilia that we expected out of Epoch. Instead, looking towards Ashe, playing around the Wardens and utilizing this Eternal Winter on a frontline Warden to buy space.
This scares me a little bit because one thing we've learned, if nothing else, from the Ashe composition up against so many of those melee bruisers is how much positioning is important. If you have your frontline on the wrong side, if you have your Ashe on the wrong side, and those Reapers are able to wrap, it's curtain. So Dishope's actually opting into an extremely skill-expressive line where every single round up against these duelists, up against Reapers, he has to be paying attention and has to have perfect positioning.
Well, you know Dish Soap how it is. He has so many plans. He has the most plans in TFT, right? And if that's the line that he saw, this is the plan to execute, and he's just going to do it to the best of his ability.
And Moji, with everything on the line, he embraces his persona. He picks up 2 healthy, which buffs 2 costs, and I think he's known as the 2-cost reroller to beat in this lobby. Full open fort, taking a page
Horizon
out
focus,
of
baby.
the set 6 Katarina open fort, and then just roll down in 3-2, assemble the strongest board that can just farm everyone on stage 3. Similar case here with one of the strongest comps in the current meta, Luxiana.
It's one of the staple ways of playing the 2-cost reroll, right? We've seen it across the history of TFT, and honestly, this opener's pretty decent. 75 HP on a 5 loss, 41 gold right now as well, and has 2 items that are going to work exceptionally well on this Lux. I think you're actually feeling pretty good if you're Moji.
He is so rich, gets to make 50 on Krugs here. He's going to be able to set up for a big roll down. Already on a couple of Amumu's, and as you mentioned, the Horizon Focus, such a big hit for the Lux early on, giving that bonus damage every time she stuns. She's going to stun at least 2 good targets every single cast.
5 losses as well for Moji, so he can really wait to slam these items, wait for the augment, to play around that flexibility, and then commit to turning this loss streak into a win streak in the very end.
Fortunate for Wet Jungler, hopping back on Arzu though, he does have this Gnar. We see the Titans and the Vampiric Scepter. Does not have the Ginsus, which we traditionally see. Doesn't have the QSS, but has the Rod open on the bench. Certainly a possibility for him to find that.
Facing off against Tidal, still just the Qiyana 1 item carrying for now, but the Gnar has not been upgraded either, so Tidal should be able to hold on here. Bintum was also able to keep that win streak, which is very notable, as he was also playing around a Qiyana, and you know, he had the option of going for potential rapid fire. It looks like he has picked that up, and he's setting up to maybe play that line out.
Prismatic augments on this 3-2 round. Going to throw a wrench into the tempo of this lobby. Stationary support for Wet Jungler.
Lucky gloves for Dish Soap. No open gloves from what it seems, but he already has the last Whisper slammed, so he's got one of his glove components down.
Harm assist for Arzu on that Scepter Gnar build.
It's disgusting.
Great.
For Tidal, a few big combat strength augments, but Boom and Jewel Lotus are open.
Bintum takes Prismatic Ticket.
Yeah, he knows he's contested. He wants to try and hit before everyone else. Duelist Crown was also offered, which could have been a reasonable take.
Moji 2 for 1.
Lots of rerolls. There's so much reroll being committed on this stage right now. We have multiple players.
And
we see
Clancy's contesting. He's going under once again. We saw it happen with Cambiz. And she went in game 4. It's happening again here. Both players going on the 2-cost reroll line.
very helpful for a player like Dish Soap who's on that epoch still, right? He's going to continue to ramp up, and if so many players are contesting each other, we'll have a lot of low rollers in this lobby that start to bleed out.
One of the things I want to point out about Dish Soap's spot right now is that he has these lucky gloves. We talked before about how the positioning is so crucial against a lot of these melee matchups. Being able to get high value out of your frontliners by having things like the lucky gloves on the Nautilus or the set when he's on level 8 or 9 is going to be huge in determining how the fight plays out and how much time he can buy for the Ashe.
Not just that, but level 6, 50 gold, and early Silas to hold the Eternal Winter, to hold the Vow as well. Going to guarantee that Dish Soap continues to have a very healthy stage 3, making sure he's in a prime position to enter that stage 4 without having to do a crazy roll down to just try and stay alive.
Yeah, he's only lost a single round. He actually had a streak kind of cooking early, lost to one of the other streakers because he just wasn't quite there in the early stages of the game, and he brought it back immediately. Has not lost since. Holding on to 97 HP going in with Epoch. So this is a scaling augment that he's keeping this win streak with.
If he can maintain that streak a little bit more with so much room to be able to roll a little bit and upgrade his board on stage 4 before that roll down, I think he'll be in a really strong position.
In the fight, we have yet another melee board. This is Flancy going for those Reapers as well. Immediately having...
And Dish Soap really playing.
Sorry, this is 60 seconds.
Level 7, 30 gold, staying in high tempo ahead of the rest of the lobby, making sure he's preserving as much HP as possible. Dish Soap does not necessarily need a first place.
No, he doesn't.
A second might do it, a third might do it, depending on the tiebreakers, depending on where other players and other lobbies end up.
And we've got an encounter coming up on this carousel. Haven't we had enough? Haven't we had enough? We'll see. Could be another artifact. Kind of the trend we've had in this tournament so far.
Don't jinx it, Casa.
Okay.
Offensive component.
All of those. Spatula.
Yeah, well, all of those melee bruiser players are going to be very happy about seeing this. You even see some of the units, right? You have this Yone with a glove and a sword on it. So many of those compositions want to have as many components as possible to get value on your different threats. This is the encounter you want to see on this carousel.
Moji picks up a porcelain spat immediately if he wants to go for that, being able to just grab that immediately on the carousel. It's also being carried by an Annie, but that can be really good for that reroll line. We actually saw people getting Wandering Trainer in America's Golden Spatula and going immediately there if they saw the Porcelain Emblem, so being able to cap out that way.
Moji going 7, scouting Flancy's board, seeing, maybe trying to have that same game plan Cambiz had in game 4. Cambiz went 5th in the end, finds the Amumu upgrade, thankfully with 2-for-1. In this case, with 2-for-1, you're still able to find the Lux through the Janet 3 on level 7. You have higher odds of finding and getting more value from the augment with the Amumus and the Alaois instead. So the race between Flancy and Moji to find these upgrades, to find stability, and for Moji especially, he's on an 8-loss streak due to that open fort strategy.
Trying to turn it around with the Porcelain Annie. He has the Ashe on board as well. Going up against 62nd, that's the Grim Harvest player. Does have a couple of Yones here, but not able to find a Kane just yet. It's still stage 3, still a lot of time to make that happen. Ryzen Focus Lux still doing just an insane amount of damage, and Porcelain Annie is an absolute monstrosity.
We saw a very similar setup with the 2-for-1 as well just yesterday, where Casey Double was able to able to stay on level 6 while the 2-for-1 player went level 7, and the 2-for-1 player ended up not being able to secure those units. Flancy is remaining on level 6 right now, is digging deep to try and get those units out of the pool before Moji can dig.
Moji finally stops the bleeding, puts on the Band-Aid. We'll see for how long it'll last. Had a Kane in the shop as well. I'm wondering if Moji wants to pick that up and just hold it to try and deny some value from all the other melee bruiser players. Looking at Flancy, though, the contester, this is where that 1v1 will come up. This is where the units being held are going to be so important for Moji. He has to be scouting this board all the time to know what's going on.
Yeah, and Moji has to recognize that Janna is going to be very tough to get to, right? Already almost there for Flancy, but the other units, there's still plenty of time. He is not too far behind, especially when it comes to the Amumu. He's been able to pick up a couple extras.
Dish Soap still on a win streak, 7 right now. On the other side, actually looks like it's 62nd right now. We see that Death's Defiance coming through for title. So many melee bruisers on here. The Kiana stays alive.
Oh my God,
the front line
Kiana
makes her way to the back line. That's going to do it. Title secures another win here.
Quite literally, sub 5% health for the entirety of that fight, just barely healing past what could be the final blow, and wins the fight because of it.
Yeah, 2 gold win because he couldn't actually sell up to 50 either, so it's actually pretty beneficial because he's going to have to roll so much to find the Kane with so many melee bruiser players in this lobby.
2 wins now for Moji. He has stopped the bleeding. Dish Soap finally takes a loss, not able to guarantee the prophecy of just a 10-win streak every single game on the broadcast.
Moji finding Letasa. Has 6 copies, 2 for 1, getting very close.
Transition coming in for title right now. Has
Some
the Heavenly
big pickup
Cane.
on the natural level 7 shop.
Wow.
Finds a Lee Sin, finds a Kane.
He's got options.
A player trying to become champion once again, but first has to make that day 3, has to get a win in this lobby.
Having the Heavenly Emblem on the Cane is going to be an easier transition.
Great items as well.
He can keep a lot of these Heavenly units on his board and still get value out of them because the Cane is doubling them. So when he does decide to go level 8, he'll only need to dig a little bit deeper than he wouldn't have to dig as deep as he may normally because he can play a different variation that's a little bit cheaper to play.
And because of that natural shop, I think he takes a lot of pressure off of himself, doesn't go 8 yet, doesn't try and go for this crazy roll on, trying to take all these units out of the pool before the other players contest. Will hold on to these 2 copies, should be enough to win this round with the itemization especially, and roll down on 4-2.
We were talking just about how much 2 gold could matter. This is a massive amount that he gets to save and get to make even more before he goes into this roll down.
The battle, Flancy versus Moji. Moji trying to send a message, hey buddy, get off my units, I need to win this game.
Yeah, and we've got that Horizon Focus Lux with a Death Cap now. Only mana gen coming from the Adaptive Helmet's a little slow to cast, but these casts hit hard. A little bit wasted there, not being able to hit the perfect targets. And we've even got that Dragon Claw, which is going to help quite a bit on the front line. But the backline access from Lux is so big. Carried down, but now the front line has fallen. It looks like Flancy might be able to find this. Mumu not going to be able to hold on.
The frontliners do it. The Archangel Alawi's kind of scary. The Lux still alive. Doesn't bait that last hit. The Lux is alive to get some extra DPS in.
Get hit.
The frontline surrounds and Alawi cleans up. Frontline diff for sure in this fight.
Moji was turning it around, trying to build a win streak, start to build Econ in that way, and getting a loss there hurts significantly.
Combat caster for title.
That's so big. Snap takes it.
For Dish Soap, we're looking at some kind of combat caster
Combat caster as well. That's pretty good.
Did Moji also get combat caster?
Yeah, all of our main characters for the lobby finding the augments they need.
Dual Lotus coming in for Moji. That's a good pickup.
Especially because you have the death cap already, right? You don't have any crit there, so being able to amplify that damage.
For anyone that picked combat caster as their most picked gold augment in their pick'ems, good news for you. +3 on the board.
That's right.
Title, Dish Soap, and Wet Jungler, the 3 current HP leaders, all picking up combat caster. But what is maybe even scarier, we're seeing Arzu, Giant Slayer, Titan, Scepter with heavy hitters as his last augment pickup. Harm assist as well.
Oh my goodness.
That's massive.
This Nard
Shades of Grey.
Very difficult to kill. Hopping on board though, 62nd, playing around this melee bruiser line, has the Lee Sin, has Kiana who's in the back line now, gets these trench coats, but the trench coat will split and that will bring Kiana back to the front line, it looks like. On the other end of the board, the backliners are still alive. Another Kaisa cast is coming through right now. Is it enough? You still have so many units on the board. Wet Jungler able to take out 62nd in that fight.
Just an immediate, showing of why Combat Caster is so good. If you were watching the shields in that fight, the value that you could get out of it was insane. The split from the trench coat, and then you saw the cast from those, and they all had so much more HP to work with.
Looking at Bintum, staying on 7, rolling down, playing the duelist version. Socks. Redefined, reimagined this duelist back to the reroll variant in the Golden Patch of the Cup for the Americas.
Oh my god, one more volley!
We're seeing so many volleys, so many Tristanas. These units are not contested. We're seeing so many Dianas, Alawis, and Amumu's taken out of the pool. Yone's as well for the Reaper lines.
There we go.
There it is, big upgrade.
Finds one.
One off Lee, one off volley, still 30 gold to work with.
Double remover as well, can potentially swap around items later in the fights.
Oh, we get to watch this Arzu board in action now. This Gnar in the corner has so much healing on his side. It's going to be extremely difficult to burst him down without the Lee Sin 2. Even when you have all of these duelists targeting the Gnar, it just does not seem like there's enough DPS. He hasn't even been touched. This Gnar is going to be able to take out this fight.
All of a sudden, anyone scouting this board from Arzu has to start thinking, if I were playing a melee bruiser line, can my melee bruisers match up to this Gnar, who is kind of a 1v9 titanic force in terms of how he's built?
Quietly, Wet Jungler been climbing all the way up with a 7-win streak, 70 HP, title taking another loss and on 0 gold.
Considering, does he want the Lux? The answer is no. Picks up the way with the glove.
There's an Ashe on the board. Whether Dish Soap wants to try and find this, maybe take the rod, use it for a Rage Blade. Currently has the itemized Aphelios.
Huge.
would give him at least Ashe pair, potentially even Ashe 2.
And Tidal picks up a BF sword, picks up what should and could be an Edge of Night for his melee bruiser setup. For Bintum, how many Titan Resolves do you want? Yes.
And there's Volley. Volley with double Gargantuan Resolve available here. You also have the Lee with double Gargantuan Resolve.
I think the Prismatic ticket poses an interesting question here. How much further do you go down while playing on level 7? Before you go level 8 and try and play around the Lee Sin, you are not close to Kiana 3. It's going to be up to Bintum to determine how he can slingshot himself back in the standings.
Tidal rolled to 0 after going to 8, saving all that money, missed both carries. Going into the fight, it's going to be the Lux once again. Moji is going to be on the Kayn immediately, but we see the Edge of Night getting value. However, Lissandra gets the cast on him immediately after. Big lineup from the other two Reapers, and Lux just deletes them. Moji finding good equity here, though he is very low on HP. Slowly climbing his way back up.
Moji, like Camb, is giving up on the idea of the Lux 3, of the Janna 3. Knowing he's contested by Flans, he decides to push levels to level 8 instead with 2-for-1 as a way to stabilize as you push those levels.
Wet Jungler on an 8-win streak right now. Playing around this epoch, has Kai'Sa 2, has 3 items on this Teemo. Actually doesn't have that strong of a front line, but I think the Suspicious Trenchcoat on this Silet's putting in a lot of work and buying time for this backline to deal enough damage.
Back on Moji. 1 away from the
Wow.
Amumu.
So
finds
big.
it. Massive hit for Moji. Not being able to find the Lux 3, but the front line can stabilize a bit more. 4 Porcelain, Annie 2, Amumu 3.
I wonder how relevant this Lissandra could be in matchups like that Gnar matchup, for example, against Arzu's Gnar that doesn't have any way to stop that crowd control. And it could be so impactful considering the auto attack necessity from that Gnar to deal damage.
Yeah, and just 1 away from actually having the upgrade, has the pair. Being able to put that together as we see Tidal going to take another big loss here from Moji. Tidal needing that first place, so does Moji.
Tidal just missing so many key parts of his comp. Has the Lee Sin pair, but doesn't even have a pair of the Kayn. He's going to need a lot of resources to get himself back into the game.
Dish Soap on a pair of Ashes, but actually going for the Aphelios 3.
This is
2
surprising.
copies away.
And this just shows Dish Soap's confidence in his game plans, in playing, not by the book every single time. How many Aphelios 3s have we seen this tournament? I don't think I've seen one.
Nope.
Yeah, I think 0 at least on stream.
Really needs to get some components here that fill out the rest of this board, though. Yeah,
Sword is good too,
if
but
you
bow
can
is
get
needed.
one more bow, you make something like a Gunblade plus the Ginsu's.
Got the Anvil.
Here we go. Let's see what he pops.
Bow.
There you go.
Perfect
Huge
for
hit.
Dish Soap.
And finds one more Aphelios. He's big roll down.
So big, so big.
Oh my
Finds the
goodness.
Everything
Finds the
in
Aphelios,
3
finds the
rolls.
Nautilus. Eternal Winter on Alawi, buying time. The Rage Blade slammed as well. Dish Soap is back, baby.
Wow, huge rolls for Dish Soap. We said it from the very beginning. He does not need to go for a first place, but he can afford to bleed out. In a lobby of so many of these melee bruisers, it's oftentimes determined by whether that front line holds up. Having the Nautilus 2 there and the DPS now in the back line could mean that Dish Soap can hold on.
Cannot understate getting those hits at this point being so important. Now we can focus on positioning into those melee carries.
Some more bursts on the Soraka. The Guardbreaker slam for Tidal. Tidal has to start winning these fights, has to stay alive. But a huge chunk of damage coming into his carries. A massive loss here once again at the hands of 62nd. And going back to Dish Soap, I really love the addition of the Aphelios 3. When the Ashe is fully itemized, she might be still the main carry of that comp, but having that little extra cherry on top is what really separates from a 4th place or a 5th into a 2nd or a 3rd. We see with Reapers as well when you have the Yone 3 alongside the Kayn 2 as well.
And the reality is, with the Aphelios 3, he now has the time to get to that 3rd item on Ashe. It buys him enough time to be able to reach the stage 5 carousel, and because he had 2 other items he can make on the Ashe, he now increases the cap of his board.
And he identified there are so many encounters in this game that are giving me extra components. I will have enough components to itemize my front line, but also 2 or 3 backline carries.
Speaking of that, what is going to be on the carousel once again? Very likely to give us even more power.
Pastor, are you pushing buttons? Let me. Where are they?
5 loss streak for Tidal, 18 HP. The only player who could challenge double 61 for a potential 2-time championship. It's not looking great for our hero.
Flancy also looking to fall soon, but he did find the Lux, he did find the Janna, and it might not be enough. Moji, by pushing levels, is actually winning a lot more and staying in this game. Going up against Wet Jungler, Flancy gonna be in trouble. Wet Jungler still so powerful. The combat caster trick shots all coming together. Flancy taking a massive hit here.
Wet Jungler very quietly turning into a bit of a spoiler in this game, a bit of a Grim Reaper in this game. He's projecting for potentially a Kai'Sa 3 win out as well, if maybe things go in his way throughout this stage 5. He's playing for placements, but also playing for his own pride. Wants to end this tournament on a good note.
That is exactly what
Moji.
That's right. Well, he did. But if you're Dishop right now, I think the thing you want more than anything else, you've hit your board. You want Wet Jungler to hit, because you've maintained enough HP that if you're playing for something like a 3rd place, you know you're going to be able to beat some of the lower end players of this lobby. If Wet Jungler can take out the rest and guarantee you a spot into that top 3 so that Dishop can meet that threshold, it's the best possible outcome.
Yeah, it's a great point, because you're looking at Bintum win streaking as well heavily. You've got these two players who don't necessarily need it as far as making top 8, absolutely dunking on everyone else, and Tidal on a 6 loss down to 1 HP. One last life, and he's against the Volibear. The Gargantuan resolves. Bintum with this stacked up reroll duelist board. Kane trying to fight the Volibear. The Lee Sin trying to fight the Volibear. But nothing is there to stop the storm. Volibear and Tristana gonna take out Tidal and dash our hopes of the Runeterra Forge champion. We will not see double versus Tidal in the top 8 of this one.
And we see the bittersweet expression on Bintum's face, taking down someone he would consider a friend, knocking him out of the tournament. That is how it goes in TFT. It's free-for-all. Your friendships can only last so long when everything is on the line. The attempt to move on to tomorrow's day 3, to continue your run in this tournament.
So let's turn our attention to this last carousel in stage 5. I'm looking at players like Dishop have an extra slot on that Ashe, and on top of that have a fully a Nautilus with no slots on it, able to get the Protector's Vow for the Nautilus and an Infinity Edge, which is extremely strong into these melee bruiser matchups.
Looking at the rest of the contenders in this lobby, Moji still is alive. Horizon, Smoke, and Lux, a Mumu 3 holding down the fort on a 2-loss streak right now on what is going to be his last life. Needs to go for a 1st place, same as Tidal. He needed that 1st place to stay alive to make the day 3. Dish Soap really just looking for a 2nd or a 3rd to guarantee a spot.
Moji trying to find that Lissandra. Ends up getting 6 Arcanist in, and he finds an Ionic Spark for the Annie. Massive hits for Moji.
Oh.
Immediately runs into Wet Jungler, though, and this is the Reaper we were talking about in the lobby. And we'll see if the Amumu and the Annie can hold it down. Good positioning into the Lux. The corner spot not going to be able to hit on to this Kai'Sa. And we've got both Silases in the backline, but they're actually just feeding a little bit more mana as this Lux is still able to push through.
Amumu's
and
holding.
the front line holds strong, even in
Huge
the
ult
face
from the Lux.
of the Kai'Sa. The ult is there, but one more cast. Latassa once again. Amumu has to hold down the fort into these casts from the Teemo. One more. Cry your tears, Latassa. Cry them proud.
Flancy and Arzu fall as well, which means the top 4 is secure. Moji, who needs a 1st place, is still in contention.
4 players remain. Dish Soap still alive, 1st place in the standings, in the most comfortable position in this current lobby. Moji, nail-biting wins is what he's looking forward to throughout the rest of this stage 6 and this last fight in stage 5. Once again, Wet Jungler, he was on 5 Kai'Sas before, he's on 7 Kai'Sas now, inching closer and closer to a potential win out. Kai'Sa is no fraud.
No, Kai'Sa is not. Kai'Sa 3 could be lights out for Moji. As we see now the duelist matchup, can they get through the Amumu this time? Amumu trying
Look at this
to
Lux
hold the fort.
so massive.
Lux is going to be onto the Volley, and there's the cast from Lissandra, does not let Volley
hits everything.
anything. Massive damage coming through. The denial coming from that Lissandra, but it's up to the rapid fire cannon on this Kiana. She can't take it down. Moji stays alive. We cannot understate Volibear not being able to vamp because of Lissandra makes such a difference in this matchup and means that Moji should have it for so long.
You hear the pinging coming through. People know Wet Jungler has been spotted. He's got 7 Kaisas right now, and everybody, you're going to be expecting them to roll at least some to try and find to take this away from Wet Jungler.
Especially Dish Soap has to consider he has a lot of gold to work with. We'll be trying to go 9 very soon. He really needs to fight for that 3rd or 2nd spot. Ideally a 1st to just really guarantee you go through. You get the tiebreakers as well, just in case crazy things happens in the other lobbies.
He pushes 9.
Here we go. Level and roll. He can add the Syndra right away. Gives him 2 more synergies.
Syndra 2 big.
Huge.
Has to find Kaisas to stop Wet Jungler. Moji has to do the same.
None yet.
Can't find any.
Moji finds the Lissandra. It's a big upgrade as well. Nashor's on the Lissandra. Could find a 2nd item here as well.
Dish Soap trying to see what he finds. Bloodthirster for the set.
Kaisa and Bintum Shop.
Syndra 2 for Moji as well. Upgrades all across the board. Wet Jungler down to 1 Kaisa left.
Kaisa and Bintum Shop, though, if they could find one more, if Bintum can hold on to it, they can stop Wet Jungler in his tracks. But items on Emoji's Lissandra 2 fighting up against Dish Soap. The front line been holding for so long. Can it deal with the snipers? Set gonna bring him away so the snipers
Nautilus
get more
damage.
Well. Lux getting CC'd.
Syndra moved closer to the Ash, though.
Ash got hit by the Lux
Dish
on the
Soap
other
cannot
side.
believe it. The Syndra moves closer to the Ash. Didn't have the range. That kills the Ash.
Live.
And this could be pivotal for this last fight. Lissandra still left alive as well. Onto the Aphelios. Big win for Moji. And that comes down to the smallest of details.
You can see it on Dish Soap's face. He cannot believe that that Ash got hit. It absolutely swings the fight. We talked about it before. Dish Soap in the past has struggled with his ability to stay calm under pressure. For a long time, it felt like he had been able to overcome that. This is his last test. Really wants a 3rd, 2nd, or 1st. Puts him in so much better of a position. He cannot fall asleep at the wheel right now. His positioning is going to matter so much in these final rounds.
Still 2 lives for Dish Soap. That's the 1 saving grace, the 1 silver lining. 22 for Wet Jungler and for Dish Soap. 21 for Bintum. Oh, so close for that top 3. And Moji on 1 life, trying to fight for his own spot in the top 8.
Dish Soap needs somebody to take Moji down, and can that be Wet Jungler? He's found the Xayah too since the last time they faced, and that might be the difference maker as they try and get through this front line. Lux gonna hit onto Kaisa, but there's no stun the first time.
Silas is
the
out.
back line is being contested now. Silas gets to the Lux, but he walks back. He doesn't get the takedown. One more cast from Kaisa. Kaisa takes down the Lux. It's just the Amumu and the Annie remaining.
Surely
and there's
not.
no boiling point this time. One more cast. Combat caster makes all the difference. And Moji cannot complete the 1st place, and it gives Dish Soap at least a 3rd.
Oh my goodness, it comes down to the final cast of the Kaisa. The Amumu not able to take it. Dish Soap securing a 3rd place finish at least from this game.
And Dish Soap confirming his pass onto the top 8 with that 3rd place. It came down to the absolute wire. Moji taken down in 4th. That's the end of his dream, unfortunately. A crazy build, a unique comp he was able to put together to try and fight for that 1st place. It didn't work out in the end by the slimmest of margins.
Suspicious Trenchcoat making the big moves, get into the back line, and now we're just fighting to see if Dish Soap can find even more placements here. Wet Jungler playing for some money as well, facing off against the snipers with his trick shots. The set gets on to the Xayah. We still see the cast coming out, but there's the Ash. Dish Soap can take another win here, tries to find even more placements.
For so long, we believed that Dish Soap could do this, that he could make the top 8, and he hasn't gotten a chance to prove it. He's made his way to the top 8, maybe the only player from the Americas to be there.
The worry came in, the worry set in for Dish Soap. 3 8s on this day after being points leader on day 1. Could that break him? Would his mental hold strong? Or would he prove why he is one of the best in Americas, why he's one of the best in the world, and make it to the top 8 of the Tacticians Crown? And Dish Soap getting that top 3 is so big for a player who has dreamed of this for so long.
I think you're both missing the point entirely. Dish Soap, he's the perfect player. 3 8s in a row on purpose to put everyone in the Americas on the edge of their seat.
That's
to
right.
Clutch up in the most exciting, spectacular fashion possible in the final game and guarantee his spot in that top 8, fighting to represent himself individually, his own career, finally make it to that top 8, but also Americas as a region and North America.
And now at this point, it's just for pride, trying to find even more points here on this day 2. facing off against the Ghost. Wet Jungler versus Bintum, and Bintum with the bear, able to take out Wet Jungler.
Wet Jungler will fall. Bintum and
Dish Soap falls as well.
And Bintum coming into this game with 61 points. Another first place, inching that much closer to double, maybe trying to finish in that first place position after this day 2. What a showing from some of the favorites across all the different regions globally. Double for EMEA, Bintum for APAC, Dish Soap for America.
That's right. It's so poetic. The three of them, some of the 3 best AVPs coming into the Tactician's Crown. You said coming down to the wire for Dish Soap, but he was able to clutch up, show that he had the mental load behind him to clutch up in the final moments of day 2. I cannot be happier as an American.
Oh, and it's so sad because you saw his reaction at the end. He doesn't know.
He has no idea.
He thought dying there could be such a big deal, but he should be able to lock it. We'll have our analyst desk break down all of the players who were able to make it to the final day of the Tactician's Crown after a short break, so don't go anywhere. You won't want to miss who the hype players will be on that final day.
The final game of our group stage has concluded, which means that we are about to figure out which of our 8 players are moving on to the final lobby of the Inkborn Fables Tactician's Crown. Let's break down that 12th game though, because heading into it, looking at this lobby, we had 3 players that were on the cusp that needed a first, a second place finish to even have a chance of making that final lobby. Mochi, as well as Dish Soap and Tidal, really need to play for those first. So what is even going through your head when you actually enter into a lobby like that?
So actually, most of these players were opting for a little bit of low variants. We're trying to go into that golden prelude. Two of the CN players trying to change up those gowns didn't work out. We went into that golden prelude, but then everything was toppled over. We did have that Ornn encounter come through, give everybody those extra artifacts, and then a second augment, Prismatics, coming through as well, which really, for some of these players, locked in game plans, and that contest led to some heartbreaks.
Definitely. When we're looking across the board, you see Flancy and also Title being contested here. And, you know, Hupe-sang, you were looking at Title. I know you were rooting for APAC. What happened there?
Yeah, it's tough because Title is contested with the Reaper line, and also Moji was contested with the Lux. So Moji had to cook something very different. He used the 2 healthy augment, and then he changed and started like going for the vertical of Arcanist. That was very impressive.
So
we were talking about it. So you said it before. You told us he's like an expert on 2 costs. He showed it, but it wasn't enough. He needed a first and only got a fourth.
Yeah, I mean, he got so close with it too. I remember a lot of those fights, it just came down to just a couple of HP left on some of those champs. Oh, heartbreaking.
Yeah, Mumu not able to make it through. And on the other hand, Jisoo did have a little bit easier in terms of conditions. He only needed to play for a top 3, and he went with a snipers board here. Snipers, if you don't hit 6 snipers, you know you don't really have a chance at top first, but he didn't really need that. Knew he was uncontested, was going in late, and also pulled the Epoch of Phelios. I think that was a very interesting line that we almost never see. Of course, at the end, 4-7, he still didn't have his Guinsu, but was bailed out by the PvE round. A huge one for Americas, as it dropped him the Even Shroud and the Guinsus, and then the Ash 2, the Aphelios 3 on the next shop.
Yeah. Honestly, I think a big talking point in this lobby, the Epoch on Wet Jungler and Jisoo both kind of giving the tempo to the rest of the players, saying, hey, you kind of need to keep up here. But Bintum and Wet Jungler turning out to be kind of bullies. Really, Bintum with that early win streak, making it through their Gargantuan Resolve coming out. I'm laughing because you're laughing. The matchup against Title on a win streak, he flashes that thumbs up over there and says, sorry, man, I'm just way stronger with that Aatrox.
I was laughing so hard at that board because he actually took his Titan's Resolve off of his Lee Sin and said, I'm so far ahead in the lobby, I could just put it on my Volibear, hit very early into stage 5.
Yeah, Volibear 3, enough, and very big and very powerful with the Gargantua Resolve. And as you said, Bintium got like the full early stage, then he missed out a little, and then in the end, it was totally pop-off. So it's amazing to see against the duelists popping off in the comp, and great to see Bintium with the win, going up against the rest, and we lose Moji, we lose Title. It's very tough to see.
Yeah, 2 APAC players going down. I'm very proud of Moji. A lot of them had him as a D-tier player, but I was glad that he was able to go out on what he is known for, showing the world how you play this line and even how you flex this line for a top 4.
Yeah, and I want to give a moment to also shout out Wet Jungler. That 3rd place to be able to close out your weekend definitely feels good to see from one of those EMEA players.
It feels good, but it also feels bad, right? Where have you been
I guess
this
it's
entire
a little
tournament?
Yeah.
Honestly, no. Shout out to all of these players. I was, of course, at the same time as this game was going on, watching some of the alternative lobbies, trying to see how some of the other players I would love to see in that final top 8 would do. Kare and Candace, unfortunately, 7th and 8th in their game. So we're going to have some very interesting standings.
Well, let's go ahead and take a look at those, shall we? All of our games for the group stage have concluded, and here are the final results. We have a lot of prizing, though, on the line for our players heading all the way up to that final 8. But let's take a moment to congratulate all of our players for being here this weekend.
Yeah, also in the second round, a lot of representatives for CM are now eliminated. Remember, only 8 advance to tomorrow. Tomorrow will be again the first or the first tactician crown that will have coronation, and we lose so many important talents.
With a cutoff as cutthroat as top 8, it is really, really hard to kind of be gentle to yourself and say, hey, I'm like in the top 10 of the world. So we're seeing some heartbreaking finishers
It's
here.
also important to get every placement you can for the regions. The worst placement will have 1 slot taken away in the next Tactician's crown. So, you know, even though they're not playing for their personal standings, they could still play for regional standings.
Yeah, there's a lot of pride on the line as well, just when it comes down to actually participating in our global championships. But as we take a look at this first page, congratulations to our players in 1st through 8th. They are moving on to this final lobby to play out tomorrow for that Tactician's crown.
So happy for this show. It was tough. Great first day, very rough start, and then finishing with a first and a second. He's the representative for America, the only one, and then we have huge representation throughout all the major regions.
Yeah, I mean, we have all the major regions there, right? Some a little bit more represented than others. CN and APAC coming through here. Dr. O on the 8th place, kind of flying by.
I wasn't really expecting Dr. O. I'm so glad that a lot of the dark horses in Asta and Dr. O are able to make it into the top 8. This will also be his 4th Worlds too. No, not 4th World. It's his 3rd Worlds, but his first time to make it so far into the finals. Korea was the best region in terms of volume when it came to APAC. The format changes really helped them out, and now they have 2 representatives.
Well, the player that is standing at the top of those standings after 12 games, we talked to him at the very beginning of the day. Let's go ahead and welcome him back onto the stage. Double 61! Congratulations on your record-breaking performance on this 2nd day of competition. How are you feeling knowing that you have made a final lobby once again?
Thank you very much. I feel great. I feel good, of course. I mean, I feel sad for both of my teammates, Wet and Kambi, but I hope to bring it to home tomorrow.
I know you've had a lot of support here on the desk, especially from your EMEA casters. I know Makes is very excited for you. But what about everybody else that is behind you? How did it feel knowing that there was that crowd there, once again, cheering you on? Was everybody getting really hyped when you were getting so close to that finish line?
Yeah, of course. Every game when an EMEA representative was going first or second, the crowd was going crazy, and yeah, it was insane. Their support really helped us.
Tell us about your play a little bit today, because Double, when we were taking a look at yesterday into today, I know you had played a little bit of Lilia, maybe not finding too much success in particular with that comp, but did you change up anything for your play today that allowed you to get those 73 points?
No, I didn't change anything. I think I played the gameplay that I play every day. I just had like better games. Yesterday, it was really hard to do some tops because of the lobby. And today, yeah, the games were really good, so I did a lot of things.
Was there anything that you played against today that surprised you in terms of what you expected to see this weekend?
Yeah, I played Fated. I swear to myself that I would never play this comp, but at the end I played it. And unfortunately, I went first, so yeah.
Well, it's good that you left yourself open to trying new things, but I think we actually have a couple questions from our desk here as well.
Well, hi, Double, of course, and thank you for making it through that final lobby. We were all cheering for you, and of course, Canvas making it so close. But you're now the only EMEA representative that we have in those top 8. How do you see those other regions going into day 3 with 3 players out of CN and 3 players out of APAC? Was that what you expected?
Yeah, I think I expected a lot of Chinese players. I think they are really good at TFT. They are probably the best region of the world. So yeah, I expected a lot of Chinese players, but I didn't expect that much APAC. There is 3, I think. So yeah, the Chinese player, I was expecting them, but not the APAC.
Okay, but you're still gonna win for EMEA, right?
I hope. I will try my best. I will try my best to win tomorrow and to bring the trophy back to EMEA.
Thank you.
Double, I really want to know, maybe not tell us the secret for tomorrow, because obviously you will have your strategy, but changing the format to a checkmate will make some of the plays a little more risky. If there's something you have prepared to change gear, or do you think you should keep up the same level of play, and then maybe at the end look for something risky or look for the spot? You mentioned Sage that normally doesn't win lobbies, and you perform amazing with them. What would be the change of strategy?
Yeah, of course. I think that when there is a checkmate format, you have to play for first. So tomorrow, I think a lot of person will take a lot of risk, and let's see who will win out. So yeah, I think there will be a lot of insane boards.
Well, Double, I think I speak for everyone here when we say congratulations, and we are so excited to see you perform tomorrow. But before we let you go, are there any shout-outs that you'd like to make?
Thank you very much. Yeah, of course. I mean, as I said, I am sad for my two teammates, White and Combies. I think they could make it. They are really strong. They are really good players. So if people can support them on social media, etc., it would be great. And of course, thanks to the fans that support us every day. And yeah.
Well, I know you'll be able to carry their legacy tomorrow, but get some rest tonight, and good luck.
Yeah, of course. Thank you very much. Bye.
Oh Lord, I'm always tearing up.
Oh. Can we now call him Double 73, maybe?
Oh my
Because the last time
right.
someone went 72 was Indie Americas and Setsuko and Degree. I'm finally glad to see someone break that.
I think it's amazing that somebody was actually even able to break that record, because you take a look at how many points are actually up for grabs over the course of 12 games, and 73 is astronomical.
For sure, and trying to remember, he already won the spatula, the golden spatula, and now he can win the tactician crown. So I would really like to see him wearing both, if that's a possibility for day 3. So I'm also expecting that if it happens.
That would be amazing, but today was already so special. I cannot wait to see what is going to happen tomorrow, and we hope that you'll join us. Remember, now that all 12 games are done, we have the Pick'ems back open for you, our Pick'ems powered by AWS. Make sure you get your predictions in for what you think might go down for that final lobby before we start playing it out tomorrow. But I hope that you'll all tune in. Do you guys have any predictions?
I mean, I think all of the pick'ems are maybe a little bit toppled now with how many APEC players made it through. I think that's a big surprise.
I didn't even pick them,
and
sorry.
honestly, listen, honestly, I think we should throw some support their way, because they've been massive underdogs in this tournament, and with 3 players in the top 8, it's super impressive.
There's one thing that we haven't talked about, but CN once again has 3 players in the finals. This has been their standard across all 3 sets so far, so we have to recognize them as the most consistent, historically strongest region, and it's about time someone brings it home after Shiga last raised the trophy right here. So I think there's a lot of players maybe hoping on the mobile players, which they haven't seen that much from Ningli and Lee Saw.
Yeah, and to close for my part, I want to mention the 2 that are strong are holding the line for EMEA and for America. So D-Shop and Double, once again, the only ones that get to day 3. So it will be a total blast, a total fight between the Western and the Eastern and between all the major regions. So it's happiness, it's a celebration.
It's 3v1 though.
Well, it's going to be so exciting to see the conclusion of the Inkborn Fables Tactician's Crown. We are looking forward to seeing you there. 3:30 a.m. Pacific, 6:30 a.m. Eastern, and 12:30 p.m. Central European Time to make sure that you catch that pre-show and the first game on the hour. And make sure you tune in at the end of our broadcast, because we are going to be bringing you the dev drop for the upcoming set for Teamfight Tactics, Magic and Mayhem. We'll see you all tomorrow, and have a great night.
Bueno.